Situated just 1.5 hours drive from Christchurch is Hanmer Springs, a small alpine village that has everything for the adventurer or for someone looking to relax. Stay a while and enjoy a bike ride through the numerous bush tracks, or relax in the famous hot pools. Take the whole family and let the kids take on the many attractions on offer. And to top off your stay, book now with Hanmer Holiday Homes, where there's a budget and accommodation to suit everyone. Call now.
Hi, Malcolm Nardo from Suck It Up. We specialise in hydro excavation in the Canterbury region, safe dig methods around services. Also we do septic tank cleaning, drain cleaning, CCTV over your pipes. If you want an excellent service, please check us out on Facebook.
Suck It Up Limited, 740 Marston Road, Christchurch. Call them 24 hours a day on 027 588 8809.
Hi, Scott here from X Factor Cars, Southland's V8 specialists, stockists of the South Island's biggest selection of Holden HSV, also with a wide range of everything Ford, FPV and classic American muscle. With an in-house finance specialist, we can tailor build a package to suit each and every budget, from no deposit, structured payments and up to 60-month terms. If we don't have it in stock, our team will search high and low to find what you want. Check out our testimonials, xfactorcars.co.nz.
Well, greetings race fans, welcome along to Huntly International Speedway for this night number 1 of the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Championships. I'm Billy Hickey, alongside me Mike Wilson. Mike, the New Zealand Saloon Champs here in Huntly. Great track, great cars, great field. It doesn't get any better than this.
Oh, it's an awesome racetrack here, brilliant shape. It's 70% terracotta, 30% river silt, and that's sponsored by Huntly Quarry Makers, so good for them. It's a really cool track, plenty of water's gone down in it, and this is only the second time that this championship's been hosted.
Absolutely, they've had the North Islands here before. A couple of guys that are in the field tonight. Dan Cook won that title here a few years ago, so it's such a strong field. Let's just talk about them as they roll back into pit lane here. Like we said, 77G, Dan Cook, 3 times North Island champion. He goes well around here, just like his brother, the current 1NZ, that is Ethan Cook.
Yeah, and Ethan, interestingly, the new track record holder here. Josh Smith held it for a while, and then it's 14.775, so they've put out some fast lap times around here.
They go well around here. They put on a fantastic show. We cannot wait to see what they can do tonight. Another few names to look at, the 42M of Trent Amron. We've also got Willie Woodhouse, the 71C. Some big names, Steve Williams, current North Island champion, the 8M of Jared Fletcher. It's a very, very threatening field out there.
Yeah, look, it's only ever been won twice by one driver. That was Steve Cowling, who happens to be the New Zealand Super Saloon champion right now. It's a hard championship to win. It's been hosted 12 times before. This is going to be lucky number 13 for one of these drivers in the field.
Now let's just talk about the format over the course of this weekend. So of course there are 5 groups and they get 5 heats each, groups versus each other. Top 16 point scorers on that go through automatically to the final tomorrow night. We've got 2 rapid charges, 2 from each one, to make up a 20 car field for the big show, the main event, 25 lap final tomorrow night. It's a great format for some great racing.
Yeah, it is. Look, a lot of drivers don't like a one race format to decide a national championship, but what you got to remember, with 5 heat races to try and make the top 16, that's a lot of racing. You could afford perhaps to have one bad race. When you run a 3 heat format, one bad race, you're out of the championship. And of course, if you don't make the top 16, 2 of the rapid charges will get another 2 drivers from there to get a 20 car field for 25 laps. It'll be all on tomorrow night.
Absolutely. Well, this is the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Championships here at Huntly. We were just talking about the track before. Mike, I'll hand it over to you. This track looks very well prepared. It looks great for saloon racing, nice and sticky. Let's we'll do a bit of a track test there. Trackometer, what do you got there?
Yeah, we've got the standard issue trackometer. We'll just check the track. Red, the track manager, he's put a lot of water in the track, as we said before. It's 70% terracotta, and if you have a look, I can actually quite easily put the dirtometer into the track. We're going to go about 3 inches of depth here, so hopefully it's not going to go black too soon.
Hopefully. We want to get some 2-lane racing out here, ladies and gentlemen. So myself, Billy Hickey and Mike Wilson alongside me, guiding you through tonight and the weekend. Of course, Graham Minty Mead up in the commentary box. We're going to head out into pit lane, catch up with some of these drivers. We'll be back with some action very soon.
Right, we've got the 7P car here of Shane Laking. The Genius Signmakers Sign It Up car. You've had some good results throughout the season so far, but no practice on this track tonight. That's going to change things up for a few drivers, I think.
Yeah, I think they're going to give the South Island drivers a bit of a go because they haven't been here. I've never been here myself, and I'm off grid 1 for the first race. Yeah, it'll be a bit of a challenge, but I don't know. A lot of us in the same boat, I suppose. See how we go.
Nothing like pressure, though, to make it work. 5 heat races to try and get into the top 16. It does mean, though, if you have one bad heat, you've still got a chance.
Yeah, I don't mind that format. If you get a flat tyre, you've still got chances if you do good in the other 4. I don't mind it.
You've probably got the flashiest looking wheels as well, because you're always out there with the stencil making sure that they look good.
There's a few late nights stamping those every time we go out.
What are your expectations coming into this championship?
We come here hoping to qualify. I mean, we don't keep up with the big boys a lot of the time, but when we're on fire we can do all right, so hopefully we qualify. That's our goal.
Well, I know this car's capable. I've seen you put in some good results.
Yeah, we don't have all the best gear. We do it on a budget, but yeah, if we can do it, we'll do it. We'll try our best. I mean, I've spent a lot of late nights on it this week, and I've gone over the car so many times, so we don't have any excuses if we don't. We'll see how we go.
All right, I'll let you carry on with the prep work. Good luck for the meeting.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, guys.
All right, I think Billy Hickey's got one of the legends of saloon car racing, Maurice Cowling.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yes, I'm here with a former Super Saloon champion in Maurice Cowling, of course, father of Steve and Chris, who are both former Saloon champs, and we've got a Pro X behind us, which is a championship-winning car as well. Maurice, New Zealand Saloon car champs. It's great. It's a great event.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's really, really good to be here, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens tonight with everyone here.
You're giving, because there's plenty of your Pro X chassis out there. Are you going to be giving some of these guys a bit of a hand, a bit of a guide?
Wherever we can, yeah. I'm always kind of around for them to ask things if they want to, so if I can be a help, that's great. But it's just I love being here as well and watching what's going on. Championships are special at any time, so Saloon's still a big part of my heart, so that's why we're here.
And now, of course, you're a Saloon champion from back in the 90s, 80s, thereabouts, so it was a wee while ago now, but we won't talk too much about that. Seeing the calibre of drivers come through into this class and into Super Saloons as well, it must be pretty cool from your point of view. Oh,
most definitely, and the cars are developing more and it's the skill. I guess there's just so much more knowledge around than when we were doing originally. But it's it's neat. There's some very clever guys out there, both chassis-wise, car-wise, and driving-wise. So I enjoy it.
If you could give anyone a tip to win the championship this weekend, you don't have to give names or anything, but if you give them a tip as to how to go about winning it, what would you say?
Well, the big thing with a championship, that it's not the first lap of the first race. There's 5 races here to get you to the final. If you don't make the final, you ain't going to do it. And then from there on, it's do the best you can from there. But I think some of the guys kind of get a bit excited sometimes and lose the plan of what needs to happen. It's a long haul. It's 2 nights. You get to stand at the top of the podium at the very end of it, not the first night.
It's absolutely right. Wise words from a legend of our sport, Maurice Cowling. Thank you very much for your time and enjoy both nights.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks very much.
Alrighty, we'll throw it over to Mike Wilson, who's with the 75M, Michelle McPherson. Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. Michelle, you've got to change the name on your race car.
Yeah, the race car's still Weimer, but my real name's McPherson, just to confuse people.
Well, you won't confuse us on the track. We know you're going to put the 75M about.
Yeah, we'll be trying out there, that's for sure.
The best of the best are here. It's going to be a hard-fought championship. It's a very hard championship to win once, let alone win it twice. It's only the second time here. Have you spun a lot of laps around this track?
A reasonable amount. I mean, we're based not far away, but probably not as much as, say, somewhere like Bay Park or Auckland. We've been there a lot more, yeah.
It's possibly a track more suited to saloon cars here, though. It's got a really nice flow about it.
Yeah, when it's driving and good, it can't beat it. So hopefully tonight we'll get some passing done out there and see how we go.
Well, I know Red's put a lot of water down. The sun's gone away. It's a bit overcast. Hopefully that's going to help create a 2-lane racetrack.
Yeah, and I mean, the track's the same for everyone, no matter what. So you've just got to drive to it.
Were you starting in the first heat?
I think we're off grid 10 in the first one, so near the back of the track. So we'll just have to try and make some passes.
Do you prefer to be in the front grid early on or further back?
Sometimes the back's not bad, you might stay out of trouble, but again, it's the luck of the draw, so I'll take whatever I get, really. I'm not too fussed.
What are your expectations coming in here?
Obviously, like everyone in the pits here, we want to win, but to start with, we'll just get some, hopefully, good racing in is the main thing.
Right, we just want to wish you the best of luck and carry on with your prep work, and you never know, you could surprise yourself out there tonight.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen.
All right, Billy's with the 27 car of Josh Smith.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yes, I'm with the 27B. That is Josh Smith, of course, very hot form at home in Miami. We were just talking to Morris Cowling, of course, builder of the car that you've got here. It must be great to have someone like him here to give you a hand.
Yeah, it always helps. All the help that we can get will make a difference.
Now, you have, like we said, you have some really good form at the Thanks, Mike. We have some really good form at the New Zealand, at Miani. Unfortunately, it didn't go your way at the New Zealand Champs at home last year. How are you feeling coming into this weekend? It's the biggest title for you for the year.
Actually, haven't really given it any thought this year. Just forgotten about it, turned up, and we'll just do what we can do and just see how we come out at the end of the 2 nights.
Now, for those that weren't here at the track, and of course we weren't live streaming earlier, we saw earlier on your car, you were revving it up big time. But can you just tell us about that? What was going on there?
Just putting a new MSD module in. You know, we've done a season and a half on it. It's just a precaution. We don't want to have any failures, especially for a couple $100 part.
And can you tell us just a wee bit about your season so far as well?
It's been a pretty quiet season, to be honest. We entered a V8 Saloon series that Bigwood put together. And the main reason really for us entering that is to do the shootouts and getting the long races, because we've always struggled slick tracks, long races, and we've generally gone backwards. So just getting those long races in has definitely helped us find some good setup information.
Now, of course, you're racing up here, New Zealand title, and your son's got the biggest event of his year on the mini stock calendar, Mini Stocks in Paradise. It's a bit odd not seeing you two together. You're both at separate racetracks. How are you going to keep a handle on things?
Yeah, me and Les will just keep in touch via the phone and Facebook. I actually didn't want to do this meeting to be there, but she wanted me to go and do it, so here we are.
And just tell us what you think about Huntly Speedway as well.
Yeah, really enjoy the track. It can be fast. We've had some good quick lap times around here. I'm just concerned about turning into one-lane racetrack, so hopefully Red and the team can keep that high line there so it can put on really a good night for the spectators.
Fantastic, mate, and a fantastic looking car as you always manage to produce. Of course, you couldn't do it without all your sponsors and crew. Who looks after you?
Myself, Value Master Motors, Mag and Tyre, Black Lion, they do a lot for us. We've got Currans on board, Onikawa Metal Recyclers, Kumo Tyre, there'll be a few others, but you put me on the spot now, so yeah.
Always put drivers on the spot, mate. Well, best of luck this weekend and get out there and have some fun.
Yeah, thanks very much.
All righty.
Right, we've got the ADM car, Jared Fletcher, new North Island champion. I've got to congratulate you on that. So you could be the form guy coming here into this national championship.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a different track out here. We're at Wellington. We had a pretty good run there, but there's so many good cars here tonight. It's going to be a hard one to pick, I think. But I'd like to hope we're there or thereabouts by the end of tomorrow night.
Possibly similar shaped tracks, but just not as much banking here.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be pretty dry out there tonight. I don't know how much water they managed to get into it, but it's the same for everyone, so yeah, hopefully it should be right. We've done 3 meetings here this year and we've gone pretty well, so hopefully that's a good omen for us.
Yep, you can never do too many laps. So apart from that North Island Championship win, how's the season been working?
It's been really good so far. We've had a couple of meetings not so good, but we had a pretty good run in the V8 Saloon series. We got a first, second and third in a couple of the rounds there, so the car's been really good and yeah, we're really happy with it.
Is there some sponsors that you want to thank here?
Yeah, two main ones, Spray Pump Services and Fletcher Sheds. You know, they provide a lot for us. We wouldn't be here without those guys. So yeah, and obviously Mum and Dad are the big ones, I guess.
Do you get a little bit nervous?
Yeah, I am a little bit. I've been pretty good throughout the day, but they're starting to kick in now. I've got my grid drawer and everything like that. So yeah.
Where are you going off grid in the first race? Which is your grid?
Grid 2 in the first one. So out in front, hopefully we get a bit of clean air and have a nice quiet run out there. Hopefully.
It's a good format. You get those 5 heat races. It gives you a chance, and heaven forbid there is a problem in one of your races, it still gives you those 4 other clear races to try and get through to the top 16.
Yeah, I think it's a good format for consistency. You know, you've got to have 5 really good races to be up the front, so it helps.
Crucial probably to be at least in the first 4 rows for the 25 lap.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to be up the front there, otherwise it's going to be a long, hard 25 lap race if you're further back than that.
All right, thanks, Jared. I know you've probably come here with a bit of a target on your back after that North Island title win, and you never know, you could go back to back.
Oh, here's hoping, but yeah, it's all about a bit of luck and a bit of skill, and hopefully we're thereabouts.
All right, thanks, Jared.
Cool, cheers.
Right, we're going straight on to the 74A car of Steve Lansdowne. Scott, sorry. Scott. Scotty, you always come here with an immaculately prepared race car. What are your expectations coming into the championship?
Oh, look, it's anyone's game, really. We've had a pretty good run this season with the car. It's a relatively new car, but we're pretty happy with it. And, we've just got to do what we can out there and hope for the best. And, hopefully it's our night.
And has your season been working out for you so far? How'd you get on in the North Island title?
We actually didn't go to the North Island title. We did Speed Week in the South Island, and then we did the V8 Saloon Series through the North Island, so we were sort of a bit over the travelling by that stage, so we parked it up. The car was good and ready to go for this weekend. So
it's a pretty big call to miss the North Island Championship because it's usually a good gauge of how your form is against the other top cars.
It is, you're dead right. Obviously, Jared Fletcher won the North Islands last weekend or weekend before, and we've had some pretty good runs with him throughout the North Island with the V8 Saloon Series, so he's definitely the man to beat. He's got a lot of pace, but we sort of feel that we're pretty close to him, so we're happy.
We've got a beautiful looking race car sitting over there. Is there some sponsors you'd like to thank?
Oh, look, we couldn't probably be here without the likes of K-Mac Fabrication, K-Mac Race Cars, Pit Stop Newland up in Auckland, Stealth Race Engines, builds a phenomenal race engine, and Marine Diesel. So, thank you.
All right, thanks, Scotty.
Thanks very much.
I think Billy's got Willie Woodhouse.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yes, I'm here with the 71C and current South Island champion. Just a few weeks ago won the South Island Championship. That is Willie Woodhouse. First of all, thanks for the gear.
Yeah, no worries. It's good to see it getting worn. I don't usually wear it, but keep it nice and clean when you give it back. It'll be good.
Yeah, I don't know about clean, mate. There's plenty of hot dogs with plenty of sauce on them out there, mate. Look, South Island Championship, you're up here at beautiful Huntly Speedway. First of all, impressions. What do you think of this place?
Yeah, no, I come up with Billy when she did Kiki to look at North vs South and had a look at the track and thought, should it be cool to race on this? So we made the decision, earlier in the year that we'd come up and have a skid and see what it was like. So be good.
And you got out there, obviously, a couple of weeks ago, won the South Island Champs. It must be one to tick off the bucket list a wee bit.
Yeah, no, it was good to win that, I haven't done that many of them over the years, but no, it was good to win it on our home track. It was, really good.
And can you tell us what your expectations are going into this weekend, Willie?
Just pass heaps of cars and see what happens in the end. If we're up the front, we're up the front. If we're, where we are, we just got to make it work. So.
Can you tell us where you're starting for your first heat?
I'm on right off the back for my first two, and then front and a couple of frontish tomorrow night, which is probably good because the track will be drivey tonight and tomorrow night not so drivey, so might work good.
Of course, mate, you couldn't do it without all your sponsors getting up here. It's a long way to come from Christchurch, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but it's mainly me and the missus with Canterbury Roundwood. Look after the car and stuff, and got good pit crew, they really look after everything, so no, it's really good.
Awesome. Well, thanks for your time, Willie. Thanks for the gear and best of luck this weekend.
No, good, thank you.
Alrighty, I'm down here with the 42M Trent Amrine. Mate, fantastic looking car, New Zealand champs here at Huntly. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm pretty confident about tonight. I mean, it's going to be a big weekend for everyone. We've got some tough competition and tough track, so yeah, we'll see how we go.
Of course, you contested the V8 Saloon Series, much like the rest of the North Island guys. How did that go for you?
I mean, we had a solid run, although we had an engine let go in our third round. But other than that, we finished 5th overall, so we were pretty happy, to be honest.
And can you tell us how many seasons you've been racing saloons for? Because you've been racing as long as I've been in Speedway, and that's 3 years. So you've been doing it for a while now.
Yeah, so this is our 4th season. For 2 years, we had a K-Mac, and then for the next 2, we had the Pro X now, which we've got, and we're really loving it, so it's really good.
And, of course, a bit of history with this car as well. Former championship-winning car.
Yeah, it is actually. Old Steve Calling used to own it, and I mean he got a 1NZ and a 3NZ in it. So hopefully we can maybe do the same.
Oh, I won't say it because I'll give you the commentator's curse. Now, can you tell us your grids for tonight?
So we've got 6, 4 and 2 tonight, and then tomorrow night we've got 2 back grids. So we've got a bit of work to do tomorrow night. So we'll see how we go.
And have you had a look at the track? And what do you think?
I mean, it's hard to tell, Huntly. I mean, I've never gone too well here. We're it's a little bit dubious of what it's going to do, but we're out on heat 7, so we can read the track from the other heats, and we'll go from there, really.
Fantastic, and of course you couldn't do without all of your sponsors. As I said earlier, the car looks immaculate. Who'd you like to thank?
Oh, just huge thanks to McFull Fuel, Colin Amrine Contracting, B&T Automotive, and also my crew, my mum and dad, Lucas, Angel, Fergie. So no, it's really good. I appreciate them helping out.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully you can do the Mount proud this weekend.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Cheers, Trent. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
All right, we'll hand it over to Mike Wilson, who's with Danielle Halcrow. Just apologies about the technical difficulties earlier. We've got Mike back. Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. Sorry, Danielle. I know you love standing around with these interviews. I think I asked you what your expectations were coming into this event.
Yeah, so obviously like the main goal is 1NZ, everyone wants it, but yeah, over these next 5 races my goal is to qualify and then we'll go from there.
And we've talked about that format with other drivers. They're liking the fact that there's 5 heats to try and get into the top 16.
Yeah, I think it's kind of good because it means if you have one shit race, it doesn't really matter as much as it would if you were going by a 3-race format to get points. So, I mean, the odds are everyone's going to have a not so great race, so it kind of even things out a bit.
What's your grid for your first heat?
My grid is 13, so I'm off the back for my first heat, yeah.
That's possibly not a bad thing, because if anything happens in front, you're going to gain places.
Yeah, no, I'm actually pretty happy with that grid. Like I said, it's my first meeting here racing, so it's kind of lessens the nerves a bit getting to start off the back and get a better feel for the track without so much pressure behind me. Yeah.
And no practice?
No practice. No, unfortunately, because of the water restrictions, obviously they had to cancel practice and save the water for tonight. So, yeah, it is what it is, but we'll manage.
All right, thanks for chatting to us, Danielle.
No problem, thank you.
Alrighty, I'm down here with the 2NZ, Cam Roygaard. Cam, first of all, getting that 2NZ a year ago at Miani, very, very humbling for you. And we're here at Huntly, your home track. Just tell us, how's it been carrying that 2NZ for the past 12 months?
Yeah, it's been a bit of privilege, I guess. Obviously didn't expect it at all. So every time I get to go out and race it, it's obviously feel very special, and because obviously there's so many good cars, and to obviously get a number is pretty special. So especially so young as well. Yeah. So.
Just tell us how old you are.
I'm 19 now, and I was 18 when I got it. So.
You were 18 when you got a number. You're younger than me. You realise that?
Yeah, I'm younger than a few of these people.
Younger than a few of these people. That's pretty impressive. Now let's turn our attention to the champs this weekend. Like I said, home track for you. You know how to go well around here, but there's plenty of big competition out there.
Yeah, I guess obviously the big part is trying to keep our nose clean, because obviously it's not 3 heats and you qualify, it's 5, so you got to try to keep your nose clean. I guess just try to keep going forward every race. So that's probably a big thing for me, yeah.
And can you tell us your grids?
I think off 3 for the first one, then 2 off the back, and then off 2 the next night, and then just a mid-pack one. So.
Bit of work to do for the 2NZ then, mate. Car looks fantastic, and of course you couldn't do it without your sponsors.
Yes, obviously, Mum and Dad with CarePro, Charles and Tours, definitely wouldn't be able to do it without them. Not just the funding, but the work that they put in, or Dad especially, throughout the week, because with me trying to crack my rugby gig up in Auckland, that's just wouldn't be possible, so thanks to him. And then Cambridge Engine Services, fresh engine, first time out tonight, so hopefully she goes good. And then Cambridge Top 10 and Wholesale Tyres.
Well, that engine looks fantastic, mate. It looks brand new. Best of luck tonight.
Cheers.
All right, we'll throw it over to Mike Wilson, who's with Ashley Halcrow. Mike.
Yeah, thanks. I got the 242 car this time. The younger of the Halcrow sisters. Ashley, how's your season been working out?
Started off pretty good. Got second in the Manama 2 Champs this year. North Islands weren't so good, but it is what it is.
Out of you two, which one of you is the more serious with your racing?
We're quite similar. Danny does a lot more work behind the scenes, a lot more social media and everything like that. I'm a lot more of the aggressive racer out of us two, but yeah, we're both pretty serious about it, yeah.
Is there a bit of bragging going on at the end of a meeting when whichever one of you's finished first?
Sometimes, but sometimes we know we need to keep it quiet for the other one.
It's pretty busy for your dad working on 2 of those race cars. So apart from your mum and dad who do so much for you girls for your racing, who else would you like to thank?
So we've also got a couple other crew members, Byron and Taylor. They do a lot of the work. Also Edwards Panel and Paint, Scorpion Racewear and Screenworks. Screenworks did all my sign writing and everything this year. Yeah, so I'd like to thank them.
That Scorpion race gear is pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, so I've got all new overalls this season and everything, all from them, yep.
Coming into this meeting, you obviously want to beat your sister, you want to finish higher up, but do you have a realistic goal that you've set?
I really want to try qualify, not be in a repechage. That would be the main thing. So our last meeting, North Islands, I qualified, so I'm hoping just to do that again, and then whatever happens from there, I'll be happy with.
All right, good luck to both you and your sister. You never know. Things can happen on the racetrack and you girls could surprise it.
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
All right, thanks. Back to you, Billy.
Thanks, Mike. I'm just here with the 1NZ. That is Ethan Cook. Ethan, of course, at 1NZ was oh so special for you last year in Miami. Taking the 1NZ back to Gisborne and repping it for a year. What a year it's been.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was hard to believe that I'd done it, but it's been a great year with the 1NZ on the door. The club love it, and everyone's been getting behind us and just pushing us to try and get it back again.
Now, you've been obviously travelling all around the country with this 1NZ. Of course, we saw you at Gisborne not so long ago running with the Super Saloons as well. Just tell us quickly, any aspirations to move up to the Super Saloons one day?
Yeah, maybe in the future, but not next season or anything like that. Yeah, it's definitely a class to look up to, though.
Absolutely, some fast guys out there. Now, we'll turn our attention here to Huntly. Of course, your brother won a North Island title here. What do you think of the place, and what are your expectations for this weekend?
Yeah, it provided good racing for us last year. Like, we done North vs South, and in the feature, Dan made it from grid 12 to second. So, hopefully we get a feature race like that tomorrow night. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Obviously, plenty of hard work to do as well over both nights because you've got 5 heats spread over 2 nights. It's great having that gap in the middle to work on the car, but you've really got to keep it clean, don't you?
Yeah, it's good for us. We're going to be doing lots of changes on the car just to chase that track. You're just going to have to go hard for those 5 heats and make sure you're up the front for that feature.
All important feature. Where are you starting tonight? What are your grids?
I only know the first one, which is grid 4. I didn't actually read the other ones.
They do a little printout for you on the steering wheel. You should know that off by heart now.
Yeah. It doesn't actually have the numbers next to it. It just has your car or the other cars around it, so I'll figure it out.
Figure it out, surely. As long as you're behind them, it doesn't matter. Look, fantastically presented cars. Of course, you couldn't do without your sponsors, Ethan.
Yeah, big ups to East Light Carriers, David Jones Motors, East Outdoor Leisure, Think Water Gisborne, Gisborne High Abs, DW Landscapes Telpo, ABC Construction, and Kamek Automotive, and of course myself, Vulcan Racing Products.
Can't go past Vulcan Racing Products. Look, best of luck this weekend, Ethan. It'll be all eyes on you, and we look forward to catching up.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Thank you very much. We'll head over to Mike Wilson with Aaron Andrews. Mike.
Yeah, all the way from the deep south of Dunedin, the 57 car, Aaron Andrews. Good to have you up here in the bay. It's a long way to come up to Huntly.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, no, it is a long way, but come up and have some racing, have some fun.
Well, you obviously got your eyes on a reasonable result here. You wouldn't come all this way for a New Zealand title if you didn't think that you could do well.
Well, everyone here comes here to do racing and get up there somehow, but the thing is with me, I'm having fun. Like, win or lose, first, second, 15th. I was happy to just qualify in the top 20.
Well, you got the 5 races to get through to the top 16, so essentially first part of the plan is to make sure you get through that without going through that horrible set of repecharges that no one really wants to be in.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It is what it is. I just take it on the night. It's just a club day to me.
Just a club day? It's a bit bigger than a club day, Aaron. It's a good attitude to have, because if you don't come into an event with any expectations, quite often everything can just fall into place.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I just do what I do. This is what I do, have fun.
There must be a few people that you want to thank for getting you up here.
Target Mills and my family, my dad, my stepmum, my partner Rachel, and everyone else that's helped me through the season.
Now, this car used to be a bit of a Legends car. It was the former Darryl Ainsley's car. So it's got history because, as we know, he was an incredible racer in the class, multi-time South Island champion too, from memory.
Yeah, no, this is Darryl's old car. I got it off Graham Williamson, so hopefully I can do what Darryl done in it and have fun and win something.
Well, I think you've come up here with the right attitude. It's good to have you up here. It's good to have the few other South Island cars up here as well, because it's a long way to come. It's been won 10 times by a North Islander and only twice by a South Islander, and this is the 13th staging.
Well, us 4 guys from the south will give it the best we can.
I'm sure you will. Could be lucky number 13. Thanks, Aaron.
Cheers, thank you.
Back to you, Billy. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, I'm here with the 77G, 3 times North Island. Yes, 3 times North Island Saloon car champion. One of them was one here. Dan Cook, 77G, of course, racing alongside your brother in the 1NZ. What a great year it's been for you guys.
Yeah, we had a fairly good run. Ethan obviously taking out the one, and that was pretty impressive to come through from the rep charge. Last year I thought I had a wicked run on the Friday night. I think I was second in my group and got through fairly easily, but unfortunately got taken out early on in the piece in the finals night, and that was me over. So here to hopefully do a bit better than that.
Absolutely, of course. You're only as good as your last championship, I guess. Now, let's talk about the place.
I got third, so North Islands.
So. Oh, of course. Yeah, sorry, I was talking about the New Zealands, but anyway.
Now, another third would be nice.
Oh, absolutely. A number's a number, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. Any number changes would be a good change for this weekend.
Absolutely right. Stop talking, this is my interview. Anyway, we're here at Huntly. Now, just tell us what do you think of the track, what do you think of the place?
Yeah, I love the track. We ran here for the North versus South end of last season, and it was really good. It was a wicked track. So hopefully it looks a bit drier out there than that meeting. Like no fault of the track, but it's just the heat that we've had here has been pretty crazy. So yeah, hopefully we get 2 lanes out there and we can make something happen.
And of course you couldn't do it without your sponsors, mate. Cars look fantastic as usual. I just asked your brother what your sponsors were, but I'll ask you too, because car looks a little bit different.
Yeah, different colour, but mostly the same sponsors. Yeah, we're fairly spoilt with our guys that we have on board. Our parents, East Outdoor and Leisure, John and Sue Baker, East Lake Carriers, awesome. David Jones Motors builds us both great engines. I've got Craig Walker. We've got Alan Kellett, Panel and Pate, helping us along. Another mate just came on board, DW Landscaping in Taupo. So yeah, we're very fortunate.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for your time and best of luck this weekend.
Yeah, appreciate it. Cheers.
Thank you, Dan. We'll head over to Mike Wilson, who's with the 66K, the man who's laughing his backside off. It is Skinny Colson, Mike.
Mate, I've got an absolute legend right here, Graham Skinny Colson, a guy who you could technically say has won this meeting, because before Saloons and Super Saloons split, this guy was a multinational champion. So good to see you back in that car running that 66K.
It's good to be doing it again. It's just really good to be doing it. Absolutely marvellous. Looking forward to the weekend. There's lots of good cars here, so should be some good tight racing, and let's hope the old fella's still up to it.
Well, it's going to be a bit more sedate than the sprint car that you've been racing for the last 15 odd years or more. A little less horsepower, but I'm sure you haven't forgotten.
Oh, I've got it sussed, eh? Al makes me a cup of tea, and while I'm going down the straights, I just have a cup of tea, eh? It is so different, but it's just an opportunity that came up with Dalton's. They just had some pieces lying around and wanted to see me out in a saloon, so we put it together. This is the 3rd season, and I kind of race it part-time. I split the duties, do part sprint car, part saloon car, but I couldn't turn up coming to a New Zealand title. It's just got to be done.
Mate, I've heard so many times over the last few years that yes, Skinny's racing a sprint car, but man, we'd love to see him back in a saloon car. Just one more time, people are saying, I just want to see him once more. Well, we're getting to see you in a New Zealand title. That couldn't be any better.
No, exactly. It's just scripted just right. Just like you say, it couldn't be better. You got the best of everyone, South Island, North Island here, so I'm going to have to be really on our game. You have to have the track, unfortunately, their lake where they draw their water from is dry, so water's going to be precious here tonight, so we're really going to have a car that's good to run on a dry track, and just going to have to use the brain and drive really carefully. So I've done that a few times in my life, and it's worked, eh?
Yeah, just a few. So if we do see a 2-lane racetrack here tonight, are we going to see the Skinny of old up near the fence?
I definitely hope there's a 3-lane. I hope if they're going too wide, I sure hope that I can use the very outside and get round them. You only need just a little bit of moisture out there and you can do it. There's no point in following around the back, that doesn't get you anywhere, so I definitely will be trying. There's no doubt about that.
How much has saloon car racing changed in the couple of decades or more since you were at your peak in this class?
Well, you've got the split now. You've got your basic saloon car with your 360 cubes maximum. Back in our day, this is kind of what we were racing, what we've got now, but you were running on methanol and you had heaps of horsepower and mid-mounts and stuff like that. The saloon is really lovely ruling. It's very spec ruling so that it keeps them so close. I love what they've done. They've kept the saloon as a saloon, and now you've got your super saloon, which is the all-out, they're totally different. If I won Lotto, I definitely would love to have a super saloon. That's for sure. There's no doubting that. But what they've done and how they've kept the tyre rule, engine size rule, it keeps it really close and really balanced. It's a lot slower than what I was used to in my time. We were going a lot faster, but you have to be more accurate in these and keep them really clean and tidy because they're all much the same. In the early days, I had quite an advantage over a lot of them, and it made it easy for me, but I haven't got that big advantage here.
Driving advantage might come into it. Good to see you here again, and I'm certainly looking forward to watching a legend.
It's really good to see you again too. Cheers, everyone.
Skinny Colson.
You got to love Skinny Colson. Thank you very much, Mike Wilson. I'm here with the 71k Ryan Neve, mate. Been racing for about 5 seasons now, but knocking some rust off this weekend.
Yeah, man. Fourth meeting back. So we did the North Islands a couple of weeks back. Came home 10th from 16th. So we're just looking at top 10 this weekend. So yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Try qualify and pass each car, each race, and just consistency is key for us. So yeah, it'll be good. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Now, you're just telling me off camera there's a bit of history behind this car. Just talk about that one, because you've got a brand new motor in there, but this car goes a wee way back.
Yeah, so Jeff Barron won it 1-1NZ in this car. It's a home built based on a Skinny chassis. He had some ideas, so he built it. So he won on his debut of the season, and he ran it at Kiki. So we bought it in 2014, and we had a season off and then had 5 in a row. So we're back into it and trying to do a bit of a full season next season, and this one's just getting some rust off and see how we can go this weekend. So yeah,
must be pretty excited to run the New Zealand Champs here at Huntly. It's a track so close to home for you, because of course you're only half an hour down the road.
Yeah, bro, Pukekohe. So we're actually Kiki car registered because we love the track, but we used to actually register at Huntly. So yeah, it's basically a home track for us. So yeah, super looking forward to it, and like the track, it's a bit tired. Hopefully it doesn't go too slick, but yeah, really looking forward to it. So.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully not on a highway to hell tonight, mate. Yeah, I love that shirt, by the way. Of course, you couldn't do it without all your sponsors, your crew. Who looks after you, mate?
Yeah, Waikato Sandblasting is probably our big one. And then we got Reese Fish, who builds the motors, and then just me and the family, so mum and dad, brother, my Uncle Stu, so that's it. Pretty much a family team, so we just do our best. Yeah,
that's what Speedway's all about. It's all about family, mate. Hey, best of luck this weekend. We'll look forward to seeing how you get on.
Cool, man. Cheers. Thanks.
Alrighty, we'll go over to Mike Wilson. Mike.
How good is that? How good are the drivers here? They're all ready to go. Awesome to be able to talk to Skinny Colson, who still runs around this place like he's had 10 coffees.
Well, he runs around here like he's had 10 coffees. 10 coffees. He's always running around like he's had 10 coffees. Look, fantastic event. It's great to catch up with these drivers, as you said. Look, they're all... I expected there to be a lot of nerves. I expected there to be a lot of tension, but there's not. It's quite calm here at the moment. It's a little bit eerie in a way, Mike.
Look, if there is nerves and tension, they're not showing it. No one's keen to show their hand right now, but you're right, it's quite a calm, relaxed atmosphere in the pit. The preparation's been done, the crews are just relaxing. It's almost go time.
It is almost go time. It is the New Zealand Saloon Champs. This is the biggest event of the year for this one, and we're going to head upstairs and see Minty. Minty, have you got us up there?
Yeah, sure have, guys. I don't know if you can hear me floating down. Have you got me in your ears, Billy?
Yeah,
Shake
we sure have.
Hey, look, really neat to have both of you here. It is a saloon title, 2 nights, and it's going to be a hell of a thing. Again, it's hot. The track, and Red said in his driver's briefing, just talking out the back, he's not sure what the track's going to do. He's put as much water in it as he can, but the elements are really fighting against us. We were 31, 32 degrees today here, which is beyond Hastings weather, but I'm excited about this because we've got 3 dark horses or 4 dark horses. That's the South Island guys, Mike. You've probably seen more of them than I have. But I just think Woolhouse, Mike, there's a couple of these guys I'm just saying, hey, they've got a big sniff of this. They're unknown.
Look, to be fair, we don't really get a lot of South Island guys around Hawke's Bay at Miani. So for me, they're dark horses as well. But I just know you're not going to bring a race car all the way up to the North Island without having some sort of expectation in your mind.
That's right, Mike and Minty. We saw these guys come up, some of them come up for the North versus South here last season in April last year. And look, these guys, they come up here, they're determined, they've come up here for a reason. Everyone's come here for a reason. These guys have travelled further. Now, if one of these guys goes home with a number, you watch the look on their face at the end of the weekend, all the time sitting in front of behind the wheel of their car driving up here, the ferry crossing, just to get from Wellington to here, that's 7 or 8 hours. That's still a long drive, even if you count in driving from Christchurch, wherever they've come from. It would be so worth it. And this championship, I think there's going to be a lot of emotion attached to this one.
Yeah, undoubtedly there will. And Minty, you've seen these guys racing on this track. You know how fast Josh Smith can be. Held the track record until not long ago. And now the New Zealand champion, defending champion, currently holds the record.
Yeah, look, he did. And look, that night there's 4 or 5 cars went under the lap record as well, Mike. He just was the quickest by a couple of tenths of a second. So when the track's on, it's really on. But what we saw in the New Zealand Super Saloons a couple of years ago was Friday night there was a heap of passing. The guys who had the back grids tonight benefited on night 2 a little bit as the track, they started earlier and the track got hot. And we unfortunately ended up with 1, 2, 3, and they did a bit of processional racing at the front. The guys from the back made 8 or 10 passes, but the guys at the front sort of sat up there and did what they wanted to do to run through. So, yeah, a bit of fun, bit of games and all those sorts of things. But, yeah, I think there is that big thing about just how quick they could be and what they can do. My gut feeling is Ethan Cook, though, to be honest.
Yeah, look, Ethan Cook last year was absolutely incredible. The first race, from memory, he went from around grid 20 to about 4th or 5th place, and that is what won him the championship. He had 2 very, very good races after that, but it was the movement forward in his first race that sealed the deal.
And the thing is as well, Mike, about this format, we spoke about it earlier, you've got that championship field that'll race over 3 heats, but not this weekend. We've got 5 heats for each group. You say you can have a bad heat or 2, but you can't afford to have that. Top 16 go through to the championship final on points, just like that. They'll get their grids, they'll get all of that stuff. So it's like a Grand Prix final. This is as good as it gets for this class. It is the New Zealand Saloon Champs. It's a great format, it's a great track, it's a great event. Oh my God, let's do it!
You're going to see a lot of the old cliche as well, Minty, where you can't win it on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it.
Actually, if you look over your back shoulder, Michael, look down towards me. Yeah, that's it. See the red mist in the air? We get a lot of red mist in the air in the first corner here from the drivers, and they go stupid and run into each other. Sorry.
You got me, mate. I was looking up and I'm thinking, no, that's overcast, and overcast is what we want because it's keeping the moisture into the racetrack, and that's what we want because we want a 2-lane track. We don't want to see them down on the inside there on the rubber.
I can't believe I fell for that, Minty. I can see you right in front of me. I thought, did he think we were facing the wrong way? But anyway, let's get this show on the road. This is going to be an epic weekend, guys. What do you reckon?
It's going to be absolutely huge. The 13th staging brought to you by the Tank Guy, a New Zealand title to be decided this weekend.
Oh, let's do it, Mike. Let's do it. We'll be down here in the pit lane. Myself, Billy Hickey, Mike Wilson, Graham Minty Mead on the call, mate. Let's do it. Let's rip into it. Let's go.
All right, thank you, Minty. Yeah, once again back here with the 71C car of Willie Woolhouse. You just went out onto the racetrack and I asked you about it and you just shook your head.
Yeah, no, we got nothing out of that. It was just all greasy and horrible. It was just not worth putting it in the wall so early in the night. So, yeah, warmed everything up, I suppose, so good to go.
Straight away, panels off the back of the race car. That's just to be able to get the clay and remove all of that.
Yeah, you don't want to be carrying extra weight around that you don't have to, and there'll be clay in places where you don't want it. So you got to give it a good clean and make sure she's good to go.
So possibly they're going to have to run a few cars out on this racetrack before it starts to come back to how you guys are going to like it.
Oh, definitely, but they're putting mini sprints out there. I don't know how they're going to get around it, but it'll be good to watch. So hopefully they dry it out a bit and we'll pack it. It'll be cool.
Do you like a deep racetrack where you can run the 2 lines, or do you prefer to run down the bottom?
Bit of both. It just depends on track conditions, and if it's slick, you like passes on the outside, but you can do passes on the inside too if it's drivey. The car's good like that. You can just put it where you want it, so it's good.
So no doubt you'll be heading up to have a look at the track as the few races come out here just to see how those conditions change.
Yeah, I think we're at race 3, so hopefully they get it a bit drier, flatter and stuff. It'll be cool. So,
well, the crew was straight onto it. Good luck.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, I'm here with the 67A Scott Rumble New Zealand title here at Huntly, just down the road for your home track at Waikareka. How are you feeling?
Yeah, a little bit nervous. First time I've run here, so even though it's only half an hour away from home, haven't had the luxury to run here before, so we'll go at the first race and see how we go.
Now, you said you haven't run here before. How long have you been racing saloons for?
This is my 3rd year back in a saloon, but I've been racing for about 20 years in total.
What else have you been racing bar saloons?
Did a few years a while ago in stock cars, and then did 15 years in dirt track.
And why come back to the saloons?
It's always something I wanted to have a crack at, and now I'm a little bit more financial, I thought I'd have a crack at it, and enjoying it.
Absolutely, that's the way, mate. Now, you said you'd never run here at Huntly before. Can you just tell us what you think of the place? What are your expectations this weekend?
To start off with, we're going to have to finish all 5 rounds. If we don't finish all 5 rounds or heats, we're going to be really struggling, I think, in the Supercharger. So the main thing's to finish.
Main thing's to finish, of course. What are your grids this weekend?
Sorry?
Grids for this weekend.
The first grid's 12. Second two, I think, are grids 6 and 7, so up the front, and then again close to the front and one right off the rear. So favourable grids.
Well, that's exactly what we want, mate. Make sure you keep out of trouble, because this championship cannot be won in the first corner. You've been racing long enough to know that.
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you, Billy.
You can't hear me. Look, of course, you couldn't do it this weekend without all your sponsors and your crew, mate. Who looks after you?
Yeah, so my pit crew, I've got good mate Ron, Aidan and Paige, sponsors, BSR Concrete, Mainline Construction, and Bel Air Mitzi Wreckers.
Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck this weekend, and enjoy the track, enjoy the event.
Yep, thank you, Billy. Shall do. Cheers.
Big business or small business, we've got mobile solutions to give any size business an edge. Our regionally based account managers can scope your business and deliver to your evolving needs. Take control of your team's business mobiles with individual plans or shared data pools, along with solutions that offer increased control over device and data security and the flexibility to easily manage your team's mobiles and apps. Whatever your business, whatever your size, talk to your Spark customer lead or business hub today.
Got a broken computer? Don't throw it in the bin.
E-Waste Services to the rescue!
Has your TV or toaster blown up?
E-Waste Services to the rescue!
Be a superhero. Recycle your electronics today. You don't even need to leave your home or business. They'll pick up most items anywhere in the Wellington-Kapiti region. E-Waste Services. They recycle anything with a plug. Head online to ewasteservices.co.nz or call 564 5464.
How we going? Smoker time. No, I've been. I have a beer, mate. Still working. Raspberry and Coke for me, thank you, Lauren. Busy, hey. Sorry, mate. I'll catch you up later on. Good to see you. Yo. Oh, second flat tyre in 2 days. Here's my phone. Get wholesale tyres in Whakatane.
Need truck tyres? Wholesale tyres. Good tyres, better prices, great.
Situated just 1.5 hours drive from Christchurch is Hanmer Springs, a small alpine village that has everything for the adventurer or for someone looking to relax. Stay a while and enjoy a bike ride through the numerous bush tracks, or relax in the famous hot pools. Take the whole family and let the kids take on the many attractions on offer. And to top off your stay, book now with Hanmer Holiday Homes, where there's a budget and accommodation to suit everyone. Call now.
47D, George Phillips, mate, you've come all the way up from Invercargill to race here this weekend, New Zealand Champs. That's a long drive.
Yeah, it's a long drive, but it's worth it. First ever New Zealand title was worth the drive, you know. The more experience I can get, the better in the car. And I've never raced with a lot of these North Island drivers before, so it's a whole new kettle of fish for me. I'm excited to be here.
Oh, that's great, mate. Can you tell us just how old you are? How long have you been racing one of these for?
This is my second season in a Saloon. I've been racing since I was 12, but in this grade it's my second season.
Fantastic. I mean, where are you starting this weekend for your grids?
I think the first one's 11, then 7, then 11, and then a 5, and then a 1, I think. That's the 5 heats.
Fantastic, and of course, mate, you couldn't do it without your sponsors this weekend. Great looking car.
Yeah, Cleanway's my main sponsor. IMO. John Sivrot from Powerline does a fantastic job on the paint jobs, the graphics and all that. Carl from Iron Signs, he does the stickers. Enviro South, iBattery, all them guys. Like, I wouldn't be able to come all the way from South into the North Island to race in the New Zealand title without all their support.
Well, best of luck this weekend and have some fun.
Thank you very much.
Well, here we go. It is time for the Waikato Mini Sprint Champs. Just looking to see what's going on now. We're right. We've got a bit of sound going out now. Sorry about that. Just learning a couple of things from here. So Waikato Mini Sprints. Tomorrow night it's the Oval Superstars. 1NZ, Shane Dewar out of Palmerston North. The 2NZ, the local Huntly car of Ben Vaughan. Raced mini stocks here and has grown in his time throughout that to become 2NZ. 10S is Sean Dickey, 18S Daniel Nicol, 33k from Kiki Stephen Hart, the 38S Donald Kruger. Then we go back to the 72p of Elliot Heron, the 82S of Cameron Hurley, 85S Aaron Eulenberger, they've got to have them everywhere in cars, and 88S Conrad Hall. They're just running around the track at the moment, just running a bit of this water off the top, settling things down and making sure that we've got a little bit of drivey track going on. It is very drivey, it'll be okay, but we just put a sprinkle of water on it and it not got away, but it got pretty wet in a pretty big hurry. Also, while you're out there, don't forget, Scott Williams, Real Estate, take your photo in front of his picture, put it to his Facebook page, go in the draw for a $150 food voucher. It's up there in corner 3, so take a photo, put it up to his Facebook page of Scott Williams, Eve Real Estate, $150 voucher. So I'll do a couple more times. We have down here, I know, probably 3 or 4. Wayne Bryant, our official starter down here. The 85S, Aaron Eulenberg. The 60. 88 of Conrad Hall. 10S, Sean Dickey. Of course, we go back a few years. Sean Cook was unstoppable in mini sprints based out of here at Huntly. He's now racing TQs, and of course he has the Cook Roofing New Zealand North Island TQs in a few weeks' time here on the 29th, the evening of the 29th. And a big open wheel meeting here with TQ's midgets. Bit of sprint car action too for the Waikato title. Great to have you along, wherever you are, both here at the track and through the most wonderful coverage of Jason and the crew from Pitts Media. Got their stream cranking. It's taken a number of years for someone to deliver a stream that pretty much goes glitch-free. This must be the way he's pointed north, he's managed to make it work. So well done, Jason, the crew. It's always cool to see Speedway going out to anywhere in the world. Looking down, we won't be too far away from a race start. 12 laps for the Waikato Mini Sprint title over 3 heats. Looking for the yellow lights to go out. Getting the call. Joining me in commentary, Craig Tonkin. Used to come from Stratford, doesn't anymore.
No, living up here now. Although I might have a Stratford shirt to wear tomorrow.
No, you won't. Not going to happen.
Starting to look good now.
Yellow light's still on. 1 to go. Thumbs up from Wayne Bryant on the flags. 72p. Elliot Heron on the back of the grid. It's going to be a little bit slippery as they go into 1. Heron hanging right off the back of this field. Looking for a green flag. Yellows are still on. They'll go 1 more. They'll run out of gas before we get them started shortly.
Just remember, feeling a bit peckish, there's plenty of chips and burgers and hot dogs up there. Plenty of food around the track.
So now 72. Elliot Heron comes in to the back of the grid. Wayne Bryant has the green flag. 12 laps. We get the race start. On the inside, Eulenberg in the 85. Oh, they go out wide to 88, piles in the wall. Eulenberg spins up. Manages to be avoided by all the chasing pack. Trying to start that car. Gets it started. No, she doesn't. Yes, she do. Stop, start, stop, start. The Eulenberg car gets fired up in the right direction. We've gone yellow just as they get going and out of the road. Have they done one full lap, or will we do a full race restart? Got a great start. Eulenberg just drifted too wide, just took away.
A little bit too damp on there, so drifted out to the side.
Some of that red mist that I was telling Mike Wilson about.
Yeah.
Great to have Mike Wilson up here and Billy Hickey floating around. Mike, of course, does lots of karting commentary and based down of Hawke's Bay. One of their big hopes, Josh Smith. He will be hoping for big things from him. He has been very, very quick around this track. Looking for another restart.
Good.
Green, green we go. Big start this time on the outside of the 88. Working hard on the inside is the 10 of Sean Dickey. But 88, Conrad Hall gets a blinder of a start. Gotta like that going on at the moment. A couple going out wide in corner 3 or 4. But your race order is Hall in the 88 from 10S Dickey, then the 1NZ of Dewar in the NZ car, 18S of Nickel, then the 33K of Hart. Then we go back to the 38 of Kruger, the 2NZ of Vaughan, then it's Eulenberg. But 88, Hall, he's doing this good as gold. Conrad Hall put about 15, 20 car lengths on him and the rest of the field.
Still looking mighty slippery out there. Cut number 85, Eulenberg. He's drifting wide on a lot of the corners.
Can't be too bad. They're running 16 ones. Yeah. So they're a couple of seconds off lap record pace, but it's coming down in a hurry. It's Hall. Dew is the fast man on the track in the 1NZ. And by mean 1NZ, he's 1NZ and he's sponsored by NZ, so double whammy for him. Then we go back to the 10S of Dickey, the 18S of Nickel, the 33K of Hart, sits in 5th place. Then it's the 38 of Kruger, then the 2NZ of Vaughan. Behind the 2NZ of Vaughan is the 72 of Heron, then the 85 of Eulenberg and the 82 of Hurley. Now we're hotting up a little bit at the front. Here comes Dewar in the 1NZ. He's hunting down the 80S of Conrad Hall. It's down to about 5 or 6 car lengths. Dewar, he's been up here a few times. He knows his way around Huntly and he knows his way around here quick. 15.8 for Dewar, quickest lap of the race so far. Half race distance, done 6 to go. 3rd place is Dickey, then 38 of Kruger's made a couple up. The 18S of Nickel, then the 33K of Hart. He's in 6th. Then it's the 72 of Heron, then the 2NZ of Vaughan. Vaughan's having all sorts of problems. Wonder if he's got a tyre going down, but that car is not handling. It's all over the place. The tail happy, front happy, getting a big push on as he goes in the corner. Oh, problems for the 88. He's hooked out towards the wall. He's just idling right down the wall of the back straight underneath the commentary tower, looking to try and get his way across to the infield. He's going to stop on track. We're going to go yellow. We have to.
We've gone yellow.
3 to go. Dewar. I wonder if he's run out of gas.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like he's. There's no flat tyres or anything, or no damage, so he hasn't done anything. But
car's just had a stop.
It's just stopped. That's it. That's enough.
Cried enough right now. So with 3 laps to go, the 1NZ of Dewar takes over the lead from the 88S of Conrad Hall. He did a great job too. He was leading out. He was running good lap times. Dewar slowly running him down. But that's what tractors are for.
Yep. That's motor racing.
Sitting at about 38 degrees up here in the commentary tower at the moment and getting hotter. So the restart with 4 laps left to go. 1NZ of Shane Dewar has the lead. The 10S of Sean Dickey will be second. Then the 38S of Donald Kruger. The 0800 steering sponsored car. Actually looks like a Lego car or a tile. It looks like a tile you'd never put in your kitchen, really, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Great looking car. That stands out on the track, though.
Yeah, it's different.
Gummy worms.
I've been watching that paint job for years and it hasn't won me over yet, and I don't think it's going to tonight. You'll always see a Eulenberg car, green and white, as their trucks are.
Always are.
Here we go, racing. Gets a good start from Dewar. Cuts the nose off the 10S. Kruger, though, the 838, he's got some go on. will come around this time. There'll be 3 laps left to go in the first heat of the Waikato Mini Sprint Champs. Dewar from Dickey from Kruger. Then we go back to Nickel, Heron, Hart, Vaughan, Eulenberg, Hurley, and of course Hall in the middle in the 88. These front 3 have put about 15 or so car lengths on the chasing pack. 2 laps left to go. Dewar drops down to a 14.8, so he's starting to get a crank on. Starting to get a bit of speed out of the 1NZ car. That's a great sponsor, isn't it? My sponsor's NZ. I am 1NZ. Can't be much better than that. 1 to go, white flag. Dewar. Dickey in the 10S, then Kruger in the 38. Kruger really starting to work hard now. Then the 72 of Heron. He's really made some ground. Elliot Heron up to 4th. Kruger putting the pressure on. Not going to happen. Dewar peels out the fastest lap time of the race with a 14.7. So the 1NZ of Shane Dewar will take out heat 1 of the New Zealand, of the Waikato Mini Sprint Champs. 10S Dickey will be 2nd. 38S Kruger will come home 3rd. Then the 72P of Heron will be 4th. The 18S of Nickel will be 5th. Then the 33K of Hart will be 6th. The 85Fs of Eulenberg 7th. 2NZ of Vaughan will be 8th. The 9th, the 82 of Hurley, and a DNF for the 82S of Hall. That's the way they'll finish from heat 1 of the Waikato Mini Sprint Champs. That's all right, eh?
That's looking good.
The track's going to come all right. If they can keep a bit of moisture in, this is going to be an exceptionally quick track.
I think it will be. Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be some fast racing, I think, coming up later on in the evening.
You just got to keep the moisture in it because it's so hot. Ben Vaughan with some problems in the 2NZ, getting a push off to the pits as well. But it's just keeping that water in the track because it's so exceptionally hot. I don't know how poor Jason's coping down there in that pits media van. Let's hope his air conditioning's broken and he's suffering just as much as we are up here. Next out, we're going to see Outlaw Legends before we have New Zealand Saloons, the Tank Guy Race 3, Group A versus Group B. So how this works, there's 6 groups. There's 8 cars in 4 groups. There's 7 cars in 2 others. So each group races the other group once over the next 2 nights. So there'll be 3 races tonight, 2 more tomorrow night. Then once they've got the top 16 cars on points, go straight into the final.
Nice.
Then there's a repechage, 2 of them, and the top 2 cars go into the final, but off the grid 17, 18, 19, 20. They take the back 4 grids.
Back 4, yep.
Then we do 1 race of 25 laps to find the winner.
That'll be good. That'll be a good race.
So they're going to do 5 heats tonight, tomorrow night. So everybody races everybody over the 2 nights, but 3 heats tonight, 2 heats tomorrow night, then 1 25-lap final.
That's a good way to do it. So, as you say, everyone gets to race everyone.
Yeah.
Yep. No,
So everybody races each other, and I think that's the fairest and best way. I'm a real believer in the 3-heat format, but who am I to think? I sometimes think, Mike Wilson has seen a heap of these things. He's floated around. Yeah. Of course, working with the Pits Media, he's seen many of these competitions and many of these New Zealand Saloon titles, as I have here, and I've seen them over 3 heats, and I've seen them over lots of heats. So I don't have a perfect outcome, but we'll have a perfect outcome tomorrow night when we declare a winner. Will it be Ethan Cook repeating? Will it be somebody new? But I'd say the last thing I heard is the Roygard car, the 2NZ, that car is for sale.
Oh, okay.
They're now going full-time super stock racing, and of course young fellas just made the New Zealand under-20 squad, about 40 of them there. So Cam.
Yeah. So if anyone out there thinking they could give this a go.
Yeah, there's a saloon car. I think Dave's got a couple of them for sale. He's brought the 58K, the V6 car that he was running. They talk about Outlaw Legends. People said, what are they? Well, they're the old historic stock cars, but these ones tap and turn to each other. They don't mind running into each other and having a bit of a hit to spin. As the saloon cars start lining up on the dummy grid down there. Look at that.
So these are the older stock cars that we might remember from our youth, some of us.
Forest Lake days, back in the early 70s, late 60s for me. Jing as that makes me feel old. Bit of that going on. So, they're running on a different set of rules tonight where they're allowing tapping and turning. Bit of contact.
Yeah, why not?
They've there's some of them that some don't contact. These ones tonight will have a bit of tap and turn and a bit of contact. Yeah. So lots of crew working hard around these cars down in the pits too as they're starting to line up. The nerves will be coming in. Might be a little bit of sunstrike with that cloud too coming out of corner 2. So Historics, as they call them, Outlaw Legends. TP, Trevor Peters on the outside, the 11 of Jackie Miller, then the 26 of Brian Coombe. First time I've seen that car out. Lindsay Swale in the main freight 76, and at the back the 99 of Graham Featherston. The 8 car, that's Snoopy. It's none other than Snoopy. Snoopy car, that's driven by... So the 11 out in front, Jackie Miller has the lead, the 26. Brian Coombe is second. Then we go back to 75 of TP. Featherston in the Fletcher Steel 99. 76 is Swale and the 41. B is Kerry Mann. So they're allowed to rub and lean and push and so the 11 of Jackie Miller. TP in the 75. Oh, in goes Snoopy. Gives the 26 of Coombe a bit of a rail rub. Featherston in the 99 comes in as well. Down the back, Mann in the 41 in front of Swale in the 76. So Jackie Miller, look how open that cab is. You could just about ride a horse through that front gap. Jackie Miller in the 11 has the lead. TP, Trevor Peters, the 75. Big, rowdy, open pipe car. Then there's the Featherston car, the 99. 99H. Lindsay Swale in the main freight. Ian Smith in the Snoopy 8. So Smithy in the 8. And Snoopy was synonymous at Forest Lake many moons ago. One of the cars everybody wanted a part of and remembered. Swale in the 76, the main freight. No one will want to pass Lindsay actually because that big old flat chassis. It's the old Bonnie and Clyde style body. It's huge. And I think if you get near him, you'll find out what Bonnie and Clyde used to do as well.
Definitely a solid old girl, that one. But a lot of these cars, as Minty was saying, you know, cars of the past, cars of the Waiwakaio days in New Plymouth, Forest Lake here.
White flag coming.
White flag out, one to go.
So does the 11H of Jackie Miller. Has the lead. Gets slowed down by man. Actually, TP in the 75's gone to the lead. Is Swale going to stop him? TP got much speed. Got on the outside of Swale. The 76. So TP will take the win. Second coming home will be Jackie Miller in the 11. And Jackie Miller has a big launch and a dive into the side of 76 of Lindsay Swale. Well, it's coming. The rumble starting out the back. A versus B, the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Series Heat 1. They're ready to come out the gate and let the battle commence. The nerves will be fine. They know they've got 5 heats and they can afford, well, they can't afford one bad heat, but they can afford a heat that is a little bit challenging. Billy Hickey down there just floating around looking, deciding who's who. I hope he's got his money on the TAB because it's closed now. Putting money on Ross Cresswell. He reckons the 77K's got this. Well, Racing Ross Cresswell has done a heap of laps around this wonderful track here at Huntly. Has he got the goods to hang into him? Him and I started our apprenticeships together in 1977 as mechanics in Hamilton. So Ross and I went to night school together for many years. It's funny how things turn up. But for me, Josh Smith on this one, Ethan Cook. You've got the 26, the 27 out of Hawke's Bay, the 27B, and the 1NZ of Ethan Cook. A versus B. So Group A, number 1, Ethan Cook. 7P Shane Laking, 26S Alan Hooper, 75M Michelle McPherson, 88K Chris Johnson, 89A Tom Roberts, and the 227B of Wayne Melling. Group B, the 2NZ of Cam Roygard, the 12S of Blake Hooper, the 27B of Josh Smith, 67A of Scott Rumble, the first of our South Island visitors, 71C Willie Woodhouse, 77K Ross Cresswell, and out of Wellington but running out of Palmerston, Danielle Halcrow. So Willie Woodhouse, I'll be interested to see how he goes on this track, see how quickly he dials in and what he can do. He said he was out there before and it was a bit slippery. It was going to be slippery. He was just warming up the car and getting going. Not much he can tell as the saloons come out. It will be 12 laps. Looking
at these groups, there's names in every group that could easily take this tonight. So it's there's no one you can write off.
So off the front of the grid, 7P is off the front. 27B, Smith is off 2. 2NZ, Roygard off 3. 1NZ, Cook off 4. 26S, Hooper off 5. 12S, Blake Hooper off 6. 89A off 7. 227B, Melling off 8. 77K, Cresswell off 9. 75M, Michelle McPherson off 10. 88K will be Johnson off 11. 67A, Rumble off 12. 124P, Halcrow, and the 71C of Willie Woodhouse will make up the tail of the grid. That's the way they'll crank out there. Now, Michelle McPherson, I apologise in advance. I know she's been married for a number of years. I still call her Michelle Weimer, and it just keeps popping into my head and happens. It shouldn't do, but it's Michelle McPherson. But she started racing in mini stocks when I had hair. And
that long ago?
Yeah, that long ago. Look, I'm doing a wedding. I'm doing a wedding next week for a young lady that started out in mini stocks.
Someone's got you doing a wedding?
15 years ago. She's getting married now. I'm going, uh-oh. But never mind. So Pippa May Langdale.
Nice.
So Josh Smith, he knows this track well. He came up here a lot last year. Ethan Cook the same. They came and did a lot of laps around this track. They got the hang of it. They got the feel of it. They wanted to know what was going on in the track. And I think they're going to do okay. Smith set a lap record that was blisteringly fast. Oh, Roygard. The 2NZ Roygard, now talking to Dave before, he's pulled up beside the gate looking for a 2-minute bell, I'd say, that's going to come. So the Roygard crew, here comes Dave Roygard wandering down beside the pit gate. Now that motor's only just been put in the car today. So Dave's had this motor, they've built it up, they've run it in, it's in the car going today. Mike Wilson's down there, he's floating around. Dave Roygard's looking at the car, they're asking, Annette Hutchby's running across Kirk of the course. He's going to ask for 2 minutes. They're going to try and divert these cars around somewhere. I don't know where. They're going to put them out wide, but Roygards want to come across the pit wall, so they put these cars through. Then I think they'll change what's going to happen from the outside. So Roygard, the 2NZ, won that title down in Hawke's Bay last year. Was seen as a complete outsider for that to happen, and it did. So here comes Roygard to pit gate. Two NZ of Cam Roygard. Stefan Roygard there across the fence. Dave Roygard, dad and son, just across there checking things. Don't know what they were going to be able to do. Is it steering? Is it okay? He's given them the okay. They climb back over the fence. Not much they can do. They said get out there and go drive fast. He is off grid 3 is Roygard. So the 1NZ and the 2NZ beside each other on the track as we just about get ready to go racing. Heat 1, 12 laps. The tank guy, New Zealand Saloon champs, Group A versus Group B. I will also be taking screenshots of the heats as they go through and dropping them up on Facebook if you want to catch up. Also, we're live on 88.3 FM. If you want to plug your FM into your ears. So rumbling around out of corner 4. Red Wootton. 1 to go. Gives them the 1 lap to go. Off the front, the 7. Shane Laking, the 7P. Out of Palmerston North, the 27B of Josh Smith. Then Ethan Cook and Roygard. Cam Roygard and the 2NZ. Then it's the 2 Hooper cars, 12 and 26. Orange lights are still on. They'll do 1 more lap. They'll grid these guys a little bit closer together. 12 laps. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. So hopefully that's a little bit better for you. So looking for the green, it's in the air. Lakin on the inside, Smith on the outside. Green says go. Smith gets a blinder of a start. Roygard, that motor's died. So Roygard has problems. Cars on the grass all over the place.
Smith taking the lead into turn 3, but it goes real wide. 7's to the wall, just a bit of a touch there.
Look at Cook. He's come from that grid spot 1 back, and he's gone out by the wall. He's rounded up Josh Smith. Smith, it's there for him. They're just fighting with the track a little bit. It's got some drive. Cook right out to the wall. He's doing the scrape in the Nerf bar right on the concrete. Rocking it in. 16.8, second lap round. Smith with the big bicycle on the left front through 1 and 2. Melling has come from grid 10. He's up to 3rd in the 227. Laking in the 7 is next. Then it's, oh, look out, McPherson in the 57, in the 75. Gets it sideways, comes back down on top of the 12. They have contact. Roygard in the 2, he's got problems. He's just idling around the track looking to try and maintain a few points for finishing. But it's the 1NZ of Cook leading from Smith. Then it's the 227 of Melling. He's made up a heap of ground from grid 10 to 3. Then the 7P of Laking. Then we go back to Michelle McPherson in the 75M. 71C, Willie Woodhouse. We've gone to yellow. I think that might be for Roygard. I think they might be looking at him and saying, hey, you're a danger out there. You're not actually achieving anything. We're going to hook you onto the infield.
I think he could well be. Yep, he's coming off onto the infield.
So Roygard hooks the 2NZ to the infield. But Ethan Cook got that grid split, but the big mover, the 227B, Wayne Melling, ex-street stock driver, has come from grid 10 up to 3rd, and Michelle McPherson, the 75M, has come from a couple behind him, grid 12. She's up to 5th. And Willie Woolhouse, he is tail end Charlie. He was on grid 16. He's made his way up to 6th. So he's made 10 passes, has the 71C from Christchurch. A bit of a warm-up, the track being slippery. Really's affected him. He's only made 10 passes. He's got another 6 to do. A few cars going backwards. And of course, the one that's gone completely backwards is the 2NZ of Roygard. There's a replay. Pitts Media getting some great footage of the 75M of McPherson spinning up, coming out of corner 4 and taking out the front of the 12S of Blake Hooper. He had to take avoidance. Danielle Hellcrow in the 124. Still down the back. Here we go. We'll race again. Cook in the 1NZ. Gets on the gas. Oh, he's getting some grip and drive. He's picking up the inside front wheel. McPherson in the 75 has made the pass on the 7 of Laking. Oh, into the wall we go. That's the 1NZ of Cook. He's cooked it up. And he's gone back a heap of places. Comes out in front of the 12 car of Hooper. But new leader. Smith in the 27B. Laking in the 7P. Weimer now up to 3rd place. Look at Woolhouse. He's going to go out wide. He's having a big look out wide around the outside of Cook. He knows there's a bit of space out there. If he's going to go forward, it's the 71C's doing that. He's having a look at Melling. Melling shuts the door. Cook. He goes inside, outside. 5 laps left to go. Cook, he's gone wide again. He's gone right out to the wall. He's over driving at the moment. Really trying to get up somewhere. Weimer gets up to second spot. Here comes the 71C. Michelle Weimer, the 75M. I told you I'd say Weimer sometime during the night. And it's up on my screen saying Weimer as well. Why do they do this to me? So it is the 27. It's Smith, the ex-lap record holder. He's cranking the light fantastic at the moment. Big lead over the 75M of McPherson. Then we go back to the 227 of Melling. Here comes the 1NZ of Cook. He's been up the front. He's been down the back. He's been in the wall. He's now up to third place. Melling in the 227's fourth. Then the 71C of Woodhouse. From the tail of the grid, he's made up 11 places. Cook on the outside of McPherson through 1 and 2. McPherson holding tough. 2 laps left to go. White flag coming. Here's the white for Smith. He's going to take the points of the first one. Oh, look out. McPherson gets one in the nerf bar from Cook. She manages to hold it together. He backs out of it. Woodhouse, he's trying to do the outside pass on Melling. Here comes the 69 into the side of 89. That's Roberts. He just barges Woolhouse out of the way to take over the place. I think the referees might have a bit of discussion about that coming through. Just saying. That's a bit frightening, but he made the pass, did the 89. But the big mover, here we go.
So
running through
the results, we got 27B of Smith in first, Michelle McPherson 75 in second, 1NZ Cook in third place, 227 in fourth, 227 that's the car of Melling, and then in fifth place we've got 89A the car of Roberts, running in fifth place. Sixth place we've got car number 71C of Woodhouse, 12S of Hooper in seventh. Eighth position was
Shane Laking.
Thank you. My list has gone on here.
Then we go to ninth place, the 67A of Scott Rumble. 10th place, the 77K of Ross Cresswell. Then it's the 124 of Danielle Halcrow in 11th, the 26S of Hooper in 12th, the 88K of Johnson in 13th, and a DNF for Roygard in the 2NZ. It's the way they finished Heat 1 of the Tank Guy. New Zealand Super Saloon champs with Roygard with a bit of work to do.
Yeah. Try and find out what happened to Roygard, but round of applause for the 27B of Smith.
Yep, done a great job. Of course, Cook though, he was in the wall, he was out of the wall, he was over the wall, he was back in the wall. So mini stocks out for Heat 2. We're just posting on Facebook those groups, those results. If you want to pick up on those, it will be a bit of a mismatch of points over the night, going from 20 points down. So probably a little bit difficult to follow, but they will work out by the time we get through to tomorrow night. Great to have the Pits media here as well. Jason and his crew from right down in Invercargill. They've toured all the way up here to Huntly International Speedway. And they're bringing you coverage. Yeah, after putting up with me in Rotorua 3 weeks ago at the... how can we say this? At the World 240s, that was a blinder of a meeting. I think it probably frightened a few people, and the viciousness and the, all those sorts of things. But yeah, some great coverage going out. Well done, Jace. I don't know what you're doing to get your stream going from here, but you must have held your tongue the right way just to put the right things together. I'm going to hand over to Craig Tonkin. He's going to call mini stocks for their first hit tonight. Of course, a lot of our cars are away in Rotorua at Mini Stocks in Paradise. But we've got enough here to make a race meeting of it with a bit of fun.
Alrighty, so looking on the grid, we've got car of 113, Kyle Matthew, sitting on pole. On the outside there, we've got 717, that's the Levi Jones. 14H on the inside there, that's the car of Greg Kapikajoin. And then on the outside there, we've got car number 63, Caden Barker. Even down there, got car number 61 on the inside, Chloe Burley. Good to see Chloe out there. Boyd Fitzgerald, car number 24 on the outside there. What do we got? Car number 49 there, we're looking at Jaden Hickford. And then on the outside, car number 93, we're looking at Renee O'Hearn in 93. And we're racing. Car number 14, Greg Capitjoin, straight into the lead on the inside. But Levi Jones running nice and wide on the outside, trying to keep in there. But 113, that's the car of Kyle Matthew, 113, cutting on the inside there. But at the moment, it's Greg all the way through in the first lap. Big field out there today. Running through, we've got car number 14H, to say Greg Capitjoin in first place. 113 of Matthews in second, with 717 Jones in third place. Bit of action running through there. Car number 49 down the back straight there. That's Jaden Hickford just dropping back a few places, but coming back into it. Bit of a battle there going on between number 62. That's Riley Kendall. Riley doing everything he can to get in front there. But at the moment up the front, we're 3 laps down. And we're looking at car number 14, Greg Capitjoin in first place. 5 laps remaining. 63H of Barker in second. 113 in third of Matthew. Car number 22, 22H, that's Xavier Martin coming up on the inside there. Bit of a spin, a bit of a whack there down on turn number 3. That's car number 63, that's Kyle Barker. So that'll bring out the yellow lights here, just go and make sure he's all okay. So we can get the car going again, get him rolling. He's off, he's underway.
63 of Caden Barker. It's up there, they're all in green up there in the corner. It's a Burley-a-thon up there and Mike Barrett. Mike Barrett's got long shorts or short longs on and long pockets. I'm not sure which they are. He needs to find the bottom of them. So mini stocks, just 12 to 16 years old. We don't run adult mini stocks here, and they are running again.
So straight back into it, we're looking at car number 12, which is of Harry Hodgins in the lead. Made the pass just before we went yellow.
Not sure what's happened to the 14th of Greg Capitjoin, but it looks like he's gone to the front on the restart. Xavier Martin in the 22 second, and Hodgins dropped back to third place in the Carter's 12. Then it's the 717 of Levi Jones.
Car number 74 of Travis coming up in fifth place, just been passed by car number 95. 95 making a bolt down the back straight there. Imogen Whitaker coming around nice and wide in there, coming up to the start-finish line. Sometimes it's nice to be out wide so you can not necessarily bounce off the wall, but use that to help you get around. Bit of nudge there between 74 and 95. Rubbing's racing, but now these guys aren't actively allowed to hit each other, but bit of rubbing is all right. But, so we're 6 laps down, 2 to go. Still looking at Greg Capitjoin, number 14 in the front, with 22 of Martin in second place. The field's starting to spread out a bit around the track now. The white flag out, 1 lap to go. So coming out of turn 2, number 14 there, the orange car of Greg. That's your race leader. Car number 22 on the outside, the black car coming flying up on trying to catch him, but I think it's going to be all down to car number 14, Greg Capitjoin. Takes the checkered flag. So we're looking at, as I say, 14 of Greg in first place, car number 22 of Martin in second, 12H of Hodgins in third, with 717 Jones coming up in fourth place. Fifth place is Imogen Whitaker, car number 95.
Then we go to the 27H of Jess Bird, then the 74H of Travis Keenan. Behind him, the 63H of Caden Barker, the 93H of Renee O'Hearn, the 10th is the 61H of Chloe Burley. What we're going to do is we're going to go down to the pits because they are providing us some brilliant interview stuff. It is the winner of Heat 1, Josh Smith, ex-lap record holder, the 27B, is with the pits media.
Thanks, Minty. Josh, that looked very tough out there in that first heat race. You dropped back a little bit early on and then fought your way back through to the front.
Yeah, we had the steering jam in the first corner, which I wasn't expecting. I had a plan and, yeah, it jammed, so Ethan got through and It's quite a heavy, slippery, wet track, so we just stuck it sort of up high and sort of tried, and the car was too tight, but yeah, we got it done.
It was interesting, both you and Ethan were running right up high, cleaning the concrete. It was a little bit dry and dusty up there. Once you came down to, about 2/3 of the way out, there was a line there, but at the end of that heat race, it had dropped back down to the pole.
Yeah, the track was starting to come better and better. It was just too sloppy to start with.
Talk me through the steering issue.
Not sure. I've worked on the steering. We had a bent spindle, coming into it, so we fixed that, and yeah, just unexpected. Not too sure. We'll have a look, see what it is.
So what did you do in that heat race? Just have to get the guns out, mate?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
A lot of work going on the back of the car, removing the clay. What are you going to change, basically, before you come out for Heat 2?
Probably nothing at this stage. We'll just see what the track does. I think the bottom's going to be dominant tonight, and the top's going to disappear, but we'll see. We'll see what the temperature does, and once the sun's off it, which is pretty good now, so it might be a really good track tonight. It's a bit hard to say, a bit early.
Does that help settle the nerves?
Yeah, I'm happy that we've got that one out of the way now, yeah. So, yeah, we'll be right for the rest of the night.
All right, that's your Heat 1 winner, the tank guy, Heat number 1, 27B, Josh Smith.
Thank you very much, Mike. I'm over here with the 227B, Wayne Melling. Finished 4th in that one. Great confidence boost to start the championship.
Oh, yeah, it is, mate. Just love being out there with all these guys, and everything sort of fell in my favour, really, so I was quite glad about that. Shane went wide and almost hit the wall, and I managed to pick up a couple of placings because of that, so yeah, it's a good race.
And happy with the car?
Yeah, fairly happy, but you're always adjusting these things throughout the night, so yeah, you just got to try and keep up with everybody else throughout the night, really.
Now obviously some pretty sort of, how would you say, tricky conditions out there, lots of clay being splayed around, and there's plenty of clay on the car that you probably need to clean off between now and the next race. How do you think the track might go? How do you think it might go on tonight?
Everybody keeps telling me this track slicks up really bad, so we've sort of got to prepare the car for that. We'll wait and see what these next 2 Saloon races bring, and then we'll go from there, really.
Now, of course, you're a former street stock driver. I believe you got 2 NZ not so long ago, and you'd be used to sort of difficult conditions and a bit of biff and barge around the place.
Yeah, the conditions that we get to race in, and these things usually aren't as bad as what the street stocks were, but we're all on the same track. We're all got to race, so sometimes unfortunate things happen in this class, and you get caught up in it, but that track wasn't too bad. There was just a couple of wet spots here and there, but they'll be gone by the time I go out there again, so it should be good.
And just tell us about your car as well, because you said it's really old. You're looking at building a new car in the next couple of years. Just tell us a bit about the history of the car.
The car's actually an old Kruger chassis, and from what I got told the other week, it's probably about 30 years old. So it's getting up there as far as age of cars go. Yeah, nothing like half of the guys I'm probably racing here this weekend with, but still seems to go all right, and we'll just keep trucking along and do a few things for next season and see if we can get it to go a bit better. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, Wayne. Congratulations on 4th place. Doing the Bay proud. Best of luck for the rest of the night.
Sweet. Thanks, mate.
Right, I've got the 2 NZ of Cam Roygar down here. Mate, that was not the start you want in this championship.
Yeah, well, I guess that's just racing, isn't it? Like, we went with a gamble, obviously, with a new engine and that. Like, if it worked, obviously, it would be like, be brilliant, but obviously, happens, I guess, but yeah.
Is it an issue that you can sort for the rest of this meeting?
I don't know yet. We'll find out shortly, but I don't know. Yeah.
You look a little bit disappointed right now, as you should be, but you still circulated as long as you could. You still pick up a point, and you never know, at the end of it could be a valuable point after 5 heats.
Yeah, I guess if we can get back out there and try and get a reasonable grid in the repecharge, and then obviously try and make the final, but yeah, a little bit disappointing, obviously, because I wanted to give it a good shot, but I guess that's the way it happens.
Well, you've still got 4 heats to go, so you still got to look positive on it. You can still make it straight through into the top 16.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's our next goal now, to try and make the top 16, or if not, get a good grid in the repecharge. So, yeah.
All right, I hope you get those issues sorted. Thanks, Cam.
Cheers. Thank you.
Right, we've got the 1 NZ of Ethan Cook here as well. Ethan, was it nerves that you were suffering out there, mate? Because I've never seen you drive. You drove all over that racetrack, and if you could have used the car park, I'm sure you would have.
Yeah, mate, that was a weird track. I mean, we're hitting wet spots that we thought were in there. Yeah.
You were right up high, throwing the dust up by the concrete. Then you were back to mid-track. Then you were down on the pole. You went everywhere.
Yeah, down the turn 1 and 2 is awesome. It was hooked up around there. We were real fast, but just coming into turn 3, it's that wet. If you just miss your brake point by, I know, 100 mils, you're into turn 4 next to the wall. It's hard work.
Well, you still recovered for a good finish, so well done to that. Hopefully that settles your nerves down. Good luck for the rest of tonight.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, there we are. It is Mike Wilson working hard down in the pits, trying to find out what's going on. A disappointed Roygard and a challenged Cook. Here we are, Heat 2. Group C versus E. On the front, Corf in the 8S. On his outside, Jared Fletcher in the 8M. He has been exceptionally quick round here. 25, Reece Clements is in 3. On the outside of him is the 36M of Bigwood. And the 57, Andrews from Dunedin. The D car all the way from down south. 16S Corf, the second of the cars. Skinny Colson, the Dalton 66K. Long time since we've seen Skinny ripping around a racetrack, but he is here. Last time he was here a few haircuts ago. We got a racing. Fletcher in the 8 gets a ripper of a start. Oh, Fletcher! He's almost gone over. He backs out of it and gets it back on 2 wheels. Wow! There's some side bite in a hurry. So Fletcher, that didn't scare him. Scared the hell out of me.
Out on turn 3. He's hit the wall and spun around.
146, Paul Wright, the 146A, has buried that in the wall. The Myco sponsored 146A out of Auckland. Fletcher. That is sensational. Into first corner from the start. Oh, Nigel Ross, the 46. He comes to the infield as well. Here's another one of the cars I thought would be right there or thereabouts. He had a big roll a few years ago that the Pits Media got, but Fletcher, round that first corner, he just give it the big berry.
That just hooked up, and I thought that was going over.
Yeah, the Pits Media, for the stream that's going out, they've picked up a beautiful spot of him. He showed us the complete underside of the 8M. He had to back out of it and try and pull the wheel back in. Are we going for a full race restart? We may well be. The 8S of Corf. Craig Corf out of Stratford. Clements in the 25, Reece Clements. So according to, if they go back a lap, they haven't done a full lap. So are they going to go for full race restart? I haven't seen the board yet. The 46 looks like he's out as well. Nigel Ross, that beautifully prepared blue car, powder blue. Looks spectacular out there. Fortunately parked on the infield. Ross in the 146 Myco car, taking the restart. 34M, Graham Keating. The J Swap car down the back. So full race restart. Fletcher and Corf. Corf is pulling in behind Fletcher. He should be beside him. They've got radios, so they should be listening to each other. Now Corf pulls down beside Fletcher. That's better. The orange lights will go out. This is Group C versus Group E. 12 laps, the tank guy.
Lights are out.
Qualifying. Fletcher, will he be that game on the gas this time around?
Hope so.
That was a wild old ride.
That was wild.
Got the green, and Fletcher gets the go again. This time not quite so wild, going around corner 1 and 2. So Fletcher has the race win, race lead in front of Corf. Then back we go back to Clements, coming up around the outside. So Fletcher has it on. Then we go back to the 8. It's Corf in second. Big flash coming up the inside as we go yellow yet again. Big praying down there in corner 4, that'll be Keating in the 34M. Had a big tie together with the 29 of Steve Martin out of Hawke's Bay. So Martin, we've lost a couple of cars. Ross in the 46. We've lost the 29B. Keating in the 34 with a lot of damage to the front end of that. So the 29 spun up. Keating with nowhere to go has driven straight into him. Down in corner 3 and 4.
That front bumper on car number 34 is very close to the tyre, so that'll be interesting to keep an eye on that.
So the 29, another one retires to the infield. Steve Martin, the 29B from Hawke's Bay. So we've managed one lap, got 11 to go. Seeing lots of yellows. So it's the 8M of Fletcher from the 8S of Corf. Then the 25 of Clements, the 36 of Bigwood. Dale Bigwood out of Mount Maunganui sits in 4th. Then we go back to the 16S of Corf. Then the Dunedin Visitor, 57. Aaron Andrews with the D on his car. They pulled Keating off. He has been brought to the infield, the 34M. Just due to damage on the front end.
I think they just want to have a look at it because Red was waving him over.
So they're doing an inspection just to see if there's too much damage or can he carry on. Is it going to rub a tyre on him? In the 66 is Skinny Colson behind Skinny in the 74. 34M just has, he's going to let him run, but it's got a lot of panel damage there. Is he going to come run or is he going to come and park up? Looks like it's that park up option.
Yep.
You've got to follow this up too. You can subscribe to YouTube. Look for the Pits TV. They put up some wicked clips on YouTube after all the racing. Gives Jason something to do over the next few days, editing and putting stuff together. Behind the 74 will be the 61K of Josie Pete Bennett. Then we go back to the 68 of Cody Harder, the 68H. Then the 71 of Ryan Neve and the 146 hanging out the back of Paul Wright. So we go again. Fletcher, he's running mid-track. He's actually found a bit of a line out there he quite likes. Corf in the 8's next. Then we go back to Clements, then Corf. Behind Corf, we go back to the... Oh, in Kinney comes. He comes in hard. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. And that is a way to make a gap. That's the 36 of Bigwood. He just drove straight through the side of Corf in the 16. That made the gap. Andrews in the 57. Then we go back to Scotty Lansdowne in the 74A. Skinny Colson in the 66 looking on the inside. Then Pete Bennett. Then Harder. Then Neve. And out the back at the moment, the 146 of Wright. But the battle's on at the front. 15-2 for Corf that time through. He's leaning on the inside of Fletcher. Fletcher comes out of 3 and 4. Comes right out to the wall. Corf keeps that car tucked right down on the pole line. Corf does the wheel stand. Still got the wheel stand. Up the main straight with the wheel stand. Bigwood in the 36M. After doing the big barge through, Fletcher goes out wide. Corf gets away for a couple. Then the second of the Corf cars, Thomas Corf, trying to get on the inside of the 36 of Bigwood. They're saving rubber on the left fronts at the moment. They're not going on the ground. Andrews, the 57D, sits in 5th. Then it's Skinny Colson in the 66. Clements in the 25. He's going backwards. Bit of pressure coming on from Lansdowne in the 74A on the outside. 6 down, 6 to go. Halfway home. It's Corf running 15-2s. Fletcher in the 8M sits second. Then Thomas Corf in the 16S, in front of Bigwood in the 36M, the 57D of Andrews. Then Skinny Colson in the 66, Clements in the 25 and Lansdowne. Then a big gap back to Josie Pete Bennett in the 61, 68 of Harder, the 71 of Neve and the 146 of Wright. 3 laps to go this time around for Craig Corf. Still picks up the left front wheel as he goes round 3 and 4. Fletcher hanging tough in second. Then it's Thomas Corf. Then we go back to Andrews in the 57D. Then Skinny Colson, the 66. Just in front of Bigwood in the 36, who's fought his way backwards through the field after being up near the front early on. White flag this time around for Corf. The two from the front row of the grid are going to take home the money.
Battle of the eights at the moment with Craig Corf, ace from Stratford, and Fletcher on the 8M. Looks like, yep, they're taking the checker flag. So Craig Corf from Stratford, 8S in first place. 8M of Fletcher, Jared Fletcher, second place. Then third place you got 16S of Thomas Corf. Great father-son duo there, and Craig and Thomas. Fourth place we're looking at 57 of Andrews. Fifth place 66, Skinny Colson, the Dalton car there. Having a chat with Skinny earlier on in the meet, but it's great catching up with him. Position 6 we got car number 36 of Bigwood. And in 7th place we've got 74 of Lansdowne. And 8th we've got 25H of Clements. Position 9 we had car number 68 of Harter. And then 10th was 61K, which is the car of Josie Pete Bennett. Position 11 we got car number 71 of Neve. And then rounding up in position number 12 we've got car number 146 of Wright with DNFs for Martin, Keaton and Ross.
If you've got a Mazda Demio HZS633, a white Mazda Demio HZS633 in the car park, your lights are on. Can you go and turn them off as Corf comes around and takes that checkered flag? So challenging times, 15 2s, 15 5s, 15 or mid-15s from most of the field running at the moment. You start saying, hey, where is the lap record? The lap record
14.77.
14.7, so they're about half a second off what I'd call lap record pace, which isn't bad. The track is challenging. It's a few ruts, it's a few bumps, it's a few ups and downs, it's a few all sorts of things. So there it is, Corf getting up the inside of Fletcher. Fletcher, just to let him go. 5 heats, they're going to put all the points together. It's not going to be one tonight. As Mike Wilson and Billy Hickey found out earlier, they were looking for the red mist. I'm not sure if they found it. And we'll hear from them shortly. They're probably hanging around the pits looking for cars and finding out information for us. The 29B, that's ripped the left front suspension clean out of that car. It's not looking the best at the moment. Just remind you that the venue is smoke-free, vape-free. Don't light fires, don't light anything. So as we go through, nice to have the pits media along as the stock cars roll out on the track. They're going to go and tell the world about how good all their sponsors are and pay some bills. As we just carry on, we'll go through. We'll bring you points as they go through the night.
Hi, Malcolm Nardo from Suck It Up. We specialise in hydro excavation in the Canterbury region, safe dig methods around services. Also, we do septic tank cleaning, drain cleaning, CCTV of your pipes. If you want an excellent service, please check us out on Facebook.
Suck It Up Limited, 740 Marston Road, Christchurch. Call them 24 hours a day on 027 588 8809.
Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
Alrighty, so now we're looking at race 6, the stock cars, heat 1. So looking on the grid, we've got, come up front there, we've got car number 88, that's Justin Hutchby. Car number 24 behind him is Brad Philpott. 97K Kiki car there, that's Casey Cheatham. Good to see Casey out there. 49, that's Kyle Hickford there in the back there. Car number 46, by the looks of that, my eyes are giving me up a bit. 46H, that's Barry Rhodes. And then we've got car number 22. It's a great looking car there, 22 of Les Hepworth. Coming up on the outside, we've got first one there, car number 8H. That's a car we all know and love, Larry Henderson. And 43 is Ethan Attenborough there, coming up behind him. Car number 922, Hayden Hepworth, front there. Then 27, we all know that car, 27 of Brett Aiken. That's about as far as my eyes will let me go, but we've got 10 laps coming up, so this is heat 1. As you see, they're going out a lot wider there. Just like to start a bit closer to the wall, see where the action is going to happen. Just remember there's plenty of food around the track, so if you're feeling a bit peckish, there's burgers and hot dogs and chips and drinks, ice creams, so feel free to go up there and grab something to eat. And thanks for everyone coming out tonight, but we're still on yellow light, just waiting on a couple more cars to come out. We've also got, running through there, we've got 4H of Josh Humble, he's out there, Nigel Mortimer in car number 9, Jeff Gallagher in car number 11, 11H, Jeff Gallagher there. Car number 13A, Auckland car of Daniel Field. And then we're looking at 16H, which is James Marshall, along with 24H Brad Philpott. Just wait for the water truck to come off. Put as much water on the track as we need, but bearing in mind we need to be careful of that because it's mighty dry out there and we don't have a lot of water for the night, so we need to be real careful with that. But given what we've got, it's a great looking track out there. Shutting all the gates, closing up everything up, getting ready to go. Engines coming up, I see we're in the hands of the starters here. Oh, not quite, getting a little bit eager, guys. So running through the list, we've got 49 of Kyle Hickford, 51A of Alvin Amsterdam, and we are racing. Green light, car number 88, straight into the lead, which is Justin Hutchby. On the inside there, but getting spun out straight away on lap 2. Cars all over the place. 88 up into the wall, got car number 97, that's the car of Casey Cheatham, spun around and put onto the infield. But the winner out of that was car number 24, Ratbag on the front. Brad Philpott taking it all there. Car number 49 just gets a bit of a tap as he couldn't get out of the way quick enough. He's off into the infield, make sure they're okay. Second place, we're looking at Brad Aiken in car number 27. And then third place, 8H of Larry Henderson. Again, we're looking at 22 into the wall down on turn 3. So that's the car of Les Hepworth. Trying to wait for a gap to turn back around again. But at the moment, we're still looking at car number 24. Brett Philpott in the lead, with Aiken, car number 27, right behind him. Car number 39 there spinning around and putting himself on the infield. That's Craig Martin. And we've also got car number 69 coming into the infield as well, which is Bevan's car out there. Let's say 3 laps down, 7 to go. We're still looking at Aiken now in the lead. Aiken, car number 27, flying past car number 13 there, which is Daniel Field. And again, we've got Philpott just spinning out, car number 24, going too hard into turn 3 and spinning around and taking 13 with him. So take Daniel Field out there, but as I say, Brett Aiken, car number 27, 4 laps down, 6 to go. Coming into turn 3, he's your leader. Car number 88 there. Of Hutchby in second place, with Henderson of 8H in third place. Again, looking at car number 43, Ethan Attenborough, just spin around out of turn 2 there. So it's looking very slippery there, but as I say, Brett Aiken, car number 27, still your leading car, just coming through. Now we've got car number 11 just again spinning around there on turn 3. That's Jeff Gallagher just having a bit of a nudge and a tap. So we're 6 laps down, 4 to go. 27H is your race leader coming out of turn 2. Brett Aiken. Second place, 88 of Hutchby. Third place is 8H of Henderson. Car number 39, which is Craig Martin, just coming into turn 1 a bit slowly on the pole line. Just circulating around there. But as I say, 7 laps down, 3 to go. Brett's coming into turn 3, just giving 2-1-3 a bit of a tap, a bit of a hurry along. That's Gordon White's car. Again, 8 laps down, 2 to go. Car number 27, Aiken, first place. Hutchby in 88, second place. Henderson, 8H in third. Ali van Amsterdam, car number 51 in fourth. White flag this time round for Brett Aiken. White flag out. Can he get past the slower traffic there? The car 9 there of Nigel Mortimer. Straight past him on the inside and coming down into turn 3. Basically been Brett's race for the whole race tonight. And he takes the checkered flag. Brett Aiken, car number 27H, checkered flag. Second place is 88H of Hutchby. It's Justin Hutchby. Third place, 8H of Larry Henderson. Fourth place, 51 of Ali van Amsterdam. Fifth place, you're looking at car number 4 of Josh Humble. It's in fifth place. So fifth place is Josh Humble. Sixth place is car number 51. That's Sam Guys. And then 7th is 361 of Cheatham. 8th is Phil Pot, 24. Position 9th is Rhodes of 46. And then after that we've got 16 of Marshall in 10th. 97 of Cheatham in 11th. And rounding up the field is car number 22 of Hepworth, with DNFs for 39 Martin, Field, Ashton, Bevan, Hickford and Mortimer.
Next out, we've got Group 3 of the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Car Champs. It's Group D versus Group F. So D, off grid 1, the 18 of Group D is Chris Taylor, the 18K. 7S, Richard Drever is off 2. 8K, Kevin Williams is off 3. The 92B will be off grid 4, which is Kevin Martin from Hawke's Bay. 17D, one of our Christchurch visitors, is going off grid 5, which is Raymond Phillips. The 42M of Trent Amaran is off, sorry, the 21H Steve Williams is off grid 6. Then the 77G of Daniel Cook off 7. The 42M of Amaran is off 8. 43K of Tonks off 9th. The 56K of Corey Taylor is off 10. The 47D George Phillips is off 11. The 31B is off 12, which is David Hunter. The 48A, it's an old Jeremy Silcock, the old Phil Toogood. We're going to very shortly go to a interview. We've got one more to do, which is the 81A of Dan Hickman is off 14, and off 15, the 242 of Astrid Halcrow. Down at the pits, we've got an interview coming up. They're checking around one of the Korf brothers who've done so well in Heat 1.
Thank you very much, Minty. Apologies about the camera shaking there, gents. Ladies and gents. There we go, that's better. Nice and bright. Craig Korf, 8S, mate, coming away with the win there in the first heat for the New Zealand champs. How good's that?
Yeah, really good, Billy. Quite honestly, I'd like to just pack up and go home now if that's the end of it. Give me the trophy and I'm gone. But nah, hey, if this is an indication of what it's going to be like this weekend, it's going to be a good weekend.
What do you think of the track out there? Because it's changing lap by lap. You know, there's a lot of big stuff being picked up and thrown around, and there's starting to be a little bit of a slick line being formed. How do you handle that? Yeah, you just pick the part of the track that you want to be on. There's like you're saying, it's already starting to form into something different from one side to the other. So just like I say, just pick something that you want to be on and drive to the setup that you've got in your car. Are you going to be changing the setup to change the line that you're going on for the next heat? Probably not, but I'm not going to tell you too much. But we'll just see how it goes. We'll go and watch the next race and see how the track transforms. And if it doesn't go too much, well, we might just leave it like it is. Oh, that's the way, mate. Well, congratulations on the heat. Win. This Mufflers NZ machine is looking really good. Yeah, no, Mufflers NZ have been really good, and they're very helpful, very obliging company. So thanks very much to them, based in Waitara, Taranaki. Yep. Thank you very much for your time and best of luck for the next one. Cheers, Billy.
Tank Guy. Thank you, Billy. Great to see what's going on down in the pits. Thanks to Pits Media and wherever you're running around the world or around New Zealand listening into the stream. Results also going up on Huntly Facebook page as well. I'm screenshotting. Mike Wilson is going to do a quick track update as Group DNF warm up.
Yeah, thanks, Minty. Let's have a look down here. You can see the track's gone really, really sticky. You talked about it before, Minty. You said the lap times are only about half a second off lap record pace because the track is really, really tacky. This terracotta clay, the moisture's going to stay in it because, as we know, it's all gone nice and overcast here. The water's in the track. We could see some really quick times here in heat number 3.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Mike. It is actually going to get tacky. You walk across that, you lose your jandals. So don't run your jandals, mate. Don't run your jandals.
No.
Thanks, Mike. He's got chucked out on the inside. They've done the bit. He's got skinny legs for a bloke from the Hawke's Bay too, just saying. Hey, nice to have him here. Mike Wilson, all the way from Hawke's Bay, the track commentator that lurks around that, what can we say, the central North Island? Hurricanes territory, won't mention that. Off the front, Chris Taylor, the 18K, the Hydrolink car, been very fast here at Huntly over the years, been very fast in this region. At times struggled to get the car to last 6 races and had different technical problems. Drever in the 7S on the outside. He is one of the guys from Stratford. He's been a regular visitor up here. Seems to rattle around the track okay. Then we go back to the 8. The 8K. Who should be Kevin Williams. Now Kevin, he's progressed through from production saloons into all sorts of things, now in a saloon car. Been tracking around for a few years and done pretty well. Then on the outside of him is the 92, Kevin Martin out of Hawke's Bay. Steve Williams in the 21, 17D, Phillips from down south, and then the Cook in the 77, and Emerine in the 42. Going to race start. Tank guy, go, and we do. Drever in the big wide 7 gets a good start. Look out, there's cars all over the place. The 56 from down in Kiki, Tyler, he gets it all sideways and ugly, which has caused all sorts of problems for the car behind him. But Drever, the 7S, one of those blinky Stratford cars, in front of Taylor in the 18, then the 92 of Martin, then the 8 of Williams, then the 17, Phillips from the 17D, Cook in the 77, Steve Williams in the 21s. Oh, push, shove, bang, crash. Williams into the side of Cook, Amron into the back of Williams. Taylor in the 18 does a big bicycle and he almost chucks himself in the air. Wow, it's willing, very willing. Drever doing a good job out in front. Stratford visitor, Taylor in the 18. He's got his setup all wrong. You don't want the wheel that high off the ground going through any corner, Craig Tonkin.
No, you definitely don't.
He's got both wheels off the ground. That's not going to make it go around corners fast. Then we go back to the 92 of Martin. Behind Martin's the 8K of Williams, then the 17 of Phillips, the 17D, then the 77 of Cook, 21 of Williams, the 42 of Amron, the 47 of Phillips from down south. Oh, he's got the big pass on Amron too. Look at that for a pass through 3 and 4 from the 47. He just stuck the car in there and said, I got a bit of bite here, this will work. The battle out in front.
Yeah, Taylor's doing everything he can to get past our Drever, but it's just not happening. On the straights, he's catching him, but into the corners, as you say, Minty's just got his setup wrong. But Richard Drever, mate, he's flying. It's all about him at the moment in 7S. As say, Taylor's right behind him. Bit of a gap back to third place, which is Martin of 92. And then looking at Williams and 8, Kiki car there. But here we go. Here's a go. Taylor's giving it a go. Can't make it stick on there, but as I say, 7 laps down, 5 to go. It's all about Drever in the front going into turn 4.
Williams goes to the big dive up the inside of Martin going to 3 and 4. Oh, he gets one up the backside from the 17. Gives him one for his mother and everybody else. Pushes him through the gap, so Williams gets the pass with a bit of help from a friend. 92, Martin drops back one. Then we go back to Phillips in the 17. That car is misbehaving. It's bouncing, it's leaping, it's launching, but it's got some speed. 15.4s, 15.5s year lap times. They're doing okay at the moment. But out in front with 3 to go, it's Drever. Here comes Taylor. Taylor gets his wheels in the air. Oh, that's a Hail Mary or nothing. It's a high, wide or handsome go home. Williams in the 8K is third. Then we go back to the 92 of Martin. 17 of Phillips up the inside. That's a horsepower pass. Cook in the 77 charges on through as well. Says to Martin, thanks for coming. Steve Williams wants a bit of that in the 21. Martin shuts the door. 1 to go.
1 to go. Drever still in the lead, but coming up on some lap traffic now, coming up to Hunt on 31. So could pose a problem, but Taylor's coming around the outside. He's going to give it everything he can. Is he going to make it stick with the slower traffic?
Drever, too cutting for that.
He's got it. Richard Drever, ladies and gentlemen. Car number 7S from Stratford takes the win. 18K Taylor in second place. 8K Williams in third. 17 of Phillips in fourth. With 77G of D Cook in fifth. Sixth place, 21 Steve Williams. Seventh place, 92P of Martin. Eighth place, 42M of Amron. 47D Phillips in ninth. 10th is 43 Kiki Car from Tonks. position 11, 48 of Silcock. 12th is car number 56 of Tyler. Then Hickman, car number 81A in 13th. 14th place goes to 242 of Halcrow, and then round up the field 31B of Hunter. So Richard Drever and 18K of Taylor, your top 2 cars there.
So looking for movers from the back grids. We had 17D. He's got himself up to 4th place. He's moved up only 1 spot. So no major movers in that one there. A few have gone backwards, a few, but nothing major in moving forward. They've all pretty much stayed in their start positions, other than 92B, Martin, who's gone back quite a few. But everybody else, even though there was a lot of pushing, shoving, hitting, slapping and mothering of each other, not too much in the way of changes. So points will be out soon. But again, it's a very difficult way to give points out when everybody's racing everybody, trying to figure out how do we give points for this and points for that and points for something else. Just a reminder, it is a no smoking, no vaping, no anything venue here tonight, please. So nice to have you along. Just remember, if you want something to do tomorrow during the day, there's a whole lot of cycling going on out at the Velodrome in Cambridge, and also jet sprinting going on up at Mary tomorrow.
Yep.
Don't forget, next week at Mary, it is the Nitro Funny Cars. 8 of them coming from Australia, plus the wheel standing car. Young lady from Perth. So they came out here 2 years ago and got rained out. So looking at some of the wonderful replays we're getting from the pits media, it was very willing out there. A lot of pushing, a lot of shoving, a lot of nudging. But great driving, actually. A bit of fun. Bit of what you call, not argy-bargy, but they were using Nerf bars as Nerf bars possibly should be used to run into each other. It's Saloon cars. They were swapping fiberglass.
Rubbing is racing.
So mini sprints out next.
Mini sprints, yep. Waikato mini sprints champ, heats 2.
And then we shall be the oldies again, and then we go back to Saloons.
Back to Group A and Group C.
That's the ones, and hopefully by then we'll start getting some things out. I'm putting up on Facebook the 3 heats so far. They have been shared. Big hello to me mate too. Pup, how are you, Hayden Lambeth, sitting up in Auckland? It's with his families tuning on in. Of course, he commentated here for a number of years and at Waikaraka Park and around the traps, taking a bit of a break now to be a really, really good dad to his 2 little rat bags. So, how you doing, Pup? Nice to have people from around the stream. If you want to let us know where you're streaming in from, more than happy to send a message through to Huntly Speedway or find Graham Minty Mead or Craig Tonkin or through the Pits Media. I'm sure Jason's got a couple or 3 down there. But nice to have you along this evening. Beautiful sunset as we look out over the top of Huntly Power Station. The big tall chimneys out there as the sun disappears behind the trees, putting a very red glow. Righto, down to the pits we're going. Richard Drever, the 7S.
Yeah, thanks. Another tank guy interview just with the Heat 3 winner, Richard Drever. Richard, job done. You held out Taylor.
Yeah, it was an interesting track though. I set it up for a wet track and it seemed to hold on pretty good, so I was pretty happy with that.
It's got a little bit of bite in it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I wouldn't like to go out wide though. I tried that after I finished the finish line and it was a bit of a disaster. I initially thought it was going to be slick and I was going to change, but I'm glad I didn't.
I thought that Taylor was going to get you there as the back marker came into play on that final lap.
Yeah, I saw that and I thought, I hope he gets some pace on, which he did, I see. He must have known we were coming, I think, but he must have spun out or something, did he? And then get going again, I don't know.
I just ended up going wide as you guys both went past the 31 car. Well done on that Heat 3 victory.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody that's helped me get here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you, bye.
So coming up now, we've got Waikato mini sprints coming in Heat 2, 12 laps. Lights are out and the starter's hands out. Car number 33 on pole position, Stephen Hart. Looking good for this race. We're racing. Car number 33 on the inside, but just taken out by car number 38. He's got the lead. It's all about who's that? 38, Donald Kruger. Bit of a nudge and bit of buffer in the back of the field there though, but at the moment Kruger in 38S in front place, Hero in 72 in second place, third place 33 of Hart. It's Heroin going up trying to get past Kruger on the inside, but can't quite make it. 2 laps down, 10 to go. 38 of Kruger in the lead. Big gap between first and second place. Second place going to Heron with 33 of Hart in third place. Battle at the moment is first, second and third and fourth. Third and fourth we're looking at Hart and Dewar, 33 and 1NZ. Just keep an eye on 1NZ. That's the car to watch that come up through there. Taking that pass nice and easy up into third place now. Kurriger still in the lead. 5 laps down, 7 to go. Fastest lap so far, 14.04. So still about 0.4 off the lap record, but I have a funny feeling that's going to fall tonight. 6 laps down, Kurriger 38S in first place. Heroin 72p in second place. Third place, 1NZ Dewar. Down into 13s now, 0.1 of a second off lap record. That is 1NZ. Keep an eye on that car. There's going to be a good chance for a lap record on that. But 72 going up on the inside now. Heroin trying everything he can to get past Kurriger, but not quite making it stick. 8 laps down, 4 to go. Something's up now with 72 Heroin. He's slowing down. Dewar's coming up into second place. Obviously some sort of issues with 72 there with Heron, just dropping back, going slowly through there. Car number 38S, Kurriger in first place. All eyes on that car at the moment, but 1NZ Dewar coming up, trying everything can to catch him. Hard around turn 2. But we've only got 2 laps to go. That's going to be the question, can we do it in time? White flag coming out this time for Kurriger. Donald Kurriger, first place, car number 38. 1NZ Dewar, second place. Third place, Dickey, 10S, and then Hart of 33k in fourth. Checkered flag out. Donald Kurriger, 38, first place. Second place, 1NZ, Shane Dewar. Third place, the 10 of Sean Dickey. Another Stratford car there. Fourth place, 33k. 33k there, 7 Hart, Kiki car. Fifth place, 85 of Eulenberg. Sixth place, car number 18 of Nickel. Seventh place, 82S of Hurley. Eighth is 88, all the 8s there of Hall. Ninth place, 72 of Heron, and 2NZ Vaughan.
Didn't make it out for that heat, but after 2 heats with 1 to go in the Waikato Mini Sprint Champs, Shane Dewar has 19 points. The 1NZ, the 38S of Donald Kruger has 18 points. The 10S of Dickey has 17 points. Those 3 I think will fight it out because Hart in the 33k has 12. Nickel in the 18S has 11. Eulenberg in the 85S has 10. That'll be pretty much how they'll fight it out. But Kruger takes the win. The 38S, great number that 38. Probably the best racing number you can ever come across is number 38. And then Dewar in the 1NZ 10S Dickey. So Dewar leads the Waikato Mini Sprint Champs with 1 round to go. He has 19 points. 18k, Chris Taylor. Well, he was wild, he was high, he was handsome. He was everywhere, but where he should have been, we're down in the pits with him.
Yeah, thanks, Minty. You know, Chris, Minty just said you were high, wide and handsome. Are you sure about the handsome part?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Look, obviously a bit of sidebite in this one. You had it hooked right up on Minty. Come on now. You had it hooked right up on 3 wheels there. Obviously a set-up thing that was looked like you're holding on for dear life.
Yeah, it was caught us out a little bit there, but once we got it back down, we were away.
And looked like you wanted to go on for you wanted to go on for some horsepower passes there for first place against Craig.
Yeah, I tried around the outside there a couple of times, but the middle of the track's got heaps of drive and it's a bit loose outside and a bit slick on the inside. So, and he stayed in the middle, so he did well.
So what do you do from now for the next heats? What do you do?
Yeah, well, I'm just going to go and look at the next race and see what the track does, and then we'll make our changes for the next race.
Well, you've obviously got a great engine underneath this skinny car, mate. It goes beautifully. Great to see it up the top.
Yeah, no, thanks to all my sponsors. It's awesome.
Fantastic. Hydrolink looks good on that one. Same with Motorhall, mate. Congratulations on the second place and best of luck for the rest of the night.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, there's always dramas at a national championship. I'm right here with the 29B Comac industrial car of Steve Martin. Just run us through the issue that you've got.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of damage from the second lap crash we had. We're hoping to get it ready for Heat 3. Not looking too good, but hey, the crew are trying, and yeah, see what we can do it.
You had a brilliant run for 4th place in this championship last year. You were running strong out there then. Did you just kind of overcook it on the exit of turn 4?
Yeah, no, definitely driver error. Last year was a good year. This year not so good. The luck ain't here, but hey, that is what it is. You know, it's a game we play. Always good and always bad.
Just at the moment trying to find a spare rotor from someone in the pit, because otherwise you're out for the night, but you still can have one here tomorrow fitted onto the race car, and you've got heats 4 and 5 and maybe salvage something out of it for that repecharge.
Oh, definitely, it's not over yet. You know, anything can happen. Other drivers might have bad luck, so yeah, hopefully we can get the car back right and get it back out here tonight and tomorrow night and go from there.
All right, thanks Steve. That's Motorsport Guys 29B from Hawke's Bay.
Yeah, who said motorsport was fair, Mike Wilson? There's nothing fair in motorsport, is there? It's a harsh old thing when things break.
Yeah.
A couple of good things. If you just going off track for a minute, you see Scott McLaughlin had his Indy car, and man, did he smoke around that track. So I think we won't see much of him in supercars this year. He might just be disappearing to give the Holdens a chance. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Well, I've got half a spit of that. Also, while you're thinking too, if you're in the morning and a little bit bored, between 7 and 9 tomorrow on News Talk ZB Waikato Sport, come and listen to Fishing and Speedway and Motorsport with Minty or me, 1296, 97 FM in the Waikato, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, Fishing and Sport, something I do on Saturdays when I don't get to sleep in. So we're also looking at the oldies again. Roger, it's all yours.
Or Craig maybe even.
Roger.
Oh gee. So
right.
car number 11.
You look like your dad.
Thanks. not quite as great yet, but we're looking at car number 11 as taking out the lead straight away, followed by the car we all know and love, Snoopy. That's Ian Smith in there. But all the action's happening back there at the moment. Bit of nudging and touching and trying to get past. 41 putting a few extra corners into the track. That's car number 26 just down here on the straight, trying to make its way onto the infield.
He's broken it.
He has.
He's broken it.
The golden oldie's broken. But meanwhile, Snoopy, here he comes into turn 1.
You need to go and have a look at these cars. They're a flat chassis. You sit in it like your legs are out straight. They're crazy as a 2-bob watch. Now the 75, if you're looking for a car to go and play in, it's for sale.
75?
Yeah, TP's got that car for sale. We've gone yellow. That's for
just
the 26 on the side of the track. So just looking at what we've got coming out next for the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloons Heat 4, Group A versus Group C. So as they mix them all up, you'll find that they'll race all other 5 groups.
Yep.
So, and you'll have front, middle and back grids and all over the place. It's how it sort of works out. Just wondering how things are going down there with the Roygard car. Billy Hickey might be able to update us before the next race if we've got any news on that motor in that car, because it wasn't well. It was sick and it was misbehaving and being naughty and all those other sorts of things as we get away racing again.
Yep, so Brian Coombs been taken into the infield. We're green, we're racing again, and Snoopy of Ian Smith straight down under the start-finish line. Car number 11, that's Jackie Miller. 11H coming around through turn 2. We've got car number 76 just passing the start-finish line now. Car number 76 is Luke Swell, another Huntly car. But at the moment she's looking all for car number 11 and Snoopy in that. 99 coming down the back straight there next to 75. So that's Graham versus Trevor Peters in 75. As Minty mentioned, that car there, the red one's up for sale. So if you want to have a go at some outlaw golden oldie cars, this could be a great car to get into. Go and have a chat to the guys down there. Meanwhile, car number 11 there, Jackie Miller just going for a bit of a spin. So again, just remember these guys are allowed to rub and nudge and touch while they're passing. But other than that, no major crashes or hits. Car number 76 into turn 2 there, just parked up on the wall, got it going again. Again, that's another solid car. You wouldn't want to come up against that in a hurry. But TP just trying on the pass there under 76 of Luke Swale. White flag coming out. White flag there for the car of number 99. Graham Featherstone in there, with Snoopy of Ian Smith in second place. As I say, these cars are more of a demonstration race more than anything else, so just so you can have a look, but they still, as you can see, give it a bit of grief. Big spin out there over the finish line. But again, you know, as we're saying, the flat chassis, the older style cars, but the cars that we know and love from our youth. Not giving up a fight though.
They'll probably get into trouble for that. They're not supposed to touch.
Guidelines.
Guidelines, something like that. Something like that. So the first 3 heats are put up on Facebook if you want to check where the points are. Won't be till we start going into round 2s and 3s tonight that you'll start to see how the 5 race format for each group starts to evolve. So this is round 2 coming out next. It is A versus C. And we'll just, after this race, you'll see how the points start to evolve. So they're going to have a checkered flag to Snoopy.
Snoopy got it.
Yeah, that flat chassis, whatever you'd like to call it. Eyes look at it, say it's some sort of Fiat body on that.
I would say so. It must be like Christmas for him winning. It'll be Snoopy's Christmas. No? No.
Where did that come from?
I have no idea. But Snoopy's got the checkered flag.
There's nothing Christmas tonight, it's Valentine's Day. Righto, down the pits, we're going to talk about Huntly's own, the 2NZ of Roygard. What has happened to his car?
Yeah, thanks, Minty. Look, I think the face and body language say it all. Cam, what's the story with the race car?
I think it's distributor issues, I think, just missing when it gets hot. I think something's moving in there or something, so I don't know, a little bit disappointing, but we've tried to fix it now, so we'll find out, obviously, once we get out there, so off the back, so obviously if it's going all good, we'll try and make some moves and, yeah, try and get us in a good spot to either qualify or make the repecharge tomorrow.
Your dad's talking about the fact that he changed an engine for this meeting.
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, it could have gone either one or two ways. It could have been a rocket, or obviously this could have happened, so it's a little bit disappointing. Like, obviously, more than likely being the last time out with the 2NZs, but yeah, it's all good, it happens.
Mate, we've seen championships won numerous times out of repecharges, because even if you don't get it sorted tonight, you've got heats 4 and 5 tomorrow. If you can salvage a mid-pack start in a repecharge, with that big push at turn number 1, it could work out.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, with the Saloon class, anything can happen. One person can just make a mistake or hit a right rear, and then that takes out 6 cars. So, I mean, we'll just try, obviously, in these next 2 races, if we can obviously get out there and go good, try to keep our nose clean and make as many passes as we can, and then just go from there.
All right, thanks, Cam. There you go, Minty. That's your update of the fast Mr. Roygard.
Mike Wilson, you're a legend. Thank you, mate. Down there, Mr. Roygard. Yeah, Dave said to me they took a risk putting the quick motor in it, and it has been a risk so far, but they'll be working at it. They'll get it right. So coming out now is Group A versus C in the tank guy.
All right, we need to go and watch this.
Heats. At the moment, if you look at points after, as they start to bring them together, Ethan Cook, the 1NZ. 1NZ. Ethan Cook's on 18.
Last Saturday night, I wore a guy's Fitbit, and I covered 9 kilometres that night. What?
Oh yeah.
Then we go. Fletcher has 19 points. Korth 16S has 18 points. Now it's coming up on my screen. I've done Michelle McPherson because that's her married name.
Yep.
She's filled her registration card out as Michelle Weimer.
Yep.
So, Jason, you can pick McPherson or Weimer. I don't mind, but she's put Weimer on her card and McPherson on her entry.
And it's Valentine's Day.
Oh. Is that telling her husband something? I don't know. So coming around to the gate is the 1NZ of Ethan Cook. Now, he was gridded up on the main straight. Now, he's coming over to pit gate looking for some help. He's stopping by pit gate. So if the crew of the 1NZ of Cook is handy, he's going to need you at pit gate. They're asking for 2 minutes for a check. Here comes Ed Hutchby in the Action Lab gate up. The Can-Am Action Lab 4x4. She's saying, do you want 2 minutes? Yes. So she's now saying you can have a couple of minutes, I think. On the front over there, the 16 of Corf has 18 points after Heat 1. The 26 of Hooper has 9 points after Heat 1. 75 of Weimar. Well, McPherson, you choose, has 19 points after Heat 1. Then you go the 34 of Graham Keating, has 7 points. So Melling in the 227, who's down the back's got 17 points. And Fletcher, who was second in Heat 1, and the 8M has 19 points. So as you can see, the Heat 1 winner isn't out here, but these guys have got 17, 18, 19 points. So after this one, you'll see them start to accumulate points. Normally what we've seen is the people from the back of the grids in the first night have put a lot of points in the bank, but they've suffered a little bit on night 2 on those opening couple of heats, depending on where the track and how the track reacts to being raced on tonight by the big tired cars. So they're just working on the back of the 1NZ, doing some things inside the rear end. There's 4 or 5 crew over the fence, adjusting, checking. They've got the rear spoiler off. Looking to see where his hands are. Are they doing a suspension adjustment, or are they saying the battery's fallen off, or just a little bit difficult to see in there?
So for those that don't know...
That's a great camera shot. The pits media are doing a wonderful job to help me out, but it looks like the battery may have died, or they're trying to take the battery in and out. Something's going wrong in there. Bits and pieces getting pulled in and out. Yep, out goes the battery. That's the problem. I'd say a failing battery. They're looking to try and stuff another battery in there. So one of these heavy-duty dry cell batteries, massive amount of grunt. In goes the new battery. So, yep, battery problems for the 1NZ of Ethan Cook. They've asked for the minutes to put it in. 5 crew out there doing. That's great. Thank you, Jason and the crew. I know you can't see the screenshot I've got up here, but the cameraman on the infield has done a superb job of zooming in on that for me so we could see the battery being ripped out and put back into that car. So one of those big high voltage dry cell batteries, and it's just failed. So it's obviously shown something up on his dash to say we've got no voltage or no battery power. He's come around and got the 3 minutes. When they fail big time. So Annette Hatchby is just on the crew as they bolt this car back together. There goes the cap going back on top of the battery. From a safety perspective, battery's in. We've probably got a minute and a half to go. We'll be right with that, won't we?
So the 2 minute thing, anyone can call that if they find a problem, for those that don't know?
2 to 3 minutes, depending on what you're doing on the thing, but you can only get it once. So you can call a 2 minute or 3 minute bell as they do at the World 240s in Rotorua, but you can only call it once. So a guy pull up and call a 3 minute bell. If you've got a problem, you need to come up as well with your car and have it done. You can't let him do 3 minutes and take off, then you have another 3 minutes. You've got to do the 3 minutes once, and that's what they'll be. So it is a 3 minute bell. So Annette Hutchby saying, what's happening here? Is she saying you're out? You've run out of time? Wow, that's a big call. That is a massive call for the 1NZ car coming through from the referee. So it's upstairs. The SNZ officials upstairs have made the call to say out of time for the 1NZ.
Wow, that is a big call.
Holy moly. That has bluffed me, to say the least. I'm not really sure what to say. They might have let him put the car back together and go racing. They might not have. I don't know what's happening there, but there's a whole lot of different looking faces. And
looks like they're pushing them off.
Wow, that's a huge call. For a battery that's failed, the current New Zealand champion, the 1NZ, has been pushed to the infield after calling for a bell for a wrecked battery.
But I mean, as you say, with 5 heats, he can still catch up on the points and get back in there. It's not all over.
I understand the 3 minute thing and the whatever, but it's a New Zealand title. And you got a battery now. It's you're damned if you do. And you're damned if you don't. For me, I want to see the best cars out there racing as much as we possibly can.
Definitely agree with you. But also, I mean, you've got all the other cars sitting there idling, getting hot. You know, it's a hard call.
Yeah, David, you say a rule is a rule, but this year I've seen more rules chucked out the door and ignored than your poker fork stick out.
This is true.
If they're consistent.
Yep. And that's it. You've got to be consistent.
And if we're not, well, yeah. But for me, I just want to see the best cars qualifying that we possibly can. And sitting in his car in the infield is the current NZ champ. Came around for a problem.
But he's sitting on 18 points, so he can still do it.
Yeah, that's his one bad heat, depending on what happens with the rest of the race. So
exactly.
Yeah, I'll probably get into strife for that. I don't care. Mike Wilson will probably, and Billy Hickey will have a catch-up with Ethan down in the pits and get his terminology or his focus on the thing and what he's got to do. But right now, it ain't going to change diddly squat because he is on the infield. Thanks again to the pits for the great filming and to let me see what was going on. They do all right sometimes, you might be kept on for another week.
Got lights out, and we've got Thomas Korf on pole.
It's great for him because he's missing somebody on his outside.
We're racing.
So Korf goes down into one. On the outside of him is the 7 of Laking. Weimer. Oh, in we go. Look out. Woohoo!
Cars everywhere.
That was. We're going to go yellow in a big hurry. There was a bit of, as they slowed down, Hooper in the 26 slowed down pretty viciously going into 3 and 4. Weimer was coming up the inside fast, ran into the back of the 26, and from there it just concertinaed into damage. Graham Keating in the 34 had all the front of his car poleaxed in the first heat.
And it has again.
Guess what? They fixed the right front, and it's just been smashed again. So he's lost the right front and he's lost the rear, so he's got a flat tyre from that through no fault of his own. As we look down what's coming in, it was Weimer. She came out of 1 and 2. They went down the main straight. The 26 slowed down for corner 3. She went to go up the inside. The car pretty much stopped, and then 4 or 5 cars dived inside. Keating in the 34 did the big wheel stand and dropped down on his tyre. That blew out the left rear on that. So, has that. Big it up the 75 M of Michelle McPherson Weimer. Let's do McPherson Weimer. Let's double barrel her name.
Yeah.
But it got a little bit willing as it was coming out, and I think the 26 of Hooper tried to come down to pole line and slowed down. Weimer was in there trying to make the gap up the inside, and all the cars went. We've also got the 227 of Melling tied up in that as well. Another one from the first heat.
Gone red.
So we've gone red for that. Are those cars tied together, or do we have a major problem inside? I'm not 100% sure, but we have gone red. So we've gone red. One of the drivers is injured, and we'll follow up on that very shortly. But from that accident, one of the drivers is injured. Probably a real good time as we take a breather. The pits might have an ad ready, and we might be able to play that or a bit of music as we'll concentrate our focus away from what's happening out on the track. Bring you an update as soon as we can, as this is round 2, heat 4. It is Group A versus Group C, and the crash crews and the medical units are over there with the 227 of Melling and the 75 of Michelle Weimer McPherson. Just trying to see. Looks like it might be a bit of concern for Michelle. Looking around that car. 74A, Scott Lansdowne, one of the guys here that has been very well. A drone as well. So we've got a drone floating around here somewhere from the Pits Media. Mate, we've got a big track out here. Pity they can't get a shot of me just to make me look good in the window. Get my skinny side. Doesn't happen very often. So still a bit of concern out there for Michelle Weimer. I won't tell you what the beautiful Michaela just said in my ear, because I think she's special. Billy Hickey down there crossing his hands doing nothing. That's good, Billy. Got his long shorts or short longs on, I'm not sure which. But again, a bit of, like I said, they're working hard to look after Michelle out there. We have gone red. We'll just have a quick look at what's going on in the world. If you want to follow through, we've got a bit of stuff going on Facebook. The results are going up there. If you want to check on that, is on Huntly's Facebook page, Huntly International Speedway, and you can see the first 3 heats are sitting up there. Like I said, it's 3 heats tonight, 2 tomorrow night to find the top 16 cars that'll go straight through to the final. What should we do? Wave to the drone. Oh, it's there.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. It looks like ET looking at me, to be honest, from that drone. Look, I'll put my side on. See, there's the skinny side, sorry. And my Newcastle FC shirt, by the way, it is too, supporting Europe English football. So Michelle Weimer in the 75, Michelle Weimer McPherson. That car being lifted off by the Agricrip John Deere tractor to the infield. So we will stop the race under red while we attend to Michelle. Gate being opened. So just remember that if you want to buy the stream for tomorrow night and you're here on site and you can't make it, it is the Pits Media. They are the only live stream company doing it at the moment. There's lots and lots of pirates out there, Craig. You understand how many people suddenly start pirating these things or trying to scam and take money off people, and people actually get done for it. They actually buy into it and they lose their money.
Yeah.
So, if you want to find the stream, or your friends or somebody around want to see the stream tomorrow night, tell them the Pits Media. And, of course, the beautiful drone up there. Look at that shot. There's Huntly Power Station and the mighty Waikato River in the distance on this wonderful shot that the drone from the Pits Media, you'll see it floating around up there, is putting out to everybody all around the world and everyone around New Zealand watching this. That's why it is. We had stock cars at the coalface this year, because sitting underneath us is, believe it or not, it's a coal mine.
Yep.
So the Huntly East mine is underneath where we are. It's now closed and a big lake's forming behind us out here. So just to the crash crew, they're taking around that car, the 75M of Michelle Weimer McPherson, taking all the precautions. Yeah. The young lady who works down in Wairakei in the geothermal power station down in Taupo.
Just while they are making sure she is okay, as I mentioned, I caught up with Skinny, car number 66, Skinny Colson, the Dalton car. Talking to him early on, and if you don't know, he races a sprint car as well as a saloon car. And I said to him, what's it like? Do you ever forget which car you're driving? And he said that they're so different but yet so the same. But these cars you have to drive a lot harder, you've got to keep the power into the corners. You've got to do a lot more. Whereas the sprint cars, you just chuck them into the corner and hang on to that wing. So it was quite interesting catching up with him earlier on and just seeing the difference between the two vehicles. But it looks like we're moving away again. We're under yellow, so get these guys moving, get the cars warmed up again, and we might be able to get into some more racing.
I think we'll go back to full race restart from what I can understand. I'm not sure if they did a full lap or not, but with going red, I think we'll go back to full race restart. Which will be off the front, 16S of Corf, 29B of Martin. Should be on the outside. Now, Martin was the one they were talking about needing a disc rotor, needed a front rotor to get back on track.
Yep.
He's not out through the gates, so we're missing grid 2. Then we go back to the 26S of Hooper. Then the 7P of Lakin. They're your top four. Then 75M Weimer, who's now into the pits with that injury. 61K Josie Peets off 6. 34M Keating, who's just been a pinball tonight. He's on the infield. He's out, so grid 7 will be empty. 88K will have Johnson on grid 8. 1NZ is out. That grid on grid 9's empty. 89 of Roberts on 10. 227B of Melling, who's got re-going. He's got some big gaps in front of him, which is really good because he made some big moves in Heat 1. Then the 25H of Clements, the 74A of Lansdowne, and off the back, the 8M of Fletcher. He's going to be wanting to make some big ground, but look at the gaps in the grid. That's good for Fletcher off his tail end. So if he can make some passes, he will be a very, very happy camper. So just looking at some problems. Somebody's pointing down. Lakin is pointing at one of the cars. Is he pointing at the 26B saying he's got a bent right front? So the 26 of Hooper, that wheel looks very, very yucky.
Doesn't look nice.
Or has he been sent to the back for cause of accident? Now, we talked about him slowing down going into one. Yeah. Was that the cause of accident for Weimer McPherson, you choose? Yep. So he's been sent to back. So it looks like it's going to be single file start, not a full race restart. It's confusing me a bit, but stranger things have happened at sea over many, many championships that I've seen over many, many years. So on the infield is 1NZ of Cook, the 34 of Keating, not making it out, the 29B of Martin. So we know we're missing those cars from this heat, and the 75 of Wyman McPherson, who's been taken off with an injury. So the 7... Okay, so it looks like the 26 has been sent to back of field, and they're going for a full grid restart. Well, look at Melling's gap. So Melling's got nothing in front of him, and he's on grid 11. So we're going to go green. Melling just gets a heap of places for doing nothing.
Yep.
But straight away, it is the 16 of Corf, leads from Lakin. Then we go back to the 88 of Johnson. Behind him, the 61 of Pete Bennett. On the outside of that is the 89 of Roberts. Roberts winds up around the outside. Then Melling. Here comes Fletcher. Oh, he puts out the big spray of sparks as he touches the concrete. Jared Fletcher in the 8M. He's wanting to make passes. Lansdowne as well. The roof's flapping on the 74 car. Fletcher up the inside. Melling gives Roberts in the 89 one for love. Fletcher with a big pass up the inside. Melling goes to shut the door. Lansdowne gets one. Oh, this is street stock racing. Love it.
This is fantastic. We've got Thomas Corf, number 16, up in the front at the moment, followed by 7 of Larkin. Those are your top two cars there. Then there's a big gap right through back to 88 of Johnson, 61 of Pete Ben.
Josie Pete Bennett in the 61. Then on the outside, the 89 of Roberts. Then we go to the 8 of Fletcher. Fletcher looking for anything. Lansdowne in the 74 is going to try and go up the inside of Fletcher. Fletcher shuts the door, and he gets the split on Roberts, and he's going to try and get the outside pass on Pete Bennett. That's 2 or 3 cars in a lap. Fletcher. Wow, this guy's quick round here.
The body damage on car 227 of Melling, that could be interfering with the vision as they're going around the corner, but keep an eye on that because there's a lot of body damage there.
No, he's on the left-hand side and it's on the right-hand side. It's only you only see the cars on his outside disappearing, but SNZ might cause it a bit of dangerous. It's only fiberglass. Let him keep running. Look at Fletcher, he's up to third. Half race distance, Corf out in front. Laking in the 7P, doing a great job. Getting into second. Fletcher from the back of the grid. Grid 14, he is now up to third. Melling struggling with that bit of vision problem coming out of the 227.
7 laps down, 5 to go. We've still got Corf in the front with the Larkin in second place, and then get back to Fletcher.
Oh, Taylor hits the wall. Sorry, Johnson in the 88K comes out of 4, goes into the wall, goes smack. Thank you very much. So the race order, 16 Corf from 7 Lakin, 8 of Fletcher, the 89 of Roberts, the 74 of Lansdowne, the 88 of Johnson, then the 61 of Pete Bennett, then Melling, then Clements. They are your top 10 with 2 laps left to go. So Johnson in the 88's lost a transmitter by the looks of it. He's just dropping through the field as his transmitter didn't pick up a couple of laps. But Corf has the white flag out. He's coming around looking for a check-in. Here comes Lakin in the 7, putting some pressure on. Corf's going to hang in there and take the win.
Check your flag out there for Corf. Second place is 7 of Larkin. Third place is the Fletcher of 18 of Fletcher. Fourth place, 89 of Roberts. Fifth place is Lansdowne, car number 74. Sixth place is car number 61. That's Pete Bennett's car. Seventh place is 227 of Melling. Did well with that body damage there. Eighth place, 25H of Clements. Ninth is 26 of Hooper. Round up the field, number 10 of 88. Position 10, 88 of Johnson. And then, of course, your DNFs for 1NZ of Cook, Martin, Weimer, and Keating.
Yeah, so Michelle Weimer just been taken down to the ambulance, so they're just checking things out down there.
But round of applause for Thomas as he comes around. Another great win there.
So at the moment, Thomas Corf has 38 points. Then you go back to Fletcher on 37 after 2 heats. Won't make a lot of difference as they go through. You've then got Roberts, the 89A on 33, Lake in the 7P on 32, Lansdowne the 74A on 30, and Melling the 227 still on 31 with the 7th place finish. So they'll amass points as they go through over the next heat and then tomorrow night. But you start to see these cars as they're peeling through. If you look where Jared Fletcher, the 8M, he's been so far tonight off pole, then he was off the tail. And then you look at his next grids as he goes through, he's in mid-pack. And then his last two for tomorrow night again are both mid-pack in heat 12 and mid-pack in heat 14. So he's in the front half of the grids for both his races tomorrow night. And he's so he's had his front and rear. His next 3 grid starts are all mid to front. So he's probably going to be okay as it goes through. That's going to play into the likes of his hands. He's had his tail in Charlie 1, which was that one.
Yep.
And he's made up a heap of places. So that puts him in good stead for what's going to happen for him tomorrow night. And that's where they're starting to play this little bit of a game of probably grid shuffle and position and playing around all those sorts of things. So it's a pretty cool place to be. So they're lining up again down the bottom. What's coming out next? It should be a bit of mini stock action.
Mini stocks, heat 2, 8 laps coming up. Race number 11.
They're out there. O'Hearn in the 93. Imogen Whitaker in the 95. The 71. One of the Jones cars. 62. Who's 62?
62, we're looking at Riley Kendall.
I think that'll be Riley Kendall, part of that Burley racing team, the Green Meanies. 63. Oh, that's a worry. That's Caden.
Yeah, Caden Barker there.
Yeah, he is. What do we do with that? Then there's that really troublesome one, the 61, Chloe Burley.
Yeah, got to watch that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
And her sister.
I've heard her sister's the worst, actually.
Yeah.
Just quietly.
So Renee O'Hearn comes down onto the dummy grid, takes up that spot. I've just posted round 2, heat 4, A versus C on Facebook if you want to try and keep up with what's going on up there.
So we've got Renee O'Hearn, car number 93 on pole position. Behind her we've got car number 95 of Imogen Whitaker. And then we've got car number 71 of Chase Jones. So behind Chase we've got car number 62. I think we know that car, Riley Kendall. I don't think coming up on the inside, so sorry, on pole position now we've got number 12, which is Harry Hodgins on 12 and on pole position. Behind Harry is the 24K of Boyd Fitzgerald. Then we've got car number 27 behind him, which is Jess Bird. And then car 113, which is Kylie Matthews sitting behind Jess. So they're just heading off for their warm-up lap. Lights are still on yellow, so they'll go around there, get the cars all going, get into grid, and then we'll kick underway. So we're looking at 8 laps of, remember the mini stocks are the younger kids. 7 to 12? What's the age limit for mini stocks?
For here, I think it's 12 to 17.
12 to 17. There we go. Look at that. So, kids out there, if you're thinking this is something I would like to give it a go, head down to the pits when you can. Have a chat to the guys there. You never know, there might be cars for sale. But it's a great way to get into the sport and learn how to put the cars around an oval. Lots of big names have moved from mini stocks into other fields and other classes. So it's definitely a good place to start your racing career. So some of the other cars we've got out there, Levi Jones, 717. We've got Monique Gribble in car number 142. Lights are out, so I'd say this time around we're going to be under the starter flag. So all things looking good. We're racing on this lap. Looking good there. I would say we are racing. So straight away we've got car number 12 taking the lead, which is Harry Hodgins. Was on pole, so holding that position there. All the action's at the back of the field at the moment. Car number 717, Levi Jones, making his way up through the field, passing 113 there. But at the moment it's all Harry Hodgins and car number 12 out in the front. Car number 93 coming up in second place, Renee O'Hearn. So far, after first lap, we've got Hodgins and 12 in front, O'Hearn 93 in second place. Third place, Imogen Whitaker of car number 95. And then fourth place is 27 of Jess Bird. So those are your top 4 cars. In the meantime, the action's all happening back in the middle of the grid. Bit of nudging and tapping there. So again, these cars aren't ideally allowed to hit hard, but there is rubbing and tapping. And saying that, there's a big whack by car number 27, Jess Bird. Trying to make way through the field there. A few sparks coming off the car. But again, the kids out here giving it a go, and at that age, this is a fast field, and they're learning a lot and learning the good skills to race. But as I say, Harry Hodgins, car number 12, out in front. All the way at the moment, Imogen Whittaker, car number 95 in second place. Just passing some of the slower traffic there. 4 laps down, 4 to go, midway through the race. Still looking at Hodgins in the front, Whittaker in the second place, Kendall third, Martin 22H in fourth, 113 of Matthews in fifth position, with Levi Jones in 717 in sixth. Car number 142 of Gribble in 15th. Just getting grips to the car and leading the way around there. 5 laps down, 3 to go. Yellow flag. Yeah, lights on. Over on turn 4, yep, we've got
Riley Kendall.
Riley Kendall sitting there on turn 4. Doesn't look like it hit the wall, so maybe just, I didn't see what happened there, maybe it's just stopped. I did hit the wall. Right, okay, didn't see that one there, so yep, tapped the wall there, so shoot have there, make sure Riley's all okay. So say 4 laps down, 4 to go. We're just on yellow flag. So we're looking at 12H of Hodgins. So 12H, Harry Hodgins in the front. Imogen Whittaker, car number 95 in second place. Car number 62, Riley Kendall in third place. Although Riley's sitting in the wall, so that's probably not going to be happening at the moment. So after that was car number 22, Martin. Xavier Martin sitting there. So as I say, just check on Riley, make sure everything's all okay. And so just remember that there's plenty of food around the track if you're feeling a bit peckish. Want some chips or ice creams or burgers or drinks of any sort. Carousel catering burger bar up the back there with the ice cream truck out the side next to it. And the fan van got some lollies and sweets and souvenirs up there, so in between races, if you want to head up there and get something to eat or something to drink or some souvenirs, go and see the team up there, they'll look after you. Still hooking up to Riley's car, so make sure they're all okay. Riley's 8, so that's always a good thing. Yep, look at that. Little bit of a limp on there, but she's out of the car, and that's always a good thing. So make sure she's okay, and we'll get racing again. So as I say, midway through the race, 4 laps down, 4 to go. Coming up after this, we've got Group B versus Group F of the Saloons, New Zealand Saloons. So that'll be next on the program. Now that the sun's gone and the night lights are out, it's cooling down a bit out there, and as mentioned before, the track's coming on form now, and there's a good looking track out there tonight. A lot of traction on there for some of these saloon cars. Just as we take Riley's car off into the infield. Got that all clear out of the way, so we'll make sure everything's okay, get everyone back into where they need to be, then we'll go racing for the last 4 laps of this race. So as we come past the start-finish line, we've got car number 12, Hodgins, then Imogen Whittaker, Kendall, Martin, Matthew, Jones, Kapika Join, Barker, Travis, Bird, O'Hearn, Jones, Burley, Kendall, and Gribble. I said Riley again, but Riley's out of course. Lights are out. I'd say this time around we'll be in the hand of the starters, we'll be off. Looking good, coming around up to the start-finish line, and we are racing. So Harry Hodgins straight into the lead again off the front position, car number 95, and right up behind. So 4 laps down, 4 to go. So So looking at 12 of Hodgson, 95 of Whitaker, 717 of Jones are your top three. A little bit of a gap between second and third, but coming up in fourth place, Greg Kipper joined 14H, putting the pressure on Jones. As well as 63. Car number 63 of Caden Barker, making an image impression there, trying to work his way through. Again, coming up to some slower traffic, so that's always going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. Nicely done there of 142 of Gribble. Nicely done there, just pulling over, letting them go. 7 laps down, 1 to go, white flag out. Imogen's trying everything can to get past on the inside, but didn't quite make it, so it looks like it's going to go down to number 12, Harry Hodgson. Sure enough, Harry Hodgson's first place, Imogen Whitaker 95 in second, 717 Levi Jones in third. Fourth place is 14 of Greg Kapika-Join. Fifth place was 63 of Barker. Sixth place 113 of Matthew. Jess Bird, car number 27 in seventh place. Travis in eighth, car number 74. Car number 93, Renee O'Hearn, coming through in ninth. Then 71H of Jones in 10th. Chloe Burley in 61 in 11th. 12th was Kendall. 13th, 142 of Gribble. 14th place was DNF for 22 of Martin, Kendall and Hickford. So that's how it works out in here. We've got, as I say, there was a mini stocks heat 2. So coming up next, we've got New Zealand Saloon's Group B versus Group F, 12 laps.
Sounded like a big crash there for a minute, was it?
It was, yeah. Bit of argy-bargy.
Who ran it? Oh, it's that green car.
Yeah.
Which one was that? Riley,
yep.
Got caught up.
Got her out of the car, and she was all okay. A little bit of a limp as she walked off, but she was looking good. So, always good.
So the win goes to Harry Hodgson.
Does. Yep.
The 12. Righto, so let's do some. Let's get those pits media people working while we put a bit of water on the track. The 16S of Corf was down there with Billy the Hickey.
Billy the Hickey. Minty, seriously, come on, man. Right, I'm down here with the 16S Thomas Corf, driving like your dad, but he confessed that you're a lot more fitter than he is and come away with the heat one last time out.
Yeah, no, we had a pretty clean run, but a little bit lucky we had no in front. Well, yeah, right out front, so had a clean run. But yeah, no, it's good to have a clean run and keep out of trouble and keep going forward.
Absolutely. Now, I just put my hand on your right rear there. Quite hot. Obviously, adverse conditions out there.
Yeah, it's chopped up a little bit. Obviously, they tried to get as much water in as they can, and it's not too bad. It's held out pretty good, a lot better than what everyone was thinking. But yeah, we'll get over it. We'll find a setup for it.
Everyone's got the same track, of course. Now we can see Craig's down there doing some adjustments. You're cruising there, working on the left-hand rear of the car. What's going on there?
Yeah, I just had a little bit of an issue with birdcage bearing, but yeah, shouldn't be too much of a major, and we'll get back out there for the next one.
Fantastic, and of course, mate, you couldn't do it without all your sponsors on there, obviously, Mufflers NZ, all those guys.
Yeah, Mufflers NZ, TSK Construction, and Sarah Bentley at Professionals back at home, so yeah, no, I can't do it without them.
Awesome, mate. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Cheers.
Minty. Well, there we go. Billy the Hickey with the interviews. What's going on? What's with that?
Minty the Mead.
Minty the Mead. I think I like that better. You need to call me Hick Billy. Everyone calls me Hick Billy. Jason will tell you that. It's Hick Billy.
No, it's Billy the Hickey.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's Valentine's Day. And what did you buy your girlfriend?
What did we went out for ice cream last night. That's right. Yeah, we sat down at the beach and had Macca's sundaes.
You're in trouble, sunshine. You are in trouble. Coming out the gate is the 8K of Kevin Williams, and he is on pole. He's on grid 2 for this one, the 12S of... Geez, they're all over the place at the moment. These grids they're a challenge for a commentator when they've got 6 different groups. Halcrone, the 242, Drever, first heat winners coming out. There is the 12S, and that is Blake Hooper, 27B. Josh Smith, that car is a little rocket ship. So the 67, as they come around, you're going on the outside. It's the 8K of Kevin Williams. Then the 31B is on grid 2 around this. This is Group B versus Group F. So the 31B, David Hunter, is on 3. The 67A, Scott Rumble, is on grid 5. Then we've got the 81 of Hickman, the 242 of Halcrow, the 7S of Drever, and the 2NZ of Roygard. Dave Roygard's not confident that he's got that car fixed. On the inside grids, we've got the 12S, and that should be Blake Hooper is on 1. 27 of Smith is on 3. 21H of Williams is on 5. Then the 47D of George Phillips will be on 7. Then we go back to Tyler, the 56K is on 9. Then the 124, Danielle Halcrow. Then we go back to the 77 of Cresswell and the 71, 71C, I think it is, of Willie Woolhouse.
Yep.
So Woolhouse had some big passes in the first heat. He's off the tail again now. So tomorrow night he'll have the next heat, and the next two will be middle and front. So he wants to get a bit of passing going on, and again, it's trying to find a setup to match what's going on in the track, and that's the big challenge that you've got going forward now. It's not about the track conditions are the same for everyone.
Oh, exactly.
It's been 32, 33 degrees here today. The track has got a couple of lines if you want to use them out there, but again, if you go out there and you get underpassed, or you go out there and you make a mistake, that can be the end of your suffering in your heat. So it's a bit of risk and reward, but the ones that need to risk are the ones that are down the back. The 71C of a man from Christchurch, Ross Questwell in the 71. 77, Drever, the winner of the last heat in the 7S. He's down the tail end again now, so he needs to make some passes. Roygard in the 2. Now, Dave Roygard was saying it's a brand new distributor. It's brand spanking new, and something's playing up in the internals.
Yeah.
And because it's brand new,
what can you do?
They don't have spares because it's not like anything else they've had. So he said, we rolled the dice, and he said the dice haven't landed so well. He's doing a double blank.
Exactly.
Rather than a double 6.
But as you say, the track is the same for everyone out there, so you've got to have the right setup for the track on the night.
Yeah, and look, it is luck. Racing is a lot of luck. I mean, when you look at it, you have all the skill, all the setup, all the things going your way, but sometimes you need just a little bit of luck. So off the front, Williams in the 8K. He's on 20 points, and then you go on the inside, Hooper. Now that doesn't quite look right of what we've got through there, so those points are incorrect from the first heat that are showing up on my screen now. So they'll fix themselves as they come around. So Williams in the 8K, he is on 2. On 1 is Hooper in the 12S. The green flag's up, we're looking for a start. They go green, and on the inside, Hooper in the 12S gets the better start. Smith in the 27B goes up the inside, but Williams, he just holds the foot on the gas, goes right around the outside. Smith dives to the outside of Hooper going down into 3 and 4. He knows there's a line there. Hooper has to back out. Yes, Smith with the big outside pass. Steve Williams in the 21, he's sitting down tight. The 31B of Hunter, he's gone out wide, but he's made a mess of that. Left the gate open for Rumble in the 67. So there's 1 and 2. Halcrow sitting out wide in the 242, looking for a way round the outside of the 56 of Tyler. Look at the scrap at the front. Williams in the 8. Smith in the 27. Smith's going to run underneath.
Spin out over on turn 2, car number 31. That's the car of David Hunter.
They'll go yellow.
And yellow on that, he's right in the middle of the track.
So that will just, how can I say it? Rip the undies of Smith in the 27, because you go back a lap, and that puts Williams back in the lead after a blindingly good pass from Smith. So it goes back to 8K in front from the 27 and the 12 of Hooper, then the 21 of Williams, the 47, our visitor from down in Dunedin. He's doing really well, George Phillips. Great looking race car, putting in some good spots. Then the 67 of Rumble will be sitting in 6th. Then the 81 of Hickman, the 81A. Then behind the 81A, the 31B. Well, that car isn't there no more because it had the turn up and spin up. Then it's the 56K of Tyler, the 242 of Halcrow. Then the 7S Drever, who won the first heat. 71C of Woolhouse has made a couple up. Roygard on the 2NZ looks to be better. Then the 77 of Cresswell, the 124. Our man from Auckland, Paul Wright. And then down the back is the 31 after cause of accident or cause of yellow. They all look pretty good, according to my screen, according to the referees. Roygard may not be having the same challenges at the moment. The car isn't misfiring and misbehaving and all those sorts of things. They all close up Williams in the 8K. He's won the lottery after Smith with a blindingly good pass. Smith has to go back to that second place. Remember, they've only done a lap though. A couple of laps in. Looking for a green flag. They've got green. So Smith dives to the outside of Williams. Oh, Smith goes round the outside. Williams doesn't back out. There's a bit of love, contact and kissing going on. But Smith with the horsepower. Drives around him. Big grunt from Smith, Craig.
That was just a major power through. But he's got it and he's made it hold. So Smith in 27 as your race leader, followed by Williams in 8, and number 8 of Williams. Then we're looking at Hooper, and then 21 of Steve Williams, and in 4th place there. Back towards the back of the field, car number 2 of Roygard. As you say, looks like he's getting a few things under control, but still running really wide, so he's getting used to that car now.
Yeah, so Roygard hasn't been out in the car much, but in the front, it is the 27B of Smith. From the 8K of Williams, he has a big look up the inside. The 12S of Hooper, it gives him one in the money in the back. Then it's Steve Williams in the 21. Phillips in the 47D. He's doing a great job at the moment in front of Rumble in the 67. Hickman in the 81 goes wide. Tyler in the 56K gets on the inside. Then it's the 242 of Halcrow. Oh, look out! Tyler into the inside of Hickman, gets spun out and chucked on the grass. So the 56K parks up. Tried to dive up the inside of Hickman. There was no room there at the end, and the gate shut. So Williams under attack from Hooper in the 12. He's looking to go around the outside. Smith isn't getting away from Williams. Williams actually has the faster lap time in this race. 5 to go. They've done 7. 2 NZ of Roygard calls it a day yet again. It's all over for him. Here comes Hooper on the outside of Williams. Williams drifts wide out of 3 and 4, blocks the gate. Steve Williams in the 21H. He looks up the inside, but Josh Smith, he's loving this. He's out in front and he's doing a good job. Kevin Williams in the 8K, then the 12S of Hooper, front of the 21 of Williams. The 47D of Phillips, then the 67 of Rumble. Big gap back to Hickman in the 81 from Halcrow in the 242. Woodhouse in the 71C and Drever in the 7 just can't find a way around Halcrow.
So, car number 27B, Smith in the lead. Followed up in second place by Williams in car number 8. But the action is back further down the field. 1 lap to go. White flag out. 27B. Car number 31 down the back straight, slowing down a bit. But looks like it's going to be Smith of 27 all the way through. Coming up, takes a checkered flag. So positions are first place 27B of Smith. Second place was 8 of Williams. 21H Steve Williams in third. Fourth place was 12S of Hooper. Then 47 of Phillips in fifth. Sixth place was 67 of Rumble. Seventh place is Hickman in car number 81. Eighth place 242 of Halcrow. 71C of Woodhouse in ninth with Richard Drever in 7S in 10th. 77 race Creswell in 11th place. 12th was Halcrow in car 124. Rounding up the field, Hunter in 31. And then of course your DNFs for 2NZ, Roygard just not his night tonight, and of course Tyler in 56. So those are your results for race 12, New Zealand Saloons. Coming up next we've got stock cars, heat 2 of 12 laps. But in the meantime, round of applause as 27 comes around with the checker flag. And we'll look at those points and see how how things stack up for the next round.
Just posting the results up now to the Facebook page if you need to follow up. The points up there are incorrect, but they'll fix those up very shortly. Nice to have you along here at Huntly International Speedway, whether you're here at track or watching the wonderful coverage from the pits media. It is the Tank Guy, New Zealand Saloon Champs. Just a reminder, if you want to win a $150 dinner voucher, go and find that photo of Scott Williams up there in corner 3. Take a photo of yourself standing in front of Scott's face and post it to his Facebook page on Scott Williams Eve Real Estate. I'm going to draw on Sunday night somebody to be sent out to dinner. So you look at some of this fantastic coverage from the pits media that's going out to the world of Josh Smith, Magan Tyre, Black Lion, 27B made it to the front, got around Kevin Williams and never relinquished the lead for the rest of the race. Problems for the 67, the Bel Air Motel. Rumble Wreckers sponsored car, just getting a push out to the pits. Couple of challenges there. So sitting out the back are stock cars. Nice to have you along. Don't forget there's good food going up at the Carousel Catering Burger Bar. And don't forget the fan van and everything else that is going on here. Tomorrow night, racing starts from 7 p.m. Don't forget there also, tomorrow during the day, some jet sprinting up at Mary Mary. There is New Zealand Cycling, the road race champs that Hamish Bond won the New Zealand road race time trial today. He's doing the rowing, but he jumped on a bike, so that man's got some talent. And he won that today. So that's out in Cambridge tomorrow during the day as well. So lots of stuff going on around the region if you're here coming on through. Now the other thing, if you're staying on site too, the cafe down by the pit gate is open in the morning. It's doing breakfasts if you're staying on site for about $13, I hear, a good feed. So if you need a feed tomorrow morning and you're staying on site, the cafe on site is cooking a feed. Get across there, I think breakfast from about 8 a.m. in the morning. If you want to wander across there, the yellow building over by the pit gate, they're putting on a great feed. So if you're staying on site, and there's a lot of motorhomes up there, if you don't want to cook, wander across there and that's where you can get breakfast. Remember, we're a no smoking, no vaping venue. And of course we are tinder dry, so please be very, very careful as we send the pits media down into the pits. That young fella Stiffy's off down there trying to do something, and Jace, they're doing a grand job. So just waiting for Josh Smith to get out of the car. We can probably do an update too on the Roygard. We know it's distributor. And we'll try and get an update very, very soon on Michelle McPherson-Weimer of how that injury was down there. Right, here we go. Josh Smith had another win, that 27B. He's liking this. Nothing wrong with the track if he can take 2 from 2. The Pits Media have another interview. It is Mike Wilson talking to the last race winner.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Back down here with the 27B car, the McIntyre Black Line car of Josh Smith. 2 from 2, mate. You're unbeaten. Qualifying is working out for you.
Yeah, so far so good. Like, to be honest, we're starting on the front 2 rows for the first 3 heats. So, to be honest, it's not too hard, but the track's definitely getting down to that single lane after about halfway through.
Well, if you don't make the most of your front grids, you're never going to get where you need to be. So you're doing what you need to do here on night number 1.
Yeah, for sure. Just doing what we need to do, not taking any unnecessary risks and just getting through the night.
Did you make much setup changes from Heat 1 to the second time?
None.
None at all?
Nothing.
Right, you're stamping on the pedal good. Congratulations on 2 race wins. It's kind of going to ease you up a little bit and calm those nerves down.
For sure, yeah. No, it's been really good. Hey, I'd just like to say thanks to our sponsors, and hopefully our boy Bailey's doing well at MIP.
All right, MIP happening here as well. Quick update on Michelle McPherson. Suspected lower broken arm, not good. She's gone away for precautionary. And of course, as you said, Minty, that Cameron Roygard car, they just can't sort that distributor. So hopefully they get that ready for tomorrow and he can come back strong.
Yeah, thanks for that. Hopefully we can get it sorted, and not good news about Michelle, but as you heard, a suspected broken arm on that. So our thoughts going out to her. Make sure she's going to be all right. But as I say, we've got stock cars coming up now. 10 laps, heat 2. Running through the grid, we've got, see if I can see the cars, we've got 361. Clinton Cheatham on the outside there. On the pole, we've got car number 46, which is Barry Rhodes. Behind Barry, we've got 22. Liz Hepworth. Car number 213 on the outside from that is Gordon White. And then we've got the 51 of Ali van Amsterdam on the 3rd row on the inside. Looking at car number, so 51R on the inside, it's the same guys. Ali van Amsterdam on the outside, 51A. Running through some of those, we've got car number 922 of Hayden Hepworth. 422 of Blair Ashton. Lights are green, we are racing. Straight into the lead off the pole is car number 46. Car number 46, we've got 39 doing donuts on the outside here. But in the meantime, it's car number 361. Clinton Cheetham going nice and wide there, was in the lead, but now it's been under attack by car number 51A. Ali van Amsterdam taking the lead. Cheetham in second place, Hutchby 88 in third, with 46H of Rhodes in fourth place. So those are your top four, but action's all back on turn 4 at the moment with the cars all over the place. On the track, off the track. 13A looks like pulling on into the infield. It's Daniel Field. And car number 4 over there, that's Josh Humble, pulling off onto the infield too. But 2 laps down, 8 to go. Positions first place is Ali van Amsterdam, 51A. 361 of Cheetham in second place. Hutchby in car number 88H in third, with Aiken 27H coming up in fourth place. 69 car Bevan there, just doing our donuts in front of the start finish crew. And sparks are flying off car number 24. Coming down the back straight there, Brad Philpott up against the wall. 4 laps down, 6 to go. Another dual spin out there, car number 69. Bevan having another spin there, as well as 39 of Craig Martin. Doing a bit of a dance together, but 5 laps down, 5 to go, midway through the race. Van Amsterdam in first place, 51. Aiken, 27, up in second. Hutchby, 88, third place, with Hepworth of 22 in fourth. Fast lap so far was just completed by Ali van Amsterdam, 17.3. Again, we've got another spin out down there on turn 3. Clears the track out of the way. 6 laps down, 4 to go. Ali van Amsterdam, our race leader, coming down the back straight into turn 3 as we talk, with 27 of Brett Aitken right behind him. Again, coming up on slower traffic, so that's why it's going to make things a little bit more interesting, but straight underneath the slower car there. Car number 213, Gordon White. Backfield run out wide there. It's turn 3 and 4. Ali coming up behind him. White flag out. Last lap for Ali van Amsterdam and Brett Aiken in 51 and 27 respectively. Is Ali going to get held up? Checkered flag, Ali van Amsterdam, 51A of Auckland, taking out the lead in that. There is 27H, Brett Aitken, second place. Third place, 88, Justin Hutchbury. With fourth place going to 22 of Les Hepworth. Then fifth place of Rhodes, 46. Sixth place is the 97 of Cheetham. Brad Philpott, 24H in seventh place. Eighth was 8 of Henderson. Ninth place was 422 of Ashton. And then round up your top 10, 16H of Marshall. 11th was Mortimer in car number 9. And 12th was 51 of Guys. And 69 Bevan rounding up the field in 12th position. DNFs of course for Marshall, Cheetham, Martin, Humble, Gallagher and Field. So a few cars out in that race, but that's your results. So that was race 13 of stock cars, heat 2. Next up we've got Group D and Group E of New Zealand Saloons. So they'll be coming out again and getting ready to rumble. See what we can do there. But round of applause for Ali van Amsterdam as they comes around in car number 51. In the meantime, I think we might head down to the pits. We've got an interview with 7P down there, so if you can hear me, guys, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's right. I'm down here with the 7P, Shane L.A. King. Oh, no, sorry, Shane Lake King. That's right. Shane, obviously, we're going really well in that second heat there. Car looked fantastic.
Yeah, thanks. We got it wrong in the first one. We had the car way too tight, thinking the track was going to be pretty slick, but it wasn't. But, yeah, we definitely got it better for that one.
Must be pretty cool to bring it home in second in a championship race.
Oh, it's a long way to go. It's only our second heat. Yeah, hopefully we just stay out of trouble and just keep performing. That's the secret, eh?
There's obviously a couple of lines seems to be developing out there. Where are you going and what's your plan for the future?
I'm just going to stay down low. That's where that track seems to be going. So, yeah.
And any adjustments on the car that you'll be making, Shane?
We just loosened it up a little bit. We just changed the front a little bit, but we'll probably keep it like it is. I think it's only going to slicken off, if anything.
Thank you very much. Well, the car looks fantastic, mate. I'll tell you what, it looks mean. Gee, that's really cool.
Cheers, man.
Best of luck for the next one.
Thanks, man.
You're a good-looking man, Billy Hickey. Here is Mike Wilson. He's having a great interview. He's got lots to do. Go, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Minty. I'm here with the 88K car of Chris Johnson. Chris, you got the magic rag and well, no, you're polishing the car, mate.
Pit crewing at the same time, mate. Just keep myself cool, you know.
You've had 2 solid races, and that's really what you need to do on night number 1.
Yeah, it is. I was a bit unlucky. I lost my lap count on the last race, so that was probably the best race I'd had. But no, it's all going good. Car's handling well, so it's all we can ask for. I'd like to thank my sponsors too, actually. Pit Stop, Te Rapa, Tyre Traders Cambridge, Don Griffiths Matamata. And my son he's down in, where is he? Down on the coast anyway, Napier, down at the concert. So
good old Hawke's Bay.
Having the best time, him or me.
You will be.
Yeah.
You've got to be happy with those positions so far in your first 2 races.
Definitely.
Now, what's the reason for polishing the car? Is that for streamlining? You reckon you get another couple of tenths out of the race car?
It looks better. Nah, it keeps the mud off because the mud sticks to it not quite as bad here as Bay Park. Bay Park, you get it on there and you don't get it off.
So it's pretty tacky tonight, though.
It sure is, yeah. But the track's not too bad.
All right, no, the track's really good at the moment, so good luck for that third heat race.
Much, yeah, good. Thank you.
All right, we're going to grab Jared Fletcher straight away as well, the Spray Pump Services HRP Performance race car. We'll get Jared in here. 2 good drives for you, especially your second heat race where you came from the very rear, I think, for a top 3.
Yeah, I think we started 14 and ended up 3rd, so we got pretty lucky with a couple of DNFs in that one, but we made some nice passes in that one, and we certainly made the car a lot better from the first one. It wasn't that good. I was pretty disappointed. I started second and finished second, but yeah, we're happy with that one.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. Congratulations on that. You're where you need to be right now.
Yeah, well, that was our furthest most back, so.
All right, thanks, Jared.
And we get underway. Nigel Ross in the 46 gets a brilliant start in a beautiful blue car after a flat tyre in the first heat. Chris Taylor takes off from where he was before, pulling massive wheel stands in the 18K. Then we go back to the 42 of Trent Amarine, and he is doing it high, wide and handsome. Then Paul Wright in the 146. He looks up the inside. Then it's Bigwood in the 36M. Round the outside of Bigwood. Rounding him up goes the 71K of Ryan Neve. Then we go back to the 92 of Martin, the 77 of Cook. Behind him, the 48 of Silcock and the 66K of Skinny Colson. They're your top 10. Then it's Phillips in the 17D in front of the 43 of Tonks, the 57D of Andrews, Harder and Korf. Korf right at the tail of the field after such a brilliant start in the good run in the first one. He's struggling down the back. But Nigel Ross, the 46A, after a DNF from a flat tyre in Heat 1, has the lead from pole in Heat 2. Chris Taylor in the 18K. That car is just really untidy at the moment. It's putting its wheels up. Trent Amarine, he gets out wide in the 42. And the 36 of Bigwood gets underneath him and gives him a nudge. Bigwood goes round and up the inside of Trent Amarine as they go down to the 3 and 4. Amarine trying to hold in, not going to live out there, and he's going to get spat out wide and almost picked up by the 146.
Just looking back at the field, we've got a good battle between Hutter and Korf. But Hutter's just lifted his wheels right off the ground there, and again, not getting the traction that he needs. But meanwhile, up the top of the lead, still Ross in 46 in first place, with Taylor in car number 18 in second place.
Yeah, doing well is Nigel Ross. He's still picking up the inside wheel, running 16.2s. Taylor in the 18K is second. Then we go back to the 36M of Bigwood running third. Amarine in the 42M is fourth in front of Wright in the 146A. Then the 71K of Neve and the 77 of Cook. Then we've got a big gap back the 92B of Martin, the 48A of Silcock, the old Phil Two Good number, the very first NZ1 title of the 48. Then we go back to the 66K of Colson, the 17D of Phillips. Behind him is the 57D of Andrews. Both these guys just struggling a little bit. Then it goes back to the 43 of Tonks, the 8 of Korf, and the 68H of Cody Harder at the back of the field. 3 laps left to go for Nigel Ross in the 46A though. That beautiful blue, powder blue I call it. Spectacular looking race car. In front of the 18K of Chris Taylor.
Gone yellow.
Gone yellow. A few cars.
Tyre down on turn 4.
only got a bit of rubber on the road. Turn 4, wheel fell off. That is off the 17. 17D. I think it's come off his car. Is it just peeled off the rim? Yep, it's just fallen off the rim. It's from the 17D. So either it's gone flat and fallen off, or it's just come off the bead. Crash crew got out there and developed that. We've got 4 laps left to go. There it is, the 17D. So the rim's come off as well. So it is.
It has come right off?
Yeah, it's come right off. So somewhere on the track with one of those wheel nuts. Maybe a mad dash all the way around to try and find that. Welcome along wherever you are, whether you're here at Huntly International Speedway or watching the stream via the Pits Media Live. Around the country and overseas, nice to have you here for the Tank Guy qualifying night, New Zealand Saloon Car Champs. 3 heats tonight for each group, and then 2 more tomorrow night. Looks like the Crash crew have found that wheel nut somewhere sitting out there on the track.
Just keep an eye on car number 68, Cody Harder. There's a bit of smoke coming off his tyres as he's just going around there, even at low speed. So maybe something's rubbing there too.
So the Crash crew found the wheel nut. That's a good thing to get off the track this early on. So Cody Harder in the 68H. He pulls to the infield. Problems that car, the ex-Jeff Webb 66H. Of course, Jeff Webb built that car. Coulson, skinny Coulson design. Cody Harder purchased it late last year. So 4 laps left to go. It is the 46A of Nigel Ross in front of the 18K of Chris Taylor. Taylor getting the big barge from Bigwood in the 36. Behind Marine in the 42, then Wright in the 146, Neve in the 71, Cook in the 77. Behind him we go back to the 92. Your top half does it at the moment, but Nigel Ross. Flat tyre in heat 1. No flat tyre in heat 2 with 3 laps left to go. Taylor coming under a bit of pressure from Bigwood in the 36 and Marine in the 42. This resplendent, beautiful fluoro paint job on the 42M. Then the Myco 146 of Paul Wright out of Auckland. Behind him, Ryan Neve in the 71K, the 77 of Cook sits in behind that. Then we go back to the 92 of Martin. To white flag for Nigel Ross. He gets to take it round with 1 more lap to go.
So Ross in front place, Taylor 18 in second place. Car number 36, Bigwood in third place there, but looks like it's going to be all Ross doing it tonight. Checker flag. Nigel Ross, 46A, first place. Taylor, 18K, second place. Bigwood, 36 in third. Fourth place, 42M of Amarin. Wright in 146 in fifth place. Sixth place, 77G of Cook. Seventh is 71 of Neve. Eighth place is 92B of Martin. Silcock, 48 in position 9. Skinny Coulson, 66K, rounding up top 10. 11th place was 80s of Craig Corf. 57 of Andrews in 12th, and Tonks rounding up the field in 13th, 43. DNFs, of course, for Phillips and Harder in those races. So Ross, Taylor and Bigwood are your top 3 there. And as we say, that was race 14, Group E versus Group D. Next up, we've got mini sprints coming through for heat 3 of 12 laps. The safety crew just making sure everything's off the track and there's nothing there that can cause any issues.
Mike Wilson, he's down there. Jared Fletcher.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We've still got the ADM of Jared Fletcher here. He was telling me all his setup secrets off air, but he said, I'm not allowed to tell anybody. But you're pretty happy with how those first 2 heats went? Yeah, we changed a lot on the car from the first one, so yeah, it made a big difference. Obviously, you've come here with your eyes not only set on a top 3, but you'd like to put number 1 on the side. You won that North Island Championship so brilliantly. it's not often a driver gets to go back-to-back and win an Island title and a Nationals in the same year. Yeah, it's always the goal. You know, we do the sport to get that 1NZ on the side of the car, so it's always been the dream. Dad's had it twice, and, you know, I'd love to have it. There's some other sponsors that you'd like to thank as well. Without looking at the car, can you mention them? Yeah, well, main one, Spray Pump Services and Fletcher Sheds. Also got HRP Performance, Grumpy Sign Shop, and Engine Dynamics. It's very important to have those guys on board, and you've got a good crew too as well working on this race car. Yeah, all family, friends, and everyone. They do a lot of work and help us out. We wouldn't do it without all their help. Are you hoping that this track develops a cushion for tomorrow night? And because of the fact that the track probably won't get worked on overnight, it could throw all that dirt outside and you could get what you want. Yeah, at the moment it's pretty hard to pass out wide. It's just a bit too much loose stuff on there. So hopefully that clears off and we get a bit of side-by-side action. So, all right, thanks, Jared. Awesome, thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Mike. Great interview. Just updating. Billy Hickey's now got Josephine Pete Bennett.
Thank you very much, Minty. Yes, I'm here with Josie Pete Bennett, 61k. Tell us about your night so far, Josie.
What was that, sorry?
Tell us about your night so far.
We've actually done a lot better than what I was hoping for, so that's always a good thing.
And you're enjoying it?
Yeah, I am actually. I was a bit worried. I thought with, no water, we're going to have a really bad track, but I'm actually loving it.
And tell us what you think of how you're managing the car setup tonight, because obviously it's really difficult with the adverse conditions out there, but it's improving, it's getting better. How do you go about that as a driver and a crew?
I kind of leave it all up to hubby, as you can see. He's sort of doing most of it, but then I still sort of have to tell him a little bit about what I want him to do, which is always hard too, because I sort of give him a bit of a girly answer and say the car's doing this and the car's doing that, and then sort of got to decide between us. But we're just about to get in and we've decided that we're going to change everything, so we'll see what happens.
Change everything in the last minute. It's like changing your outfit before you go out for dinner, because it's Valentine's Day, but we're here at Speedway. What else would you want to be doing?
Best place to be.
Exactly, and it's New Zealand title. How good?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, and best of luck for your last heats.
Cool, thank you.
Well, Billy Hickey down there with Josephine Pete Bennett, a young lady that started her career in racing here at Huntly in mini stocks. So we see a progression of so many of young drivers coming through mini stocks and carrying on into some of the bigger classes we go through. So it is Heat 3 of the Waikato Mini Sprint Champs at the moment. Shane Dewar, the 1NZ's on 19. Donald Kruger, the 38S is on 18. Behind that, it looks like we've lost a car or two. I know all the points are changing, so they're doing to me on the screen. I can't figure out anything at the moment, but all I know is Dewar is the points leader. Kruger is in second. Then the 10S of Dickey, I think, is in third. They're your top three after two heats, and we are going to Heat 3. At the end of this, we will have a Waikato Mini Sprint Champ, which is really cool to see. Pits Media doing a great job down there in the pits, and like we said before, Michelle Weimer McPherson has injured her arm and been taken away. As the mini sprints, 12 laps, Heat 3, the Waikato Mini Stock Champs. Up comes young Jamie Burley. She's a whole about 10 years old, 11 maybe if she's lucky. Might have a birthday, could be 12. Which one is it, Jamie? You're 11. Got a motorbike for a birthday. Unbelievable. All I ever got was a good feed. Here we go, it is Waikato Mini Sprint Champs Heat 3 coming out of corner 4 and gas on. Round the outside goes the 18 of Nickel. Great start from him. Where's our number one? It's Dewar in the 1NZ car. Fighting through. Kruger in the 38. Bit of water on top of the track. She's a little bit slippery for them. They just need to be careful. Dewar looks to go up the inside. Makes a good pass. Gets a couple done. So Nickel has the lead. Heron in the 72P is second. Then Dewar in the 1NZ from Hurley, Dickey, Kruger, Hart, Hall, Eulenberg. Ben Vaughan out for the night. So Nickel, the 18S, has a good handy lead at the moment. Now they're starting to crank it in. The 72 of Heron, he's out wide, got a good line in there. Then the 1NZ. The NZ sponsor is Shane Dewar, the current New Zealand champion. Then the 10S of Dickey, the 82S of Hurley, the 38 of Kruger. Kruger needs to make a pass or two, needs to keep it tidy in there if he wants to put himself on the podium tonight. 15.4s at the moment from Dickey, fastest man on track. But they're winding the wick up a little bit. Then they have Heron in the 72P. Got that wide line out on the marble, starting to work for him. and he's starting to get a little bit of drive, looking to go around the outside, and Nickel to take the lead. Heron's out wide. He's holding tough. Oh, great drive from Heron out wide in the 72. Nails it through 1 and 2. Takes over the lead. That's a brilliant pass from the 72. Up the inside goes Nickel. Oh, Dickey late on the brakes. Drives underneath. Nickel pushes him wide. Getting a bit willing now. Change at the lead as well. Dickey goes to the front. It's Heron. So Dickey in the 10S leads from the 72 of Heron. Then we go back to the 1NZ getting up the inside of the 18 of Nickel, then Hurley, then Kruger. So the 10S, 13.8 from Dickey off a lap record here of 13.6. So he has really put the gun down. Heron in the 72P sits second, then the 1NZ of Dewar just can't run them down. The 18S of Nickel is next, then Hurley. Then we go back to Kruger, Hart, Hall, Eulenberg. Dickey's wound the wick up, 13.69. He's after a lap record here. He's right on the money. As we've gone yellow, car parked up over the other side. It is Mini Sprints. Dean Cooper, 2017, 13.65. Dickey just ran a 13.67. And of course, we've gone back a lap, so he's lost that time in the thing. So 13.67, running 13.8s, 13.7s. So the 18. By croakies, that's hard work when you've gone out there. Great coverage. Those at home are picking up from the pits media. Car comes to the infield. So at the moment, it's the finish. The 1NZ of Dewar's got 27 points. Dickey in the 10S is 25. Rounding out your podium in 6th place on the track at the moment is the 38S of Donald Kruger. So that's how they're sitting. They got 4 laps left to go. It is the 10S of Dickey, who did a 13.69 on a lap record of a 13.65. 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second off the lap record. And he was going wide. He decided he was going to run real wide. Got some massive go out of there. 72P, Heron was out there as well. Then they dived down the inside for Dickey to take over the race lead. Lights are out, 4 to go. Dickey floating up towards Sean Dickey. Comes out of 3 and 4. Gets on the gas, stamps it. Gets a good little start, but Heron in the 72's having none of that. Cuts across the front of the 2NZ. He gets a bounce out of the road. Will come around this time with 3 to go. It is Sean Dickey in the 10S. Has the lead from Heron in the 72P. Then we've got the 1NZ. Then Nickel in the 18S. Hurley in the 82. Kruger in the 38. Your top 6. And in there are your podium. 2 to go. 13.76 for Heron. He's a 1/10 of a second off the lap record. Winding the wick up. White flag that's coming around. Sean Dickey, the 10S. He's holding tough. Heron, Elliot Heron, doing what he can to drag him in. Then Shane Dewar in the 1NZ. Behind him is the 18S of Nickel. Then it's Hurley and Kruger, but here's the win. White flag, checkered flag, it is for Dickey. As they round it down. 13.7s, 13.8s, 13.8s. So as they finish, the 10S of Dickey wins from the 72P of Heron. The 1NZ of Dewar was 3rd. 18S of Nickel was 4th. The 82S of Hurley 5th. Then the 38S of Kruger was 6th. The 33K of Hart was next. Then the 85 of Eulenberg. The Waikato champs, though, here are the unofficial points. 1NZ, Shane Dewar, has 27 points. The 10S, Sean Dickey, has 25 points. And the 38S of Donald Kruger has 23 points. Unofficially, your podium for the Waikato Mini Sprint champs. 1NZ Shane Dewar wins it from the 10S of Sean Dickey and the 38S of Donald Kruger. They will be your top 3 in the Waikato Mini Sprint champs, and very, very close to lap times as they line up out the back. wonder what the Pits media are doing down there. They got any interviews floating up down there? Those boys resting, having. I bet you they haven't food. They're eating hot dogs again. I can tell. Billy Hickey eating hot dogs for Valentine's Day. As he goes round, 10S Sean Dickey takes the win and the checkered flag down the main straight into corner 3 and 4 with the checkered flag. We're going to go down and see Nigel Ross in that beautiful powder blue car. It's just a lovely colour.
Yeah, isn't it lovely? Nigel Ross, contrasting fortunes for you. DNF with a flat tyre in your first heat race, and you come back out with a storming race win.
Yeah, look, I mean, I had to win that. I got to try and stay in it. I've got to be really consistent and place in my next 3 races over the next tonight and tomorrow night. So yeah, DNF was really unfortunate, but can't undo it. It's behind me now, and Ben's in touch with the car, and we've just got to keep working on that suspension. I mean, hey, it's a great Love Lady frame there, and John's done a lot of development on the coilovers in the back, so that was a good morale booster for me. Just getting some seat time and scribing some lines and adjusting the brakes, and after the yellow light, the car just felt like it was on rails.
Like I say, you needed that after that first race. But the beauty of this format, though, with the 5 heat races, is possibly you can afford to have one bad one.
Yeah, I think also that we're all predicting that, even though we take our hats off to all the volunteers and the Huntly crew here for, incredible racetrack, the weather is against us. I mean, it's just been extremely hot, and, you're putting 40-odd cars on it tonight. It can't be the same racetrack tomorrow night, so we're all predicting a very dusty New Zealand title.
Well, it's the driver that keeps on top of the setup that's going to prevail.
And look, you got to be up the front to take some pressure off, to come from all the way to the back, which will be great, you'll be a hero. But reality is, no one stands out here. There is a whole bunch of good guys that can win this, and you need to be up in that top cluster.
Yeah, you certainly do, but winning races is going to help you do that. Thanks, Nigel.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm here to have a good time. This is my last New Zealand title, so I'm going to be trying to, in every race to get my nose across the line in front of the next car in front of me.
Well, you'd be a popular winner, that's for sure. Thanks.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. Yes, I'm here with current 1NZ, Ethan Cook. Obviously, we saw you sit out that last race on the infield with some unfortunate issues. You saw the guys working on the car by the gate. Just run us through what was going on there.
Yeah, I couldn't start the car when we went to line up, and we didn't have time to look at it here, so we had to call a 3-minute bell on the track and try to change it in time. But unfortunately, it was a Cook battery and an alternator. Don't know what's happened, but we've got a new alternator and battery, and now we're ready to go.
Otherwise, obviously, really happy with the car tonight. We saw a bit of nerf bar damage and a bit of panel damage after the trailer park girls go around the outside and hitting the wall there, mate. That was all on.
Yeah, I need to put a little wheel on there like Peter Rees has done to his right front bumper. I think it's the way of the future, eh? The track's good. I mean, the guy's done a great effort with the conditions at the moment. Lack of water and it's been so hot here. And it's still racy. I mean, we're getting a few good laps at the start of the heats, to go around the outside of them. So we'll just have to look at doing that for this next one.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much for your time, mate. Best of luck for your next heat.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Go. Right, it's a real family affair down here in the Corf pit. Now, Craig, you were talking to me off camera. You were a little bit unhappy about track conditions when you went out for that second race.
Yeah, the second race was, I think it started a little bit earlier. It was still quite wet on the pole line and probably a third of the way into the track. Another couple of laps might have just avoided any carnage if there's always a high risk of carnage. People pushing, coming into a corner and that sort of thing. But hey, everyone's on the same paddock, but yeah, I think it's just a little bit early, that was all.
We had a heat win first time up. You started off near the back in that one, but you still managed to move forward.
Yeah, I just had to wait until the track came to the car, and then we managed to move ahead. But like I say, everyone's on the same paddock. But for a New Zealand title, it would have been good to have a wheel pack just a little bit more. But hey, still move forward. So yeah.
And just quickly, you were flat out working on Thomas's car. Has he got an issue?
Not now.
What was the issue? I saw you working on the left quarter.
Yeah, he had a few problems with the rear brake caliper on the spline, but we fixed it with a file. File does wonders, and he should be all ready to go now. Well, he is ready to go. He's up on the dummy grid, and he'll go okay.
All right, I'm sure he will. Thanks, Craig.
Cheers, eh?
Great job from the Pits media bringing us those interviews down there of the changing fortunes of many of the drivers. We've got time if they're floating around down there, but a good time also. So a good time.
Build it, make it, fix it, shift it, tow
it, stow it, dig it, lift it, mow it, trim it, grind it, chip it. We hire it. Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, saw it, clean it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it.
The St. Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous Bluff Kinner. Once caught, the kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-boned fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing Kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
So it is Snoopy in the 8H, who's out in front. So Snoopy's floating around out the front in the 8H. Then we go back to the 26. New cars that I haven't seen out here before. Brian Coombe grabs another gear down the back straight in the 41 of Kerry Mann. He's all sideways. Then it's the 99 of Graham Featherston. Still playing up there, the 75 of Trevor Peters, TP. That car's for sale as well. Then we go back to the 11 of Jackie Miller. So Snoopy. Oh, that's Ian Smith has it all high, sideways and handsome as he comes down the back straight and tries to get himself out into the concrete wall. As we breathe and buy ourselves a little bit of time before the final round of heats come out. So Craig Tompkins arrived back up here with his knee put back into place. So he popped his knee out. What'd you do, you fool?
That was interesting. I was just calling the race and dislocated my knee.
You did dislocate it?
I did. Dislocated my kneecap. It's spun right down there.
I told you your kneecap had moved. Teach you for wearing short longs or long shorts.
I've just got short legs.
So this, the 8P of Ian Smith. The 8H of Snoopy has the race lead at the moment as he cruises down through 1 and 2. Then we go back to the 26 of Coombe, sits in second place, trying to run him down as Featherston in the 99 and the Hillman Imp, ex-Fletcher Steele. That's how he used to race when he's on the go path too. So Kerry Mann under a bit of challenge from Trevor Peters and Jackie Miller, the three of them running a rolling block. I'd say they're probably going to roll a rolling block to stop Snoopy.
Stop old Snoopy's winning.
Snoopy's got no chance. He don't want no part of catching up to them because we know what's going to happen very shortly. He'll run into them and get held up, tied up and done up. Whoa, checkered flag for Snoopy. Ian Smith takes that. Second place will come home will be Coombe. Brian Coombe in the 26. Just in front of the 99, which should have Graham Featherston in it. So the Hillman Imp. The other three, well, they'll just continue to play around the back of the trace. So we get ready for Heat 7. This one is B versus C. Off the front is Clements in the 25H, 71C. Our man from Christchurch, Willhouse, is off the front this time. Ross Quest from the 77K and the 27B of Josh Smith are your top four. 67 of Rumble's next, then the 124 of Hellcrow is on 6. 2NZ, he's down the back this time, as is Keating, Josie Pete Bennett all off the back as well. So just waiting for the golden oldies of the outlaw stock cars to wander off. They're taking away the cones. Hopefully with a time, we're down the pits media. They're doing some wonderful work down in the pits for me with interviews and people. Billy Hickey, who are you having a yak to now?
Oh, thanks, Minty. I'm having a yak to the 66K. Skinny Colson, of course.
Skinny Colson, who's he?
Who's he? I don't even know what to say to that, Minty. Skinny Colson, he's one of the greatest saloon drivers ever, of course, races a sprint car as well. I must ask you, how is your night going?
It's going pretty good so far. I've gone forward in both of them. Took me a bit too long to get into gear, to get into the saloon car mode in the first one. I probably missed a few opportunities early, but started at the back of that one and I went forward 5 spots. I used the outside as long as it stayed there, and then you kind of had to shut down and just all follow the leader. But for the lack of water, you know, like and Red's dilemma, the track is actually staying pretty jolly good. We're getting a fair good bite of the cherry before you've all got to shut down. So, no, we're happy. Look at some one piece.
A skinny car in one piece is always good in one piece. Now, I must ask you, mate, you're out here in the Saloon, you're having a bit of fun doing the New Zealand Champs, that's fantastic. Sprint car or Saloon? You've got both, what do you prefer?
Oh, mate, the sprint car is just so exhilarating that you stand on it and it just says, wow, and it's happening. I need Al to make me a cup of tea in here so I can have a cup of tea when I'm going down the street. But the Saloon is still really good. It's chalk and cheese. They're both good. But if you have to pick one, the sprint car for sheer exhilaration, buddy, you know it.
Oh, mate, we love your attitude. It's great to see you here. Thank you so much for your time and have fun the rest of the meeting. Best of luck tonight.
Oh, cheers, Billy. It's just good fun out there. It's a good fun and it's keep it clean and just see how the mop flops tomorrow night with the points. And, hey, who knows?
Who knows? Give us a hug, mate. Give us a hug. Well done, well done. Thanks for your time.
G'day, Minty.
Cheers, bud. Thank you. He loves you, Minty.
Yeah, knew where that came from. Mike Wilson now is Wayne Melling, the 227X street stock racer for when I started my career. How old is he?
Well, I'm not going to ask him how old he is, Minty. 227 Bay Charters car of Wayne Melling. Wayne, you've had two solid results, 4th and a 7th place, and that's all it takes to get through to that top 16.
Yeah, not doing too bad at the moment. As far as, the 4th and the 7th, got slightly better grids tomorrow night, so hopefully we should be able to pull it off, but we'll see how we go.
I like the way you battled with that damaged front bonnet. You didn't have the best division, but you still managed to bring it home in 7th place, and I see you've got about 10 rolls of duct tape on the front holding it down.
Oh yeah, duct tape's awesome, mate. Duct tape and a few rivets here and there, and should hold together for the rest of the night, I hope.
Right, all the best for a third heat. Quickly mention a couple of your sponsors.
Just thanks to Current Truck Painters, Bay Tours and Charters, Melling Engineering, and Miani Storage and Cervic Engineering as well.
All right, good luck, Wayne.
Cheers.
Thank you, Mike Wilson. Another great interview down there in the pits with Wayne Melling. Yeah, him and I used to race street stocks together. Oh, that does make me a couple of haircuts old. But out in front, Ryan, we have on the front, it is Woodhouse. And most of the lines now have dried out. Still a couple little greasy lines in the middle of the track, but the drivers will be fully aware of that. They've got the lights are out. They're looking for the green flag, and the drop goes on the outside. It is the man from Christchurch, Woodhouse, gets a great start in front of Smith. Oh, Smith gives Woodhouse and the one in the Khyber Pass just for being here. Manages to put it back together. Woodhouse, he's making sure that Smith is going to do it, and he's going to have to go the long way. And at the moment, Smith's gone up the inside of him as he goes down into one. Woodhouse has to turn away to stop Smith drifting into the side of him. Lands down in the 74. He arrives on the scene and rounds up racing Ross Cresswell. Oh, rumble in the no, look out! The 76 has just cooked his goose. That's thrown the bonnet off the Cresswell car. So Cresswell will be out. You can't run without a bonnet. The 76 spun up and made a mess of that, and then ploughed into, it was that Corf that's ploughed into him as well. And yet Graham Keating, for the third time tonight, the 34M of Graham Keating can't buy a trick, can't buy anything. He couldn't buy a lottery ticket and win it in a one-ticket raffle at the moment. He's had the whole front end ripped out of his car yet again. Lost the tyres laying on the ground. Ross Cresswell's got no bonnet because that fell off when he ran into the 76 of Rumble, who spun up. And I think Corf in the 16, he's got a bit of a broken nose. So there he goes. The 76 turns around. Fletcher, by the scare of it, just by the skin of his teeth, stops whacking Rumble. He gets around him. Cresswell had nowhere to go as Rumble turned back into him. That broke his bonnet.
Yeah.
Keating tried to sneak past on the outside of Rumble. That didn't work, and that ripped out his left front. And then Corf had nowhere to go, and he broke his nose. And you look at the front of the 16 car, he's got more than a broken nose. He's got a dented nose.
Yep.
So 76 is going to be sent to the back, but that's put Cresswell on the infield, and that's put Graham Keating. I'm telling you, you could only buy one ticket in the raffle, he wouldn't win it. I'm serious. He has had his car destroyed through no fault of his own 3 times tonight in 3 heats. As we'll go back, 1 lap gone, 76 has been sent, 67, sorry, has been sent to the back. Woodhouse goes back to the front. hence of going back a lap because Smith in the 27B had made the pass. Pretty serious damage to the front of that 16. It's a front clip, so it really is just like a sacrificial front to these cars, but it does do things to steering. Reece Clements in the 25 wants to go back to 6th spot in front of Fletcher, which is correct, because we've lost a couple of cars, and Cresswell from our grids, and also the 67 has been sent to rear a field. So they'll close all up. Willie Woodhouse, the 71C, the CRW Posts sponsored car out of Christchurch. Great to see him up here, having made the drag through. He'll want to win this. Smith, 27B. He wants to be off the pointy end when he gets to the money run tomorrow night in that big 25-lap final. Lansdowne doing well. Then Clements, Jared Fletcher. He was off the tail of the paddock, about 5 in from the back. He's now 5 from the front. They'll go around once more. We're going to have to do a NASCAR refueling stop soon. Pile everybody in. All the crews will come running over pit gate, put a couple of litres of Go Juice in the fuel card. So it's Woodhouse, Smith, Lansdowne, Clements, Fletcher. Elcrow. We go again. Woodhouse just doesn't have the acceleration that Smith does. Smith rounds him up and goes round the outside. Woodhouse staying on the inside. He backs out of it. Discretion, the better part of Valor there. Scotty Lansdowne in the 74. Looks to try and go round the outside of Woodhouse. Can't. Jared Fletcher's arrived. He's now up. Here comes Korf with a broken nose on the 16. He's getting in amongst it as well. Clements is going backwards. He gets rounded up on the outside by the 12S of Hooper. And there's Rumble in the 67 going round the outside of Clements. So Smith with a good run. Woodhouse in second. Then we go to Lansdowne. Then we go to Fletcher. Smith is loving this. Oh, Smith gets it all sideways and really out of shape as he comes out of 3 and 4. Lansdowne living a little bit wide. Fletcher looking for the mistake. None of them wanting to go and have a big look round the outside. Again, they're just amassing points. Lansdowne goes wide. Got the horsepower to try and kick Fletcher out. Fletcher tries to drive up the inside of Lansdowne. Makes that one work. Pushes Lansdowne wide. Takes the pass. Then Fletcher's late on the picks going to 3 and 4. Lansdowne tries to slide back underneath them. Does so. Takes the pass back. These two swapping spots. Fletcher's been stuck out and hung out to dry. Korf goes up the inside of him. In comes Hooper as well, trying to push him back. Fletcher's going to have to work his way back down to that line. Down, Fletcher gets some contact from Hooper. Gets one in the side. Fletcher trying to get back down and shut the gate. He does so. Rumble in the 67. He's looking to try and get some go round the outside. 4 to go. The battle's coming back. Smith's not getting away from Woodhouse whatsoever. Lansdowne in third, then Korf, Fletcher, Hooper.
Korf's flying through into third place, even with a broken nose. He's still not letting up at all. He's given it all he can do. Smith is still out in the lead. Woodhouse in second, Korf in third, Lansdowne in fourth. 10 laps down, we've got 2 more to go, and no one's letting up as little as possible. Korf's giving it everything he can do. Okay, we're 10 laps down, 2 to go. We're looking at Smith, 27B, Jay Smith in first place, 71 of Woodhouse in second, with Thomas Korf, 16 in third. Lansdowne, 74, coming up in fourth place. We've got 2 laps down. It's going to be white flag on this time round.
Checkered flag. Smith takes the win from Woodhouse, Korf and Lansdowne.
So Smith first, 27B. Woodhouse, 71C is second place. Thomas Korf, 16S in third. Lansdowne, 74 in fourth. 5th place is 8M of Fletcher. 6th place, 67 of Rumble. 7th is 12S of Hooper. 25 of Clements is 8th. 9th place, 124 of Halcrow. 10th is 61K, Pete Bennett. 11th, 77, Cresswell. Round up the field is 12th of Keating and car number 34, and then 2NZ Roygard and Martin not completing the race. So 27B, Jay Smith is your race leader on that one. That was race 17. Coming up next, we're looking at mini stocks coming out for the feature race.
Yes, they are. But it's Smith. He's is putting himself in the box seat for the next night. He's got himself up to the front. But Graham Keating's car, yet again on the back of the Agricrip John Deere, getting towed off to the pits as Josh Smith comes back with yet another checkered flag in the Black Lion, sponsored 27B Magntyre out of Hawke's Bay. That'll please and warm the cockles of the heart of Mike Wilson down there for one of his beloved Hawke's Bay cars doing so very, very well in qualifying tonight. Fletcher, he tried a couple of things. He went wide. He had a really good crack, got up the inside of Lansdowne, and then he got hung out to dry. He got stuck out wide. Just couldn't get back down. But Fletcher, he's got these big flash brakes in the 8M and on the pits media, the stream that's going out overseas and around New Zealand, you can see the massive sparks coming off his front brake discs. They've got these really high performance brakes, and they're full of metallic bits, so when they're actually braking, it's throwing sparks everywhere.
All off everywhere.
It's a really good compound. They are quite sacrificial. They wreck brake pads and brake discs quite regularly. So yeah, we've got 2 more heats to go, which is A versus D and E versus F, and that is us done for tonight, because then we've got round 4 and round 5 tomorrow night as mini stocks come out. This is Craig. My kneecap's no longer dislocated. Tonkin, going to do this one.
Look at that. Let's see what we can do.
I can't believe standing round dislocates your kneecap.
Well, as they said,
it's a poor excuse.
When you get to that age,
I can understand that.
What do you mean by get to that age? How old do you have to be to just dislocate your kneecap while you're standing there?
As old as you are now.
I told you not to kick me in the knees.
Willie Woodhouse is down there after that heat. He's got himself some points in the bank. Down to the pits media we go. Mike Wilson was down there. He's just getting his microphone fired up. Looks like those green NiCad batteries might need to be replaced. As Red just puts a little sprinkling of water on the mini stock track. I'm going to hand over to Craig Tonkin. He's going to do the mini stocks.
So running through, we've got 22H, the car of Xavier Martin sitting on the front there. Car number 71 coming up on pole, which is Chase Jones. Running through the list, so we've got 12H, Harry Hodgins. We've got 14H, which is Greg Kapka-Join. 22, Xavier Martin. 24, we've got Boyd Fitzgerald. 26, Cohen Kendall. As they head off on their first lap. 27, Jess Bird. 43, CJ Attenborough. Car number 49, we're looking at Jaden Hickford. Chloe Burley in 61. And then, have we got Riley back? No, Riley's not back on there, so let's have a look and see what cars we've got out there. We're looking at 63, Caden Barker. 71, we're looking at Chase Jones. 74, out there's Travis sitting out there. 93, Renee O'Hearn. Imogen Widow in car number 95. 113, we've got Kylie Matthew, and then Monique Ribble, 142. But we are racing, so it's all on now. 10 laps. Mini stock feature race. Good start for the car starting off there. We've got 95 on the inside there. That's racing through there. Imogen Whitaker taking the lead. Car number 63, Caden Barker, coming up, actually dropping into 3rd place. 32's just squeezed him out and popped into 2nd place. As they come through the sub-finish line, we're looking at Imogen Whitaker, car number 95 in 1st place. Martin of 22 in 2nd, with Barker in 63 coming up 3rd place. Greg Kapka-Join, car number 14 in 4th. Round out your top 5th is Travis in 74. Mind you, Imogen's going quite wide on turn 4, so opens up the door a bit for Martin to come through, but didn't quite capitalise on that. Martin doing everything he can in car number 22. Xavier Martin up there, dropping back into second place. Imogen Whittaker holding first place in there. Coming up 3 laps down, 7 to go. Already they're starting to come up into lap traffic. Car number 14 of Greg, so it's not 14, is it? 95, Imogen Whittaker out front, passing lap traffic there. 22, Xavier Martin holding up in second place. Bit of a little spin coming out of turn 4 for car number 27, Jess Bird. Manages to gather it all up and keep it under control with the faster traffic coming around the outside. So coming into turn 4 on lap 4. Coming up over the start finish line, Imogen Whittaker, car number 95. It's all about Imogen at the moment, doing very well. Xavier Martin, 22 in second place. 63 is Barker in third, with Greg Kapika-Join in 14th. Car number 14 in fourth place. Driving a tight little line through there. Car number 26, Cohen Kendall. Nice little fight going into turn 1 between 12 and, was it 91?
93.
93, thank you. My eyes are getting a bit old as well. But 7 laps down, Imogen Whittaker still holding the lead. Second place, no change there with Barker in second place. Kapika-Join coming up in third. 7 laps down, 3 to go. $24K, Boyd Fitzgerald just going through turn 1 and 2. Little blue car over there. Driving a nice little line through there, through turn 3. 8 laps down, 2 to go. White flag out. Looking for our race leader coming down the back straight into turn 3 now. A red car there. Car number 95, Imogen Whittaker. Take the checkered flag this time through. And that happens. So Imogen Whittaker, car number 95, first place. Car number 63 of Barker in second place. Greg Kapika-Join, 14-8, run up your third. So those are your top 3. Fourth place, we've got 22 of Martin. Fifth, we have 27 of Bird. 113 of Matthews coming in sixth place. 7th is 74 of Travis. And then Levi Jones, 717 in 8th. 9th position, 12H of Harry Hodgson. And 10, round up your top 10 is 93 Renee O'Hearn. 11th place, 71 of Jones. And then 12th place, 61 of Burley. 26 of Kendall, then 142 of Gribble rounding up the field in 14th. So that's how we sit for the Mini Stocks feature race. We'll come for a stop there while Imogen comes past with the checker flag. Round of applause for her. Doing another one. And so coming up next, we're looking at saloon cars. So getting ready to see another round of, I think it's Group A versus Group D coming out. And I think by the looks of it, we might have Willie Woodhouse down there ready to go. So we'll hand him over.
Yep, thanks. We've got the 71C Willie Woodhouse. Fantastic second place. You put plenty of pressure on the 27B car of Josh Smith.
Yeah, the car came on. They wet it a bit much for us and we tightened it up a bit much, but in the end she came on, but yeah, just didn't want to hit him or anything and take ourselves out, so played it cleanly and safe. It was good.
Actually looked like you had the better setup. You were able to turn in a lot earlier than Josh was.
Yeah, it was on rails. I could turn it in or just run a little around the pole line and just stay there, so it's going to be a good feature setup.
It's going to be a tight points battle to get into those 16 places. We know Josh is unbeaten, but you've had some solid runs as well, and it's all towards getting that good grid for that 25-lap final.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's got all his back grids now, and I've got all my fronts, so, you know, whoever's there at the end tomorrow afternoon, we'll see what happens, eh?
Exactly that. We've got a long way to go yet.
Oh, definitely. That's only 3 races. We've got another 2 and a feature, so anything can happen.
Track conditions okay at the moment?
Not for the start of that. That was just too greasy, eh? People are all tighten their cars up, you know, expecting a bit of slick, and wasn't there. It was all greasy and horrible. So, but yeah, it's all good.
Right, you made it work. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to get Josh Smith. Josh, unfortunately, has just raced off into his trailer. 27B car, 3 races, 3 wins. It doesn't get any better than that, but the 27 car tomorrow has some rare grids coming up. Watch out for the Magntyre Black Line car.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, I'm just down here with the 16S, Thomas Korf, mate. A bit of damage to the front of the car there. Just talk us through that wee preen there.
Yeah, I didn't even see it until the last minute and just got a little bit tangled up, and probably pretty lucky that I only got away with that much damage and didn't wreck any of the front suspension. So yeah, just cosmetic.
I can see you got a fresh front bumper frame there. You got to keep it clean for the rest of the night, and because you're finished tonight. You got to keep it clean tomorrow night.
Yeah, no, it should be all night. Look like new again tomorrow. So yeah.
Really decent run for yourself tonight. Obviously, a couple of second places and obviously a win there as well, a third too. So everything looking in tip-top shape for tomorrow night.
Yeah, had a pretty good run. Really kept out of trouble basically, and yeah, can't complain at all. It's awesome.
Well, Team Korf, especially yourself doing Stratford, really proud. Obviously, you last a wee bit longer in the feature race, so we'll see you out there, I'm sure.
Sweet, awesome. Cheers.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you, Billy. Well done down there. Just looking at the cars that are coming out on grid. Looks like there's a couple of spots there. The car of Trent Emery, the 42. Is he out there, Craig?
Can't see him coming.
He should be on pole. The 48's there. So
48 on pole.
So we're missing a couple of cars, which should be the 17D and the 42M, and they're not out the back of us.
42's out here.
Just there outside pit gate.
Yeah, 42's been pushed away by the tractor.
Uh-oh. So Trent Emery has been pushed away by the tractor. Kai yay, I say. So, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, 1296 AM, 97 FM, News Talk ZB Waikato Sport. And you see all those things in front of the camera flying around, you think they're moths, they're not. They are crickets. Unfortunately at Huntly Speedway, every time we get a really big dry, and it gets very dry, they come out the ground and we get plague proportions of them. In fact, so much so that the ducks and geese that come and feed on them get so fat they can't fly away. And you've heard of ducks falling out the sky or geese falling out the sky? Well, they do that round here when they've fed up themselves up on crickets. They've eaten so many, they actually can't fly, and the ducks try and take off and they land on the ground. So it's quite a hard case thing to see. But yeah, just they aren't moths, but they are flying black crickets. And if you go outside and see some of the photos that have been put up,
they bombard you, they land on your head, they land everywhere.
Yeah, they do. So they do. So here we go. It is heat number 8. And the time is 10:35. So heat number 8, we are missing Trent Emery, who has been pushed away from the pit gate with a problem with that car. After a couple of good heats, we will be able to put on the Huntly Facebook page at the end of the night the points so far tonight too. Given the way the ELS works and there's so many different grids, getting the points to all talk to each other inside the system is an absolute mission. It does it for a little bit, but so the points you'll see on my Facebook posts aren't completely correct. But we're missing from this one Michelle Wyman McPherson. She has been taken away to hospital, and Trent Emery's missing as well. Now, this is good for the 1NZ of Cook, because that DNF in that last heat is going to affect him, but it's not going to wreck him, because he's lost some cars who had some good points around him. Taylor in the 18's right down the back, but it is off the front. It is the 48A of Silcock. Now, that number, like I said to you, was the X number of the 48A of Phil Toogood, the first ever saloon car champion when the class ran at Auckland. 1 year before we cat down here. And then for the next few years, it was Phil Toogood and Brent McClimate. Brent McClimate had 1, 2, 3 and Z. I think he went about 5 years without changing. He never went back to his original number. I got no idea what his original number was. I think it was 71M. But yeah, he spent a lot of years
in the top 3.
In the top 3 of saloon car action in New Zealand. Looking for a start as we come out of turn 4. Silcock in the 48. Gets the go. 3 wide going down into 1. That is going to work. But Cook in the 1NZ comes out in front. The 77 of Daniel Cook from down the back gets a brilliant split as well. But here we go. He's making up for lost time. He's the current New Zealand champion. He's 1NZ. He had a DNF in the earlier heat when the battery wouldn't fire up and get his car going. Onto the grass goes the 88K, missing a big hunk of fiberglass. They'll go yellow for that, sitting in the middle of the track. As the cars pile across The big piece of fiberglass that's out there of 88k at 1 and 2. They're letting it run at the moment. Chris Johnson, the 88k, is a lap down. Done the big turnaround, but it's Ethan Cook, the 1NZ, leads from Silcock in the 48A. Behind him is the 89A of Roberts out of Auckland, then the 43k of Tonks. Melling in the 227s. That duct tape's working on the bonnet for him. Then behind him is the 7P of Laking, 18k of Taylor. Behind Taylor is the 92B, is the 77 of Daniel Cook, then the 92 of Martin, and the 26 of Hooper, and the 88 of Johnson. So 6 done this time around, half race distance. The 1NZ of Ethan Cook has the race lead and has a big lead over the 48A of Silcock.
48A of Silcock coming in second place. Roberts in 89 coming up in third, with Tonks of 43 taking up position 4. Melling running up the top 5 in that, but all the racing, close racing at the moment, is towards the back of the field. That big piece of fiberglass off car number 88 still on the track there, but they're keeping an eye on that. But at the moment, it's still all about 1NZ. Cook in first place.
Chris Taylor in the 18k, he's trying to really find and work a line out wide, but he's just getting spat out and charlied back to the rear of the field. He got out there and he was starting to get some drive, but he kept getting bumped every time he tried to go around the outside, and that hasn't been working so well. But Ethan Cook, the 1NZ, has half a lap lead with 3 laps to go over the chasing 48, who's stuck in behind the 88k of Chris Johnson.
Roberts in 89 coming up in third place. Tonks of 43 in fourth. As we mentioned before, that piece of bodywork has been slid out back there, so it's not a problem now. They can just race past that. But it's all about 1NZ. It's all about him at the moment. A big lead. Further down the field, we've got 77 of Cook in 7th position, having a nice little battle with car number 7 of Lakin in 6th. And bit of a nose to tail coming up there, 227. That's Mellon's car, hard on the brakes. But 11 laps down, white flag's out. And that's it, 1NZ. All about Cook on this race. Taking the race for the night. Second place still coming up now. Crossing the line now is 48A of Silcock in second place. Roberts, 89A in third, with 43 of Tonks in fourth place. Melling, 227, rounding up your top 5. Laking, 7P, position 6. 7th was 77 of Cook. 8th was 18k of Taylor. 92p of Martin coming in 9th. Rounding up your top 10, 28s of Hooper. Position 11 was 88 of Johnson, was rounding up the field. And of course, Weimer, Phillips and Amron not even starting in the race. So as we said, all about 1NZ. Big round of applause as he comes past with the checkered flag. No doubting him on that race. Coming up next, we're looking at stock cars, race 20, the feature race, 10 laps. So they'll be next on the track after a bit more water goes down. Safety guys just going out there clearing the debris off the track, grabbing that side pod, while Red cruises around in the water truck and puts a little bit more water down. As we say, we need to keep as much water on the track as possible to keep the surface good. But as we know, it's really dry out there, so heading down to the pits. Sounds like we've got an interview lined up with George down there. So guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks. 47D, George Phillips down here. You've had 2 good races so far with a 9th and a 5th.
Yeah, not bad. Just pretty much aiming the same thing I did in the speed week, just solid finishes in the heat. Try and get as high a start as I can in the feature and just work from there.
What are you thinking of the racetrack tonight?
I've never really had to race on many one-lane tracks before. It's not bad, still passing opportunities out there. You just got to think smart, race hard.
Well, you've obviously been able to dial in the setup quickly.
Yeah. We just went with the basic setup we'd do at any track, and we sort of just went from there. We're pretty much bang on the money from the get-go, so that kind of helped. Luck was in our favour at the moment.
Well, the trouble is you can come to a track you haven't been at and overthink it, and if you start with a basic setup like you did, quite often you're on the money.
Yeah, dead right. That's exactly what we've done, and it's worked out for us, and thank God that that's all just panned out the way it has.
Well, I'm sure you got some great sponsors that helped you get all the way up here.
Yeah, I couldn't have done that without Cleanways, iHigh, iBattery, iMo. John Silverlight from Powerline, he does an amazing job. Carl Black from iSigns, he does an amazing job putting the stickers on the car and designing it. And yeah.
All right, thanks, George. And that's how you thank sponsors. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right, we've got the 16S of Thomas Korf right here as well. Thomas, you've had a first, second and a third, mate. 3 great races. You've got to be happy about night number 1.
Yeah, definitely. A lot better running than I thought I was going to have. So, I can't complain at all. They made a couple of changes during the week and they seem to be working pretty well. So, yeah.
Even with that issue in that third heat race where you damaged the front clip and bonnet, fortunately it didn't bend the steering arms too much. There's a little bit of a bend in there, I think you were saying. You still brought the car home for a third place.
Yeah, from the back of the field. So, real happy. It's only cosmetic damage. So, we'll be 5-minute fix. We'll be back into it.
Well, Craig's quick when he's got that car singing. He's won a race. You've won races. You've been in the top 3. It's looking pretty good for the Korfs at the moment.
I can't complain. It's, going pretty well.
Well, you better thank that sponsor that you said was you.
TSK Construction and Mufflers NZ and Sarah Bentley from Professionals back at home.
Right, not too much work to do to the race car tonight, so we'll be able to have a good sleep tonight and come back tomorrow and be ready to go again.
Yeah, quick check over tomorrow and we're good to go.
Right, there you go, guys. 16S, Thomas Korf.
Alrighty, cheers, Mike. I'm just down here with the 89A, Tom Roberts. Obviously come home third in that one. Pretty happy with that.
Yeah, pretty stoked, mate. Yeah, we've been sort of consistently trying to bank points tonight because I think that's the key. And, made a bit of a move there and it was good. Loved it.
You're driving an X1NZ car, of course, it used to belong to Dan Corrin, and so it's got good history, good pace.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't muck around, eh? It's not a slow car, mate. And, we're still learning how the thing works and it's an ongoing adventure,
We're about to go racing, mate. We'll come back to you.
Sorry?
We're about to go racing. We'll come back to you.
Okay, mate. Cheers, mate.
Alrighty, there we are. Stock car feature race. 10 laps waiting for start. All the guys there. Lights, gates are shut. Lights are still on amber, so we'll get them all queued up and we'll be off to go. But running through the grid, we've got 27. We all know car number 27 on pole. Brett Aiken. Lights are green. We are racing. 10 laps. Brett Aiken straight into the lead, now car number 27. 92, Hayden Hepworth, second place, been a bit of a shunt along there by car number 97. Casey Cheatham. Casey just gets spun out there by car number 51. Ali Van Amsterdam's been out, but it's all about Aiken, car number 27 in first place. Hepworth 92 in second place. Full pot 24th, running up the top 3. 2 laps down, 8 to go. Aiken, Hepworth, full pot, Van Amsterdam, Henderson, Guys, Hutchby, Hepworth, Rhodes and Marshall ran out your top 10. All the action is happening at the moment, kept down the back straight into turn 3. Bit of nudging going on there, trying to sort out the positioning. Car number 361 coming into the infield, Clayton Cheatham. And 11, Jeff Gallagher just running around the infield there as well. Four laps down, 6 to go. Running a nice wide line, car number 27, Brett Aiken. Ducks back on the inside, goes fine past 69. Off Bevan. 922 Hepworth coming through turn 4 now. Trying all he can to catch up with him. But again, the action's back in 4th, 5th and 6th. Larry Henderson, car number 8, doing everything he can to get past car number 67. Bit of a touch there. 88 coming up to block him on the inside. Car number 88, that's Justin Hutchby. Justin just getting on the inside. Oh. Bit of a hit into the wall there for Larry Henderson, the pick-me car. Josh Humble just pulling off on into the infield. 6 laps down, 4 to go. Still looking at Hepworth, first place, 92. Full pot, 24H and down second. Third place, Van Amsterdam, 51. .88 of Hutchby come flying up through the back straight into turn 3 and 4. As we say, it's sure what. Something must have happened to the transponder on Brett's car, because he's still out front, but he's dropped right back through the field. So he's still out front. Hepworth coming up in second place, still 92. Then Philpott of 24. Ellie Van Amsterdam 51 in fourth. White flag out. Checkered flag through. So not sure what happened to the transporter there, but 27 Brett Aiken was your race winner. Second place 92 of Hepworth. Third place is 24 of Philpott. Fourth place 51 Ellie Van Amsterdam. Then Hutchby of 88. 51 of Guys. Seventh place, number 8 of Larry Henderson. 422 Ashton is in 8th. Then 46 of Rhodes. 22 of Hepworth. 97 of Cheatham. 16 of Marshall. And then Bevan and car number 69 coming in 13th place. Then we're looking at Josh Humble in 14th. Number 11 Gallagher in 15th. And round up the field is Cheatham in car 361. But good race there, and big round of applause as it come through.
Missed that one. What happened to Brett Aiken in that race? Who got him?
No, I think his transponder fell off because he fell through the back. But he didn't.
So he won it. Thought he did. Yeah, his transporter didn't fall off, so okay.
Yeah, I'd say it's come off or stopped working or something, but he still got it.
All right, so down in the pits we go. It is the Pits Media. What a wonderful piece of action we're going to have now. Who do we have and what do we have?
Thank you very much, Minty. I'm just looking at the 89A of Tom Roberts here. Now, Morris Cowling, of course, the builder of this car, it's Pro X chassis, used to belong to Dan Corrin. It was his 1NZ car many years ago. They're both just having a look in the front here. I'm not sure, there was a bit of an issue with the rear of the car there. Tom, just tell us what's going on here.
We're just having a bit of a gin round, trying to get our brake proportion right. So I think we're getting a little bit too much to the back of the car, which kind of makes it a little bit tail happy when we're coming into the turns, you know.
Now we saw you rolled it backwards and then you sped off forward. The guys had got it up on the jacks at the back there. You've taken the back off. What's going on there?
It might have hurt one of the bird cages in the back of it. It's got a bit of a creaking noise coming from it, so it's still intact, still turns, but we'll address that in the morning when we get back to the workshop.
Overall, must be very happy with your night so far. Of course, you've got Morris here giving you a hand too.
Yeah. It's great having the best helping you out, and we're happy with how it's going. It's going bloody good.
Fantastic, mate. Of course, you couldn't do it without all of your sponsors. Car looks great.
Oh no, we'd be lost without them, mate. We've got Walk With Motorcycles, Walk With ITM, McMahon Builders, obviously B&T, they're a big sponsor of ours, and Fuchs, Performance Autos, Brian Kelly, he's the man for the motor, and my own workshop, Allen's Autos, they're suffering.
Suffering because you're never there, you're always away racing. Hey, look, congratulations on a great night and best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd like to have a shout out to my beautiful wife and kids that couldn't be here. Hopefully they can come tomorrow. Chloe, Mia and Bodie, love you and I miss you guys.
Oh, that's sweet, mate. Thank you very much.
Right, cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, coming up for the last heat of the night, that was Billy Hickey down in the pits. And a bit of action in the last one. Ellie Van Amsterdam in the 51A, giving the 97 of Cheatham the big turnaround. So last heat, last race of qualifying of the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloons. Points are being calculated after night one downstairs at the moment. There's 6 groups we've got to put together, remember, so it's a bit of a mission. So they're being loaded into the computer. They will be placed on Facebook tonight, so you can see them on the Huntly International Speedway Facebook page, and with a bit of luck on their web page as well, but especially start with Facebook. It will probably take another half an hour or so to get those things posted up there and rocking and rolling as we get ready for the last heat of the night. Steve Williams in the 21H. He has that pole position on his outside, the 81A of Hickman. They are your front two. So the last heat of the night, right down the back is Skinny Colson in the 66, Kevin Williams in the 8. They're at the tail end. Hickman and the Valvoline Mustang of Steve Williams in the 21 are up at the pointy end. Behind Williams, 31 of Hunter and the 71 of Neve. Then the 242 of Halcrow, the 46A of Nigel Ross, who won the last one. Then the 57D of Andrews, the 8S of Corf. In the 146 of Wright, the 7S of Drever, who's had a good and a bad night. And a challenge for him. Then the 47D of Phillips, the 36M of Bigwood, the 68 of Harder, the 66K of Colson, and the 8K of Williams. 12 laps, the last heat of the night. It is the Tank Guy, New Zealand Saloons, Group E versus Group F. 2 more heats tomorrow night starting at 7 p.m. Gates open at 4 for the public. Williams pushes out wide and gets a good start for the 21 Valvoline Mustang. Neve in the 71K on the inside of Hickman. They're playing push and shove. Ross in the 46 gets a split on Hickman as well. Just pushes Hickman a little bit wide. Round the outside and pushing hard on. Doing a good job of it too. Goes our man from Dunedin and Andrews. The 57 Mustang. God, I like that car, the look of it. 31's all over the place and all loose. That's Hunter. Out by the walls, the 146 of Wright being a bit spirally and ugly. Up the inside goes the 242 of Halcrow. It's all happening mid-pack at the moment. Oh, the 42, 47. That's Phillips. He gets the big split. 3 wide. That's not going to work. Wright gets into the side of the 31.
Skinny Colson 66 at the back of the line, but at the moment it's all about Steve Williams up in the front. Position 1, we've got Neve 71 coming up second, trying everything he can to go on the inside or the outside, but he's also got to contend with 46 of Ross in third place, and Ross is making a dash on the inside now.
Neve cuts down and just shuts the nose off Ross into 1 and 2. Hickman's doing a good job hanging in for third. Then we go back to the 57D of Andrews, gone yellow. 31's had a big spin. It's Hunter, the 31B out of Hawke's Bay.
It's almost like he spun after the yellow though.
Yeah, it's like they hit the yellow before he spun. Perhaps David Hunter, perhaps they had an idea he was going to spin and they yellow lighted him before he was spinning. They've got him on suspicion. Had a couple of police in my life stop me on suspicion.
That was only last night.
Skinny Colson with some problems. The 66K is coming to the infield and is going to park on the concrete. And the Daltons, 66K, was struggling at the back of the field.
Bit of steam in there coming out the back of that, so running a bit warm, I think. Overcooked his toasted sandwich.
I'd say his right rear tyre looks like it's peeled off the rim. So looking for a restart. Williams gets on the gas and gets the brake in the 21 Valvoline car. Balls it down tight into 1. Then the Ryan Neve in the 71 in front of Nigel Ross in the 46. Behind him's the 81 of Daniel Hickman. Here comes our man from down the deep south, the 57D of Andrews. He pokes his nose up the inside of Hickman. Hickman tries to cut the nose off. Halcrow under attack from the 47 of Phillips. 2 of the South Island cars behind each other, trying to find a way forward. 6 to go this time around. Steve Williams screaming on the surface, just bouncing around. Neve closes up tight. Then we go back to the 46 of Ross. The 81 of Daniel Hickman having a really, really good run. Then it's the 17 of 57 of Andrews.
5th place of Andrews. 6th place we're looking at 47 of Phillips. And then we've got 242 of Halcrow coming up in 7th place. Bigwood in 8th and 36th, and then Craig Corf in 8S in 9th position. Ran over top 10 was Williams of 8K.
Daniel Hickman the last time around, quarter 1, made a real mess of that. Out wide goes the 47 of Phillips. He just went into corner 1 way too hot and couldn't pull the car up and just slid out to the wall. Nothing out there for him with 3 laps left to go for your race leader. Ross with a pass up the inside of Neve through 1 and 2. That was tidy and clean.
It was Corfa running pretty wide out there on the back of the field, but at the moment it's all about the people up the front here. We've got Williams 21 in the lead. We've got 2 laps to go, 10 laps down. Williams in the front. We've got Ross in 2nd place, Neve in 3rd place. 4th place, Hickman, 81. Andrews running up the top 5.
Steve Williams under all sorts of pressure now from Nigel Ross. They're up on the tail of the 31 of Hunter. The white flag's flying, the checkered flag's going to come down. Steve Williams is going to hang on, although Ross is having a real nudge.
got it though. 21. Steve Williams, race winner of that one. Ross of 46 of Ross in second place. 71k of Neve in third. Hickman 81A fourth place. Rounding up your top 5 is 57 of Andrews. Then 242 of Hellcrow in 6th. 7th place 47 of Phillips. 36 of Bigwood in 8th. 8 Williams in 9th. And then rounding out your top 10 is Craig Korf of 8. 11th place 7 of Drever. Then 12th is 146 of Wright, with Hara 68 and 13th, and rounding up the field in 14th was Hunter of 31B, and of course Skinny Colson not finishing in that race. But that's how it pans out tonight. 21, Steve Williams, big round of applause as he comes past with the flag. And that looks like the end of that race and the end of qualifying. So don't forget we've got two more rounds tomorrow night. And then we'll get the points all sorted and get into that. But drive safe tonight. Thanks for coming out. And we look forward to catching up with you all tomorrow night.
Indeed we do. That is night 1 of the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloons qualifying. 3 heats done for the 6 groups tonight. 2 more tomorrow night. Then we get the top 16, 2 repecharges. And then from there we find the final 4, 25 laps of final tomorrow night. We're going to head down to the pits media as Steve Williams bring the flags back. Not quite yet. They're going to wrap the night up for us. They're going to tie a bow on it, put a parrot on their shoulder, say what a wonderful night it was. And we are going to go out and probably bring some ducks to eat some crickets. Yeah. We'll have some cricket sandwiches with bread and butter and a bit of Marmite, bacon and crickets. Could be good for us.
Could have that for breakfast tomorrow.
We could have that for breakfast tomorrow indeed. Hey, thanks for being out there where you are, for drive safely tonight. Remember, tomorrow the expressway opens, but there's no off-ramp to get on off here, but there will be a lot of traffic around Huntly because there is a race and a walk over that expressway opening. There is cafe food open tomorrow from 8. Go across there and have a feed. Join us on my radio show, 97 FM, 1296 AM on News Talk ZB to talk a bit of sport and fishing. There is powerboat racing happening up at Mary. And of course out in Cambridge at the Advantage Rome, there is the New Zealand Road Cycling Champs going on. So plenty to do tomorrow, but be back here. Gates open at 4. Racing starts at 7, night 2 of the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Car Champs. I've just posted on Facebook the last heat of the night. And we shall see what's happening as Red Wootton drives the truck back out onto the track to throw a bit of water on it. I would say they'll set the sprinklers up. He'll put the Scarifine on that tonight and he'll knock the surface up just a little bit. A bit of luck, we might be going down. To wrap the night up, put a bow on it, Billy Hickey and Mike Wilson. Thank you for your great work that's been going on down in the pits tonight. Jason, the team, Michaela, and all the crew for bringing us the great action. For those by stream that can't be here, drive home safely. Craig, have a good night.
You too, mate.
Watch out for your kneecap.
Yeah, you might as get my son to drive home.
That might not be such a good idea either.
Probably not.
But down to the pits, are they ready to go, Miss Michaela? Are they going to wrap it up and put a bow on it, or are they going to getting Steve Williams out of his car? That'll take forever. He's got a bit of age and grey hair on him now. They're going to get Steve Williams out of his car and have a bit of a yarn to him. There he is, the 21H, Steve Williams, the Valvoline Mustang. Ex-New Zealand Saloon Car Champion, ex-New Zealand Super Saloon Champion. Look at that, the 21H. He has been a stalwart of saloon car racing around the country for many a year and many a time. As we get ready to go. The pits media waiting down there. We'll run back to their cameras. We've got a bit of tidying up to do up here. They can play a bit of bit of music, put some of that good, we've got a bit of Guns N' Roses or a bit of Freddie Mercury floating around at the moment, have we? Sounds good to me. As the crickets come down by the storm. Bucket loads of them here. Looks like Williams is still sitting in his car. Probably doesn't want to get out. Doesn't want to be interviewed.
Sees the cameras looking at him.
Yeah, something's looking at him. Something is indeed looking at him. We will throw the lights on.
Yeah.
Take a break.
Just remember, if you are staying overnight, that the cafe's open for breakfast in the morning.
I think $13 or $15 for a big cooked breakfast. Good value. Go down there and have yourself a feed.
Crickets on toast.
Yeah, a bit of everything. Last race winner was Steve Williams from Nigel Ross. After that horrible flat tyre he had in his first heat, he's come back with a couple of good results in the next 2 heats that'll happily put some points in the bank. Here we go. They're down in the pits, so we think they might have got him out of the car. They might have got him going.
We certainly did. Thank you very much, Minty. Thanks, Craig. Yes, I'm down here with the 21H, Steve Williams. Coming away with a heat win finally tonight.
Yeah, no, we're pretty happy with our night tonight. You've got to sort of finish all 5 heats and try and go forward in each heat, and we've managed to do that tonight. So I've got 2 rear starting grids tomorrow, so new proposition tomorrow, but we're pleased with the night.
And where did you finish in the first 2 heats, sorry?
I was 5th in the first heat, 3rd in the second heat, and then that heat there. But I had grids 6, 5 and 1, so tomorrow I'm off the back in the 2 heats. So, but no, look, we're pleased with the way our night went.
Obviously a bit of work to do tomorrow. How do you handle that? How do you approach it, Steve?
Yeah, there's a bit of work to do. We're a little bit fortunate in that last race there. The accelerator jammed on. the throttle cable underneath the carburetor is jammed on there. So that last race on that restart, I was very close to being able to not to hold the car back, if you know what I mean. So a little bit fortunate there. But no, look, it's another day tomorrow. You know, it's a 2-night meeting. You go home tonight, get a quick few hours sleep, and get up and get the car rolling. That's just what you do. You know, it's great.
Absolutely. And just a nut and bolt check for you tonight in the team?
Oh, yeah, no, look, you go over the car. You have to, if you want to be at the top end of this game with all these guys here, you got to treat this professionally. We're not racing professionally, but you got to treat it like that. You strip the car again tomorrow, all the wheels off it, all the shocks off it, start from fresh and put it all back together, just in case, something has come loose, something's broken. So, yeah, no, all good.
Well, this Valvoline car, mate, she's looking really good and looking in a good position for tomorrow night.
Yeah, hey, look, there's another 2 heats of qualifying, but look, I think most importantly tonight, given the conditions of the weather here during the week here, that track held up amazing. I take my head off to Red Max, the guy that do the track here during the week here. I know there's a lot of hours going on. Red Tommy's put 100,000 litres in during this week. That's a lot of water, and the track's held up and provided some good racing, given it's been 35 plus here for the last 6 days, evidently.
That's absolutely right. Well, we really appreciate your comments and love chatting to you, Steve. Congratulations once again. We look forward to catching up with you tomorrow night.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's awesome that you guys come and do this. Jace is putting on a hell of a show, that the Pits Media. It's really been great for the sport. So all the competitors really appreciate what you guys do to get the viewership out there. More people, the more the audience is good for your sponsors and creates interest. So you guys are pulling your part as well.
Oh, thank you very much, Steve. All the warm fuzzies. Appreciate that, bro. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, Mike Wilson. Thank you very much, Steve. Mike Wilson, of course, night 1 of the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Champs, done and dusted here at Huntly. You look a little bit tired there, mate.
Just ask Mike who won the team's champs last week. He's a one-eyed Hawkeye supporter.
And who won the 3 saloon races tonight? It was Hawke's Bay car. Might just go back to what we were saying. Obviously, a big night, great night for the Bay. Obviously, of course, you're wearing the right shirt here, and I'm not doing too badly with Willie Woodhouse, but a great night overall.
Yeah, I actually picked the right shirt, didn't I? 3 wins for the 27B car, and he was surprised about that. We'll go more into that tomorrow, of course. Then you've got to look at guys like Craig Korf, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Steve as well. He's had a big solid night, and 2 crucial races to come tomorrow for those guys like Ethan Cook. Ethan had a really up and down night, 2nd, DNF and a win, but he gets a second chance tomorrow.
That's right, he gets a second chance. I mean, last year we saw him win the title from the Repechage. It's not impossible. It can be done. It's not the position he wants to be in. But overall, you can't take away from the fact that he is a New Zealand champion. He deserves to be there. And it's going to be a hotly contested feature race tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait for that one. 25 laps. So things can go wrong in 25 laps. You can be a race leader for 20 laps, and then those last 5 seem like an absolute marathon. Steve already said about the track conditions. We all thought it was going to go slick and dusty. It didn't. Red was on top of his game with that racetrack. And with the fact that they're not going to turn it over tonight, it could actually develop maybe a bit of a high line tomorrow as the clay builds up on the outside.
Well, we'll be back here tomorrow with our dirtometer, I'm sure.
Oh, we'll give the dirtometer another go. We got to 3 inches today. We'll see what it is tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mike. Well, that's it from here from Huntly for night number 1 of the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Champs. From myself, Billy Hickey, Mike Wilson down here in the pit lane, Graham Minty Mead and Craig Tonks up in the commentary box. We'll be back here live from 5 and interviews from 6, racing from 7. Thank you very much for tuning in from myself and the entire Pits TV team. Good night.
Home of the brave and the home